Cheers. Well, this shit's serious. It's serious. Just fucking get your supplies, stock up, and fucking keep your heads down. That's all you can do. Stock up. Well, I'm glad that
Zoom
people
says,
can come
hey,
here
Ranger.
and chill.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about. Is everybody does need to chill out. Like, look at what's going on here. You're living in times that nobody's seen this shit. Aaron the Tires applying for unemployment is a fucking... There's a sign.
Right, there's a sign.
There's the sign. Because I don't need no fucking unemployment. But it's free money. And I need some of that. And if I don't sign up for it, then it don't matter if I sign up for it or not. I might as well. Oh, I got my respirator. I actually like 6 spare cartridges for my respirator. I'd like to buy some spare respirator cartridges. It's not a full-face respirator, which I'm pissed because I had a full-face fucking respirator and I threw it out. Can you believe that shit?
Oh, shit. What's up, Zoom?
Full-face respirator and I threw it out.
Ranger wanted to go to bed.
I threw out a lot of shit.
Hey, tow truck.
I had so much stuff, people. Well, we did a wake and bake video earlier, Luke. And then I cleared where I'm going to put my tarp. We cleared some brush today.
Cool, Zoom. Glad to hear it.
Tanya.
Hey, tow truck. Let me get the link here real quick.
Fucking her makeup. Now, say watch. Let me light the lighter. What? And the phone does that. Say watch. That's pretty light the lighter. Fuck I packed the candle away. Son of a bitch. See? And now lighting sucks. But watch. Come on!
Silly as shit. What's up, tow truck? What's up, dog?
What's up? Hey.
6. Is a 9. Joseph loves it. That's first. Look at it. Here, light up my cigarette.
Check it out on Aaron's double.
This ain't bad lighting here.
Oh, you got it. You got volume there too.
I shut that off. Now watch my phone.
What volume?
Hey.
On Aaron.
Now I look like something that was
no, I can't control him.
Oh, okay. What's happening, man?
It's funny as shit.
Oh, the world, it all came together for me today.
Really?
Funny way. Hey.
Yeah. I was just thinking, I was dressed just like Aaron. I had the same kind of Southwest woven wool hoodie and a freaking Carhartt jacket and freaking boonie hat and some wire glasses and Carhartt pants. I was dressed just like him, man. It was funny as fuck.
You guys can hang out with me. I just opened the door.
What the hell? Where
All
the
the
hell
smoke
is this
gets
coming from?
sucked out of the car.
I'm trying to figure out where the sound's
so
coming from.
windy out there. It's like a vacuum.
Oh, you got Aaron on the big screen?
Yeah, I've got the ones open for the game and all of our companion channels, and then I have one for Aaron.
So here we go.
And I've got everything silenced, and I'm trying, except for StreamYard, and I'm trying to figure out where the sound's coming from.
It's fucking windy as fuck out there.
No, that's muted.
Later on, Florida.
That one's muted.
Florida. No, I'll be out in the Emeralds. Hey, if someone could drop a link
muted.
for the new people. Can someone drop a link to Emeralds, please?
Oh, I think I know what that is. Never mind. Hold on.
Oh, he's restreaming me. Come on!
Rough day for the internet today.
Really?
Yeah, I'm having trouble. I tested it. It's got good bandwidth. Everything coming through fine, but still, I can't watch the video.
Oh.
I wanted to watch that Out of the Shadow video.
Yeah.
I can't watch it. So then I tried to use O Downloader. O Downloader was crashed, and then some other people were telling me to go to this one website, Malfilgel or something, and they were crashed. It was funny.
No shit.
But yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Smoked some purple diesel today and came up with the great idea to make a website about fucking.
Oh yeah.
This one thing that High Impact Vlogs was talking about fucking hanging together online so that, like, for instance, if the cops came and harassed you, that other people would know that and they could come and bail you out, help you out.
Or something like that. Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah. Right?
What's he doing, Ranger?
You know, sort of a virtual gang. But then I thought of to have it so, it would be instructional too, like, have the Constitution and Bill of Rights on there and have your local laws stuff. Have your gun laws and I don't know, different kind of legal documents and how to contact your local bail bondsman and shit. I don't know.
Shit, right, I guess. Something like that. Good grief.
How to have tailgate parties at the voting booths in November.
Right.
Because like the other day, my dog ran away. Hey, Jack.
How you doing?
My dog ran away, and this gal come driving by. I was biking on one of these backcountry roads, which nobody really does up here. She come biking by me. Are you looking for your dog? I said, yeah. She goes, yeah. About 45 minutes ago on the Facebook app from the city, they said that your dog was over behind the next cattle yard over there. She pointed to where it was. So, I mean, they had an app for the city, the local city of 1,000 people or whatever, help me find my dog. So I was thinking to develop like a Discord platform that would be, a crew of people. I don't know, you could keep tabs on each other and see what you're up to. And, say you go down into a hot situation in town or something, you could bring all your virtual friends with you and whatever and fill them in on the news. But I mean, it's not so much about the news, it's about what we can do.
Yeah.
But they can already do all that.
Yeah.
called the NSA. They track everybody, know where you are, how close you are away from everybody else, all through your mobile phones.
Yeah.
And that's the problem I run into. Everything's already been done.
Yeah.
You know, we think we have
He's
this
got
good
another
idea.
120, 140 pound to fucking grow yet. He's only just starting to get young. What is he, Wiz? 10, 12 weeks?
10 weeks.
10 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a way to go yet. You seen one of those things full growing? They make a
Yeah.
wolf look small.
I know. I know. He's
Hey,
only,
Zoom, how you doing?
yeah. No, I take that back. He's 11 weeks now. He's 11 weeks.
11 weeks.
Yep. He'll
Yeah.
be 3
So
months old in 4 days.
in 6 months' time, his head will be twice your size. At
I
the
know.
moment, it's the
I
same
won't be able to
size.
put him on my lap no more.
6 months' time, yeah, his head will be twice yours. Twice yours.
Yeah. I know, right? It's like, but yeah, he's just a big old lovey dog.
They reckon they were invented about the same time as European lions become extinct.
Right. Right.
Guess which one came first?
Yeah, not far in front.
Right. Yeah, he's awesome though. He's getting so big so quick. So,
Oh well.
but yeah, it's about time to go to bed. Yep. Okay. He says, okay, no problem. Go on, go to bed.
I see Amazon's hiring 75,000 extra folks. And that, so the stimulus money, the checks must be coming out.
Yeah, I guess a few million of them came out today to the bank accounts.
Yeah, yeah. Funny thing is, the folks have been geared up most for this, and that who's getting it and all that sort of thing, are the debt collection agencies. They've had what is it where they know you got money going into your bank and all that sort of thing, and that, so they apply to get it before you can actually cash it because they've
Oh
got
yeah,
an outstanding debt. So they go to the bank. It's been something like about 370,000 of those filled in just in California alone because they've got to publicise whenever they do that how many of these. But the rest of the states, they just file them and nobody keep catch the numbers. But yeah, 375,000 received in the last week alone in California courts.
checks got snagged, huh? By debt collectors.
Yeah, all the debt collectors, all the bums, they know they're getting $1,200, right? So they're fucking, and it's all got to go into the bank account, so they know where it's going to be and when it's going to rock up. You think the debt collectors ain't going to be there waiting like vultures?
Sure.
Nah,
I'm
that's
glad
how they
I got a
work here.
paper check. I'm really glad I got a paper check.
Yeah. See, that's the safest. People are greedy and aren't waiting for it. If they've got money owing outstanding, including the IRS. Actually, no. Don Jr. said his dad was going to not do allow IRS debt recovery and that while the coronavirus is on.
Right. That's what saves me because I got student loans outstanding. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so could say that'd save your ass. But yeah, the private debt collectors. Hey, look, they don't teach the Hippocratic Oath in medical school anymore, but your final 6-month business training course, and that when you graduate and all that sort of thing, certainly has all the options there, including setting your wife up as a debt collection agency, as per the Australian model. So she rents a post office box company up in Queensland, where all fucking debt collectors can do anything they like, and base out of there and send accounts, $40 reminder notices, and then charge $40 for sending out that notice.
Mm-hmm.
You're late. Mm. They charge you $40 to send out a reminder notice, so that's $40 goes on top of the bill. It's got to be paid. So it's amazing what they're teaching in medical college nowadays.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Hippocratic Oath.
Do no harm. I mean, I didn't bother. I didn't wear out his pockets even a little bit. I was only in there once or twice or 3 times, 4. I don't know.
Whenever. How many? It doesn't matter. It's all good. A5.
So it's cold here, man. It was 21 degrees right now. It got up to 24
I
today.
thought you were all supposed to be rubbing it in and that it's getting warm over there in summertime and everybody's got gardens happening and all that sort of thing. It was me that was supposed to be freezing my ass off.
Oh no, that's Wizard. He can do that stuff. He's got the 80s already. I haven't even gotten out of the 40s yet, man.
Oh.
It ain't got out of the 40s today. I'll tell you that.
So, yeah. 2.5 ton of firewood I got dropped off today.
Good deal.
Yep.
Yeah, it didn't get out of the 40s today. It got up like 47, 48. But yeah, it was ugh.
Yeah, it was down to like 39 degrees here yesterday morning about 5 a.m. So,
Boy, that's chilly. How dry?
well, actually, it wasn't that dry because there was a fair amount of frost with this light breeze, and the dew that came down just turned straight to frost. When I went out there, it was still dew, and I went out there at 4:30 and said, "No, this is a bit chilly. I think I'll come inside and light the fire." Went back out there, and all the dew had turned to frost.
Got all white.
Green, and that, instead of having all these little petals of silver on it, was now white and silver.
Very
So
nice.
that last hour with that breeze coming up just lowered the air temperature up. That breeze is what made that chill change. Okay, Florida, how you doing? Dennis Espinoza, Zoom's in there. Canoes, it's talking jumping ammo again. Girls are going to get jumping all over you. I got a talking to the other night. Yeah, fun for you. Oh, so you got, yep, you open it up all the way up. Cool.
Yeah.
Canoes, did you try to get
I'm
in?
getting to it. Yeah, it's coming along.
Man, if you've got a nice little set of carbide files, they're little ones, jeweler's files, or anything like that, you can clean all those teeth up and make them all razors.
Like this one?
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I got to get a new one. This one's really old and kind of fine. Old and fine. Like my grandma, I guess. I don't know what the fuck.
Yes.
How you doing, brother? Good.
Hey, Mr. Goat, how you doing? Effigy Goat, hang five, who are we burning today?
Oh, I'll let you choose.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the choices.
Yeah.
Turnbull,
Come in, conservative patriot.
Turnbull or Obama? Well, fuck it, I can't choose. Where's the coin?
Fire Fauci.
Hey, man, conservative patriot, Tim.
Soros
Fauci.
or Obama? Wow.
There's battery addiction. Welcome in, Florida.
Oh, shit.
There we go.
There he is.
Oh.
Wait. What am I doing here? Yeah.
There's Tanya. What's up, Tanya?
Yeah.
Tanya, laugh a minute.
Luke the Wanderer. Welcome in.
Hey, Luke, how you doing? Hey, Uncle Bubba, how you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Bubba?
Oh, and Don Trump. Yeah, hang five, we're gonna.
Just was thinking about you. Brought to you by. That's a
Yeah,
I
good
want
one.
to.
.com.
You know what we need to do? Like all of us need to get like Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms t-shirts and wear them all at the same time on camera.
That'd be the shit. Oh, what?
Nope. Tow truck.
Yeah, I think he probably just hit the wrong button. But
Yeah,
yeah, no,
those masks don't filter out fast in Florida.
so what happened, tow truck? So what's
Yeah,
usually
well,
like there?
cooling down. Got firewood delivered this morning, getting ready for winter. It's all good.
Yeah.
Looks predictions and that from ending this lockdown and that from middle of May, end of May is starting to look back on track. People are starting to get some reality about themselves. So besides, that's about the economic limits and that for recoverable. So yeah, I don't think Trump's fucking an idiot, but these other fucking clowns trying to rally together and all that sort of thing. And the clowns over here too. Oh no, we're going to keep it locked down till Christmas. Yeah, guarantee the country's fucked. And then what? And then what left? And that China's got time to recover. Then they come in and buy us out.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. This is what we got going on here. Trump's already plans to get us.
We got a bad
Echo.
echo. Wiz, you might have to refresh.
All right, I'll be right back.
I went to go get the link for sausage baby gravy biscuits and accidentally stepped on my own tab. You know, I went to the bookmarks and it opened it up on this fucking StreamYard tab. Mixed me out.
Excuse me for a second. I'm gonna have to go get one of my fucking halal or herbal or whatever they call them bloody cereals.
Now,
Emerald.
I'm already talking about restarting everything up.
Purple
Yeah.
diesel. Purple diesel, man.
Yeah, yeah. It was really heady stuff, man.
Yeah, it is. But it got me going. It got me going today.
Yeah.
What'd you do? Yeah. What'd you stick yourself with this time, Jack?
No, bloody little mouse.
What was he doing? Drinking out of your bong?
No. That'd be funny. No, he ran right because it's getting cold, the mice are moving out of the paddocks and that and moving into the house. The whole town's, if you read the Facebook for Timbula, out and about and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, everybody's complaining about mice and that, and I got hit with them the last couple of days too. So I caught 4 last night and another 2 this morning when it chilled down. And one's just come out of a hidey hole. So he's come under the front door, right along the back of the lounge here, and then thought, oh shit, there's someone here. And taken off and run right across the top of my foot when he's taken off.
Little bastard. I like that one that I made. I took a 5-gallon bucket and a little juice jar, a plastic one, and put holes in the ends and put a dowel through it and laid it across the bucket and put a little peanut butter on top. Fuckers roll off into the water. They swim around all night.
That's a good trap.
Yeah, except the squeaks when they're drowning. I actually tried that when you told me about it. I went out and made one, and I used it that night. I was up about 3 or 4 times that night, fucking picking them out of the bucket and whacking them. Grab them by the tail up against the wall to shut them up. Squeak, well, fucking
you just put the lid on the bucket. That's all you got to do.
The next one, you put the lid on it. No. And they can swim for 25 minutes, the bastards.
Right.
Sure. And then you think they're drowned, you go to step on them, make sure they're dead, and end up resuscitating the damn things.
Yeah.
CPR.
And 2 of them run away.
Yeah.
And the chooks don't worry about the running ones, and they got the dead ones.
Right. So I say,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, I already got mine. Fuck them one.
right. I never even thought about that they would be loud like that.
Yeah, peppermint, and I tried that here. I got mint all over the place, and that is definitely not regular mint. Bastards are eating it. I threw a sprig of mint in every drawer in the place, and that there's now stalk and that mouse poop around the stalk. There's no leaves on it. They like mint. I'll have to try peppermint. But regular mint, yeah, they like it. It's like an after-dinner snack for them. You got rid of mice there with peppermint. All right, I'll get peppermint oil and put that all around the place. There we go with that.
Give it a shot, or a
Yeah.
squirt, or a spray.
Yeah. Cotton wool balls is what I
Bless
think.
you.
Peppermint oil, cotton wool balls, and toss them all around the place. But I tried it with mint. All I do is feed them some more. Gave them a change in the bird seed.
Yeah. I was working with
because
it was cold
did you
outside.
know some kitty repel mice? Yeah, the kind with cats in them. You were working outside, Wiz? What'd you do out there?
Summon 10.
Well, I was working on this. Hold on a second.
Well, I was working on this here. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I was working on these light units.
Oh
They had a
yeah.
bunch of them that went bad, and I started taking them apart today. Got my dremel set in and everything, and the soldering station set up, and was working on these and trying to find the good circuitry. And I guess this one didn't work. I charged the battery up. It's on. Let's see what it does.
You ever heard of reviving batteries using an extreme shock like that from an arc welder or something? This one guy was hooking his welder up to his
That was on
his rechargeable batteries for his little drills and shit.
Well,
He was giving them about a second at 115 amps. I guess it freaking fluxes them back together or some shit.
well, I got these too today.
Oh yeah.
A whole box load of alligator clips on them.
Well,
Wire and stuff with them.
I got the connections, G.
Well,
I got the connections.
You gonna hook you up, Holmes?
Me gonna hook you up.
Yeah. The problem is I try to keep all the radioactive material away from the house. You know what I mean? That's what
Can't see how to open this shit up.
Well, I could go back to what I was used to doing when I was up north and that and get the air rifle out and just shoot all the little bastards, put a pile of food on a plate in the corner and let them get used to it a little bit and run backwards and forwards, scare them off. And then just sit real quiet because they now know where it is and they all come out. And just pop them with the 177 air rifle and that as they come out of the little hiding holes and they're prepping to make their little run to the plate.
No, this is what they are. They're the masked alligator clips, all different sizes. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll make a nice little addition to my electronics testing site. Like I said, I'm going to be creating these. The ones that don't work, I'm going to take apart. And I'm going to repurpose the panels and the lights. So,
Well, those sort of models work okay. I've got a couple of them here.
Yeah. Generally, they worked for about a year, and then they failed.
Yeah. Then get the ones that got the 18650. So I just swap them over, and then I get 2 years out of them because the ones that they supply are only the 1100 watt ones, and I get the 3000 watt, 3000
Henry.
milliwatt ones, and that's on R25s.
Well, these are 40.
Um,
These got the 48 cobs on them, and it's
Hi,
got
yeah,
it's got the 18650s in them.
the units themselves are fine, and it's just the cheap ass batteries they use.
Now the cells
Alright.
seem to be fine. The 18650 seem to be fine. It's the unit itself. These appeared, at least these ones here appear that the circuitry tits up. This one here works, but its sensor is dead. It doesn't recognize that movement's taking place.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The sensors are worse shit. I didn't get the sensor
Right.
lights on, and that they just they got a button on them. You touch them.
Well, these
So
are
I got them in the
motion
car.
activated. These are motion activated securities, and they're $5
Yeah,
a piece. And they lasted a year, so I'm
I've
not
got
really
all my motion censored PIR stuff, and that is hardwired.
right. Well, these are only like
That's-
$5 a piece, and
Yeah.
and I mean, at least I get all the 18650s that I pulled out of them so far seem to be good, and I know the cobs are good, the panels are good, but it's the circuitry in here that seems to be fucked up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start. I got to do some metering, and I'm going to tie several of these cobs together and make under cabinet lighting. If I can find one of these sensors that is good, I'll utilize its board. You know what I'm saying? To actually set off the lights when we get into the kitchen, and I'll double deep the 18650s so that they stay powered up for a lot longer than one by themselves. So,
Liz, have you ever pulled the light strips out of a LED TV and used those light bulbs?
Yeah, those things are neat.
yeah. In
I
fact,
wanted to
I've
make a
got
hatband.
some around here somewhere. I got a
I wanted to
bunch
make
of
a hatband, but I couldn't figure it out.
them. You got to remember 5 volt.
Right?
All you got to remember is 4.5 volt or 5 volt.
Yeah, I wanted to make hatbands, man. That'd be so cool.
Yeah. Well, you get 4 AAAs or double A's or 3 triple A's, double A's. 3 of them will make 4.5 volts,
Hmm.
and
Oh,
it'll work for a few hours. So you just put a switch on it.
that one guy took the plug from his the lighter in the car, the AC cigarette lighter plug that reduces to 5 volts, and put it on a 9-volt battery. It still puts out 5 volts. So he had one of those car adapters on a 9-volt battery and then power the light strip.
All right. Not being rude, just commenting on the chat there. I knew I read this the other night, just bringing up the article. Battery. That we've got gas shortages in Venezuela, even though their oil exports are up. Yeah, and they're blaming the virus. No, they're lining their own pockets, mate. All that money's, all that oil, they've actually increased it by 800,000 barrels, and that's been down the last couple of years, and that's thanks to Maduro. It's up in February, 800,000 barrels per month. So they're looking at about 1.1 million barrels exported, and that for 1.9 million total, and that was 1.1 before. So we're getting up to 2 million barrels a month, close enough to export, and you've got no fuel there. Sorry, that's just more socialist lies, man, and they're lining their own pockets.
Socialist law propaganda.
Well, look, they're telling the people they've got no oil going out, and I'm reading the contracts at the moment. If you go to Reuters.com, article US Venezuela oil exports. Article March 3rd, 2020. Venezuela's oil exports rose 9% ahead of wind down expiration date data. Venezuela's oil exports rose 9% in February from the previous month, as some buyers rushed to take cargoes ahead of the expiration of a wind-down period as part of the new US sanctions on PDVSA and its trade partners. Washington imposed tough sanctions in 2019, but they don't come into full effect and that until next month. And India was the largest direct destination for Venezuelan oil in February, with some 234,000 barrels shipped to refineries there, followed by Cuba and the UK and France.
Can you send that?
Yeah, I can. Reuters.com. Copy, StreamYard, post it into the page. There we go. Yeah, well, 79 cents a litre here. There's the link there. But yeah,
Florida, you got enough oil in your beard for everybody? Are you going to shave that thing off? He said he was going to shave his Al Qaeda beard off or whatever. What did he call it? Bin Laden beard? I can't remember.
who's shaving off their Bin Laden beard?
Florida.
Florida.
Yeah.
I haven't got a Bin Laden beard.
I know, right?
It's have it on my head and it'd be fucking you get a closer match.
Aaron, I'm dressed just like Aaron. Check it out. Aaron, are you watching?
Infidel.
Watch this shit. I got my fucked up boonie hat. I even got. Yeah. I got my wool Southwestern weave poncho. I got my old floppy summer hat.
Is that what they call them? A wool Southwestern weave poncho.
I don't know. You can call it that if you want. That's what I called it.
I got some coming back from Alco. And it was stopped off at this little roadside stop. Mama was making fresh stuff and all that sort of thing, and she had those, and that I bought a lot off her, and that, and 10 burgers and 2 dozen beers, and made a month, I think.
They're nice if you can get wool ones.
Yeah, I got them. Hang on, let me just throw this down my throat, and I'll be with you.
Oh, okay. Well, it was just funny. Aaron was out clearing out some stuff and setting up his tent. And I was like, holy shit. I looked just like Aaron's doppelganger or some shit. Had my Carhartt coat on just like that. I think you might have a green one though. I got a brown one or a black one, I guess too. But it was funny as fuck. Same pants, Carhartt pants and everything.
There's one that's 30 years old.
Oh yeah, that is nice. Well, that's real nice.
So 30-something years ago, I bought 10 of them, and I got 2 left. I'll give the rest away. Oh, one guy.
See, there's my $1 million idea of this. You got to make little social media.
I gotta hop off. I gotta reboot my computer. It's starting to do something strange here.
Well, hurry
All right.
back.
I'll be back.
May the reboot be with you.
Right. He had to restart his laptop.
ETFs. See, everybody uses all these acronyms and that, and I haven't got a clue what you're fucking talking about. ETFs like ERX.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh. Oh, yeah. Electronic funds? What? Who
Yeah,
was
good.
talking?
Sorry, and that Zoom just asked me the other day. Yeah, all good, mate. Got some firewood here today. Getting a bit overcast here, but all good. Finished for the day, pretty much.
2.5 tons of wood you got?
ARX is an equity you can invest in, obviously, but what's an ETF?
ATX, I don't know that one.
ERX.
Well, that's the
ETF
forward bill or
electronic.
whatever the investment is taking.
What the hell's a BRB?
Be right. That's a be right back. That I can tell you.
I know, right? How about this one? How about I'm gonna go smoke? How's that?
I'm gonna go smoke.
Oh, I do that just sitting here anyway. So like, but
You're stupid, Joe. Knock it off.
All right, man.
exchange traded fund. All right. So that clarifies that. That's another one of these diversified bills that have fucking made up wealth and that to play more of fucking fiat currency against fucking equities. Like CFDs. Crikey.
Wow. Oh, I ain't got nowhere. I ain't in the market
I play a
anymore.
little bit, but like some of these things and that. And the big thing is at the moment, derivatives. Fuck's sake, everybody's piling into these things and that. And it's just a fucking shell game. And that fucking on top of a pyramid scheme. And that, the guys up the top have already fucking bailed. They're just now waiting for the payouts when everybody collapses.
Personally, I'm just precious metals. This is the only thing.
Oh,
That
look,
land.
there's little opportunities like, there's stuff. There was a little solar electricity guy got started up out here and that, just a broker, just dealing with folks who've got solar electricity, looking after them well. Fine, they took off big time, DCPR. I got on into them with $100, two $50 acquisitions, back when they were like 50 cents a share. So 200 shares. Stuff like that. And you play for a short time when they launch it, all that sort of thing, see how it goes. But I don't play big. And I definitely don't play with anything that's not cash redeemable for X amount of time. It's like I'm just looking at what an exchange traded fund is here. They can put limits when you can do your transactions and all that sort of thing, but they don't have to honour
Yeah.
them.
Back
Fucking
in
what?
the 80s. Back
They
in the
don't have to
80s.
honour their trades. Yeah, you got to pay real money to buy these things.
Oh, back in the 80s, I had opportunity to buy Apple at 42 cents a share.
I know somebody who bought Microsoft at 90 cents a share. And then they had kids.
Yeah. Yeah. Instead, I bought the gold mining shares.
Actually, I was thinking about doing that, but I ended up going out and spending $1,600 and doing a metal detector, going to Western Australia with a bunch of other blokes and that. We come home with, I got my money back for the whole trip, the metal detector, everything I spent over there, and about $2,200 on top. So it was going to be a big trip. I spent about $6,000 on the trip. So all up, pull back my share was probably about $8,800. Oh, it's loaded.
You guys,
Yeah.
if you're gonna go get your boots on and put the collars on the dogs and go outside, you're gonna have to want to bring this along with you so that you don't have to come back. Yeah, don't forget.
All right. That's all right. We'll do something. I'm actually looking for my lighter at the moment. I don't know where I put it. I put it down to. Oh, there it is. Yeah. In Mexico, yeah, she's been cruising on the beach. Well, that's what she's been saying. Ah, dear. Hey, that idiot Rhiannon, and that she's been tweeting out, and that she's been out there trying to save the planet, unlike the old Trumpers and all that sort of thing. So somebody asked her, "Yeah, what have you been doing?" I've been doing this, I've been doing that. She said, well, yeah, but your timeline on your thing saying you've been here doing this and that and hanging out in hotels and all this sort of stuff instead of being at home like you've been told, and that you've been out partying every fucking night. She calls it raising awareness and all that sort of thing and fighting the virus. So that's cool. So she ended up turning around and calling some idiot, some racist cracking hoe who doesn't know shit, and it turns out the lady's blacker than what she is. So 45 Bitcoin, man. I have a hard drive here. If I recover it, there's 66 Bitcoin on it. Fucking lightning strike. Fried everything in the place, including me. Yeah, that was fun. Needed a hair. I had my hair long like I got it now. I need a haircut and that, and everything was just, you know, that bloke out of Weird Science. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Sorry. Zoning out a little bit.
I know, right? But why not? Why not?
Right. Right.
So, Jack, I
I
found
thought
this
AMC
great.
loved burning. Yeah, you found this what?
Oh, this big old leaf spring from a semi. And I want to make some axe heads. How do I put a handle on those fucking things? I can't split them. Can I drift them
All right,
apart?
you make yourself. No, fold them. Fold them around. Make a mandrel. Yeah, make a mandrel. I'll be demonstrating this in a week, in a week or two. Live
Oh,
stream.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
gearing up to get everything wired up for down the back down there. And I'll be making axes. I'm going to be making a couple of kitchen axes and a couple of kitchen axes just for like kindling and all that sort of stuff, like a lady would use for a wood stove, Viking
Yeah.
style.
Yeah.
And so that's just folded steel, and that with a nice insert inside of it, and we'll do the axes the same way. So if you get your railway dog plates and just wrap them around and put a piece of file in the center, and then work all that down, you'll have a nice axe head, and you can wrap it. Now, the issue comes is, do you need a platen on the back of the axe like a hammerhead?
I would like that better. Yeah.
Okay, so what you do is you pinch. You do a pinch fold first, so you get your thing, you fold it over in a pinch, and then open it back out, and so you pinch. Once you've got that laid back out again, you set it down so it's raised up there, and then you work that back down to the thickness that you want it, and that becomes hammerhead on your back.
Nice.
And then once you've got that form, Then you get it hot, and then you pinch it around the rest of your mandrel, and you form your blades. Your eye is then forming, and then Fireforge it, the two pass together. You can cheat and weld.
I need to learn how to make an axe head drift so I can drift my rail spikes into fucking little, what do you call those things? Prichettes? Those little, it's kind of a bearded axe with a point on the one end.
Yeah. And you generally got the head of
Pickering.
the rail spike sitting at the back like a hammer, and then the rest
Like
of
a
it
hammer,
is,
yeah.
that's easy enough to do.
So how do you form a drift for something like that?
You need a fairly hard steel. You can use mild steel and case hardener. One of the things when you're using those such things is dip them in the cold water, and that because once they get hot, they get soft like the steel you're working. So that's always got to stay harder. So you got to repeatedly dip your work tool.
Always got to
So
stay
if you
hard.
got a good chunk of rail line and all that sort of thing, and then case harden it. I'm making up some now for arrowheads, so I'm making up a little anvil bit for arrowheads because I just broke mine this morning. So I'll be making up how to make drifts and tools and all that sort of thing, and case harden them. We'll do that.
If you remember my chunk of press brake blade or whatever I had there, do you think I could put a permanent that the cone of the anvil would be a drift for axe heads exclusively, or would that be a lot of waste? A drift doesn't really need to be that large, huh?
No. Basically, you want to start off with about 3 or 4 of them and build them up, and that by welding hard steels that you can get in that size that'll make that angularized axe head shape in it. So you start off with one here, slightly smaller one there, slightly smaller one there, and then fill up all them with full of weld. That's what mine is. And then just file smooth, and then case hardened. Polished and that, and so then that's the final one. And I've got smaller ones than that. And the first one is actually just a punch that goes through, just to separate, just a very small one. Doesn't just to get the hole through.
So welding a tapered drift would be better than to try to hammer one out of a spike, huh?
Have a look how folks do it online. There's a shitload of videos out there. Folks have already got them. Most of them are set up for using with power hammers and all that sort of thing. So just like the variance between the folks using power hammers and the folks doing it by hand. There's a gent out there. Let me just bring up his channel. It's Anstrom.
Everybody likes to have fun. What else was I getting into? I don't know.
Did you hear about that Covington kid that did an interview? He says he's still getting threats and stuff like that. He's still being stalked and that shit.
They have 3 or 4 cars a day driving by screaming threats out at the home.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I was talking about a little bit. I was talking about that today, about these community platforms, that these virtual platforms where, like if somebody were to come by and were throwing eggs at your house, that your people on the platform would know, and they could come over there and put up the egg catching nets or something. I don't know. But I mean, just to stay in communication with people and real live events. Man, because I'm all newsed out. I've heard all the fucking news. I know the game already. I want to know what to do about it. Where to go. What to do. You know?
Here we go.
What?
You ready to come up there? Go. Canoes.
Copy.
Nah.
Go into chat. Have a look at this one here. Paste. There we go.
Well,
Rebooted Yo.
what are you going to do, Florida? Throw your laptop at him?
Alright, we got that. Suppose I better water it down.
What's
Otherwise,
this?
it's going to be an interesting day. Oh, I'm just pouring myself a drink.
Oh, wait. Where's my cup?
Oh, shit.
Now we're gonna have him wet his keyboard again. Damn it!
Bottle's
Where's
getting
Mario?
down low. There we go.
Cheers, mate.
Australia.
Where's Mario?
So,
If you have a look at that one, that's why I go by the name of Bertram.
Dream well, Patriot.
Now, he makes rules and all that sort of thing by hand. He does have there's another bloke here I'm looking for too. Everything in his workshop is hand powered, including his big grinding wheel and all that sort of stuff. He's just set up a bike stuff,
yeah.
push bike, and that made a grinding wheel out of an old millstone and that mount and brace.
Oh, he's making an axe right there. Oh,
Very cool guy. And the quality of his work and what he's got is brilliant.
I don't know. What do you think? Is it very difficult to hammer one out, or should I just start pouring the damn things?
No, cast is never the way to go.
Never, huh? Okay.
Cast, you got to heat it all the way up and then recombine it anyway. So you got a shitload of hammering to do before your cast becomes proper. Yeah, otherwise you're just becoming like the Chinese bullshit makers.
Right. I get it. Now, but if I'm going to be folding, then I would want a cleaner forge fire.
No, you don't need to fold with an axe, rightio. You just got to thicken up your metal. Sometimes your metal's not thick enough, so you can fold it over. A single fold like that, if you've got nickel powder, that'll weld. So you get nickel metal ground to 400 grit. Get a bag of that. Should cost you about 15 bucks plus delivery for 5-pound bag.
Uh-huh.
And use that as your flux and weld. Put a little bit of boracic acid in with it, just a little bit, and keep your borax separate as a straight flux. It'll weld, and then if you're using charcoal, or heat beads or stuff like that. If you're using coal, if it's a real oily coal, then you might have a problem. But you can do this with gas, map gas, all that sort of stuff. Charcoal, fucking stuff you get from Home Depot, it's fine.
Coke would be cleaner than coal, right?
Coke can be a little bit oily too, but it's generally got most of the oil cooked out of it. Coke is better, yes.
Could I get a clean enough burn from a waste oil burner? You think I could use waste motor oil and get anything done with it?
No, not joining anyway. Flat work and steel and all that sort of thing, I've seen it done. People generally have a pressurized air blower out behind them, so it's like those old kerosene and the old pressure lamps and the recyclable. You pressurize them,
sure.
and they blow, and they burn quite intense hot flame and all that sort of thing. If you had volcanic rock under that and all that sort of thing, scoria rock and all that sort of thing, yeah, it'd probably work quite well. I've seen similar, but that's just black iron, just straight working, making bullet arrowheads, all that sort of thing, horseshoes.
No folding or
You would laminate it.
joining.
No, it's too much effort cleaning it out in between each touch.
Oh yeah.
You got to get it red hot. You got to get have it apart. You got to have it then scrub it out. Then you got to flux it. Then you got to close it. Then you got to fire weld it all in the one motion before you need to reheat it.
Yikes.
Back to the fumes that are coming out. It's doable, but it's you're just making life harder for yourself. Charcoal.
That's me. That's my job.
Yeah. But charcoal just has none of those problems with it. You don't get as high a temperature with charcoal as you do with coke. But if you've got a decent blower system on it, and I'm just talking about a hair blower connected up with cardboard and vacuum cleaner tube and that going up, and a bit of old water pipe and that, so it doesn't melt. Water pipe was pretty good strength with heat.
Sure.
It's amazing what you can get away with.
Oh, I still want to get that snail blower out of that Oldsmobile. Hook it up to my bicycle. I'm just gonna ride it on the tire. Yeah.
I saw an air blower off it was electric, and that was a air blower, and that it was on a BMW motorcycle. I think it was meant to go on a light truck. But yeah, the guy wanted a motorcycle horn that people would actually hear. And, now that air blower itself would blow enough for a small charcoal or coke forge, and you can run it off a 12-volt battery.
Yeah, I like it. 12-volt battery.
Now keep on going down.
I don't know. So then what? You left my lighter outside? I gotta go get my lighter now? What? How the hell are you gonna leave it outside? There's no reason to leave it out there. Yeah, in the pocket. That's where she belongs.
Oh, wow.
But no, I guess I thought the first thing that I'd attempt is to try to make an axe head drift. And the punch.
Not a bad thing, but you make progressive, and that way you can use them for other things, and that not just axe heads, pipe heads, hammer heads, whatever. But start small and expand out, and then get your final drifts. If you try to take the original form through both sides, and that you're really working yourself harder. You can expand quite easy. Get the initial drive through. Mine's just a very small old chisel. It's slightly rounded either side, so the point's still down there, but it's rounded, so it pushes out either side. I get that one through top, about a little bit over halfway, turn it over, drive it through the next way. It opens it up, goes through. Then you take it all the way through, so you can pass it all the way through and hit it all the way through, because that's the nature of it. Then I put the next size one up, and then I get my final form shape one up that gives you the teardrop, stretched teardrop shape for hatchet handles.
Yeah. I got a lot of brush I got to cut down out here, man. I need a fucking machete or some kind of whooping axe, a sickle or scythe or some shit. I don't know.
You've seen the pranes I knocked up? Big Malaccan pirate style machetes.
No, I didn't see them.
Hang on, they're at the back.
Hang on, mate. See, I want to make a drone to follow him. Then, so if you pick up the controller for the drone, then the drone will follow you out to your workshop. And if you laser point something, it'll go and show it on the screen. Wouldn't that be cool? And then it could have a dock station, so it could sit for times like this. It could just sit on a little post right there until I say, "Follow me." Yeah, I want to make one. I want to make one of them. All I got is bed frame. I got bed frame material.
This is a little bit harder than bed frame. But yeah. The movie Apocalypse Now, where they butchers the buffalo, cut its head off. That's what these are.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, so
I only
they're
want.
meant for.
I only wanted to pick some fucking mangoes, man.
Reciprocating saw.
Yeah.
Gracious.
Right.
Over there. So yeah, I make them for the Kieran people, and that they're similar to Hmong. They're hill tribes, Vietnam. They were our allies during the war, and the Vietnamese give them a hard time after the war, and that. So a lot of them got out. There's a big community of them outside of Nil. They've got farms and all that sort of stuff. So one day a fortnight, I go up there for a few hours early in the morning. And I'm teaching a few of their folks blacksmithing and all that sort of thing. But until they're up to speed, I'm making what they need.
Oh, nice. They can figure it out later. That's cool.
Well, they're actually
Is that
for a
the kind of knife they use
farmer who lives up that way, because he's seen how they clean up their brush, and he says, well, those things go through everything, cleaning up brushes and all that sort of stuff, and that, which are notorious for not cutting through. You want a bit of weight. And most machetes are coming out of China nowadays just too light.
Yeah.
So those things, they're 3.5 pound each. So.
Oh yeah. Is that like something a person might use to cut in a sugarcane field or something like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Not much different from the cane knives that I make for the folks in Fiji. But the ones I make up, they've got a big flat blade, comes down, angular, so it's round, not round at the top, but it comes back down at the same angle, and they've got a hook on them at the end and a hole, so they can hang them up on a nail on the wall, but also they can gang them.
Also, they can what?
You can gang them.
Hang them on a wire.
No. Get two knives and hook them to hook. Go through and file through.
Wow, that's fucked up.
People have been doing it for years. Hand cut.
Wow. Go right on through. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, well, if you check out Parang, and that's been around for like the Dutch East Indies Company wrote about Parangs when they were getting attacked by pirates. The Parang thing, and then they've got the proper sword, which is called a kris, and then they have a supper kris, which is wobbles backwards and forwards either side and then comes up. They're all Islamic inspired knives and that of the pirates and the folks over there.
Is serpentine like that?
Actually, I don't have a cutlass anymore. I sold it. I do have a gladius, and that's what's my go-to. Yeah, bastards.
You just made Bill's night.
Yeah. Hey, I'm having a sausage gravy biscuit moment. Hold on a second.
Yeah, let's do that.
Kick that goat.
Sausage Gravy Biscuits Farms.
.com.
Right on.
Whoa. Well, here comes me postman. Excuse me for a second. I'm hoping to get a puzzle.
So Toots, that weed that you were saying you got that purple diesel.
Yeah. This
Okay. The original strain where that came from, that sour diesel, I'm sure you've heard of it, in New York diesel. Do you know the legend behind it?
No, what it is?
whoever the grower was that devised that strain, he grew it down in the sewers in New York.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Because I had told somebody that it reminded me of some stuff when I was a kid. You either got, you either got homegrown or Colombian is what we called it, wherever it came from, Mexico
That's how.
or Florida.
Hey,
But
someone
people
want to
would,
explain the soggy biscuit story to Tanya so she can make a meme out of it?
Soggy biscuit.
sausage gravy biscuit time.
No,
I
soggy
don't
biscuit.
know. Yeah.
Soggy biscuits, you know. Great, it was your troops that taught me that one. I thought, fucking, what a weird ass bunch you are.
I know about the soggy
Talking to
bottom
biscuit
boys.
names, I thought that one was real common because the Marines all told me that. Shit, you guys are
No,
weird.
they were weapons, dude. We didn't get soggy biscuits. We got biscuits that were overcooked on. Couldn't. Yeah, they were like crackers. They're just an inch thick.
Marine officer training, and that if you the top guys of the class, there's my post. Yeah,
Colonel
mate, sit around and that and do terrible things to a biscuit and then pass it on to the next bloke.
The biscuits in the army, they say they're mighty fine, but one rolled off the table and killed a friend of mine. Oh,
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
I was in the army, but like, I love my missus, but like, she was not a good cook. So, yeah, and yours truly doing the cooking, so that was all good. Either that or we ate out a lot.
right.
Hey, that's a good thing about paying mess fees, though. You can rock down there with your missus and the kids, and just pay the extra meal, coverage, and that's bugger all.
Yeah.
Well, so Tanya, no, that's not a meme. That is a site for your seed need, and it's just a link to that site. But yeah,
Heavenly
like I
little
said, so that purple
bees.
diesel, people tried to mold the weed. You know what I mean? They tried to make it fungal and tried to, get it like hallucinogenic or something. Now they just grow the mold right on the weeds with the fuzzies and everything. But that's what that purple diesel reminded me of, that taste of that weed that we sometimes call it drive shaft weed. We packed it in a drive shaft and it molded.
Actually,
There you go. There's sausage gravy.
that link that I gave you before, tow truck, is actually the right one I'm looking for. So he makes the whole axe by hand, no machine tools,
Yeah.
all that sort of thing. Got his own, and that copy his drifts, and he's also got a video on how he makes his drifts and his workshop and how he makes everything, like his foot powered grinder, everything. The guy's brilliant that way.
Yeah, I watched a minute or so of that. He was getting right up to the part about. I don't. So when you compress the one side of the through hole, it cools it, right, and makes it a hard spot, so that when you pop it from the other side, it just blows out like a herniation or something.
It releases. Well, what you're doing, you forced it down, so it's now a tight fit. So what you've done is whack that thing, compressed it, and spread the metal out. So it's now got to pop out. Now, when you also compress it, and that you're cooling, you bring a cooler thing into it. So you're squeezing it now in between two cooler surfaces. They draw the heat out. And that's then you turn it over, whack it on the other side, and your drift should come out.
That's pretty
If not,
cool.
hand up vertically and that, and just tap it, and inertia will get it off because it's that loose now. Then you take your drift out, quench it again, put it back in again after heating it back up, and then take it up to your final size. You generally mark up on your drift how far up you've got to go to get it to a standard axe head size. So that's another little tip. When you make it up, and then have it from there as your top for your axe head, and then down there as your minimum for your axe expansion. And you always think, oh, hang five, I'll go in from the other side now. When you do your final form fit, no, don't, because that equals it up. And so you got the two going in. What you want is one slightly smaller. So when you put your shaft in up into the axe head and put your wedge in, it's got something to expand that timber out into.
So it's more of an hourglass design. An hourglass
Well,
in the interior.
more of a wedge, a fine wedge. So slightly increasing in size, going up towards the top. So your mandrel's got an angle on it, right? Yeah? Use that angle to force your axe head out into it to give you a lot better grip on the axe head for your wood.
Nice.
When you make your drifts, you don't make them parallel. Right? Yeah? They're always on a side angle. So they go in and expand, force out and out and out and out. Every time you hit an end, it's forcing it out a little bit more.
Just on one side. Just well, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You work up to the both sides to get them equal, and that expand it out on an equal plane up until just before your final size. So your final fit, you're hanging it down, bang, bang, bang. You're tapping it down, gets up to your mark. You know from prior experience that's where you want it.
Yeah.
From measurement, that's where you want it. So you take it up to that point. At that point, get it off there. Then you quench it, hold your mandrel, keep on working on your blade, all that sort of thing, because your eye is done. Your axe is now up the thing. Then when it's ready for the handle, you might clean it out a little bit with a Dremel and all that sort of thing, make it cleaner and it goes in. But yeah, you want that expansion, that slight bit. You know, we're talking in the height of an eye of an axe. So 2 to 3 inches. We're talking about 2 to 3 millimeters, or an eighth of an inch difference from the top to the bottom in size. So it'll slide back out the way it came.
Right.
And so it's not a huge amount, but you've got a smaller area down the bottom. So if you expand the head of the axe handle or the tomahawk handle inside the head out bigger, so it can't come out through that same way that it's gone in, you've got a tight grip and fit.
Right.
Now, the other thing is, if you get a chisel, you get your little lead, tin, and antimony combination axe wedges, right? Yeah. Get a chisel, put that axe wedge upside down, and put a little counter thing either side. That'll splay that axe wedge out a little bit. So when you drive it underneath, those wings that stick out there, when you force them in, they come up like that. So it goes down below the head of the axe, and now they're driving back in and trying to force their way back into the wood. So they become like an arrowhead that goes in there and doesn't want to come back out. And that's how you make a self-locking axe head.
That's nice.
Right out. And each time you drive it down in, it'll try to come back up, but those wings will allow it to come down, but they'll catch it. So it's like when you get hit with an arrow, like a broadhead, you've got to push it all the way through. That's the easiest way of getting it out. Otherwise, you've got to cut it all the way out. Pain in the ass.
What is it particularly about antimony that it is the least likely to change its shape?
It adds a level of hardness, same as tin does. Antimony makes it hard wearing, and they mix it with the lead printing plates. So tin's purely to harden it up, but antimony also got pores and doesn't get bubbles into it, and it's got a lot of advantages for throwing into that for fine casting and all that sort of stuff.
It's funny that's always what swedges are made out of for such things. I used to guess knew what all the properties of that was. It's kind of funny.
Well,
can't just use
lead type, and that for printing presses was always lead, tin, and antimony for like 250 years. Even
Right.
when they went up to rotary letterpress and that high speed stuff, and that all they did was up a little bit more tin and that, and a little bit more antimony and that, and it all worked.
Like a Pelosi pinata.
What was Buffalo Bill saying that Obama had been found out to have funded this stuff?
Oh yeah, yeah, and
Race. And threw his support behind Biden.
Where was that link though? What was I supposed to look for? Daily Mail? Daily Mail? About what though? What is the title that I was supposed to find? I forgot. He didn't say anything. Go to Daily Mail, see for yourself. I printed out before it got removed. Oh, it got removed. So I don't.
I'm looking back. It says China admits COVID-19 is man-made, funded by the Obama administration. That sounds like the title of the article.
all right, who got fella going?
I'm trying to
didn't.
find.
Not this time.
That mockingbird still hanging around outside?
I don't know.
Oh, you guys are already on that. But I wanted to find that link from the Daily Mail.
Is that the UK Daily Mail?
Oh, that's possible. I suppose that's Colonel Shaw. Yeah. Well, dailymail.com, right? Or UK.
.co.uk.
Could be .au too, because there's the Australian Daily Mail.
Saw that on there.
I tell you what, though, man. Used to watch them sit as they sit up and they expose themselves, man.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But what do we do?
So every time they pull some shit, like big shit, they're exposing themselves. They can't hide the facts any longer. All the darkness will be shown, will come into the light.
So Bill Gates was Jeffrey Epstein's buddy too.
Yeah.
But
They're all, dude, they're all globalists. They're all in that cabal. They're all in that club.
damn, man, don't you think that like just being that part of a freak show would be like a full-time occupation? They wouldn't have time to do anything else. Just run around poopy dick all the time and be busy. I mean, how do they find time to rule the world? I don't get it.
I know they've got basically bureaucrats are running it all for them. They don't know anything. They just fund it all and that and enjoy the riches. And that they've got trained specialists all over the place. Private chat.
Do something about it. Get it done now.
I'm trying to build a Discord server where we can keep together and figure out what our next move is. Like when we have to be outside the meeting halls when the courts.
Well, we already have the Rally Point Discord server.
Yeah.
And then there's Emerald's Discord server that does the restream. We can always chat there.
Right. No, what I'm talking about is like the side channels and stuff that would teach us, I don't know, what our rules are about gun carrying and, for instance, and where to apply for
doesn't Clan Mama's Discord have all of that stuff state by state broken down?
Yeah, Clan Mama has already got that.
She does?
Yeah, all done. And that, and I'm slowly uploading survival plans and tools and stuff you can make yourself. Everything from lathes and that through to RPGs.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that stuff. Yeah, I remember that stuff. What about the Fire Fauci petition? Where do we find it? Where do we write petitions? I don't know. I've always been thinking about this stuff
Isn't it on
because
whitehouse.gov petition?
yeah, I know, right? Well, why don't we get that? Why don't I? I can't figure out how to do it. I was talking with some people today. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll get better. I like my drone idea though. I want a video chat drone that'll follow people or track you. Like
You
when
can
Jack
buy
goes
'em-
up to get his
you can
serangs.
buy 'em already. And that
Yeah.
let me bring up the link. They're $219 out here in Australia. Out by JDI or JPI. I get the ads all the time, so I'll go to a website where I know the first pop-up ad will be this little fucking follow me drone.
Right. I was wondering if Don Trump was still here too, because I wanted to see if he could help me figure out about using that Zoom and making like these social media devices that would have a good camera and some decent speakers and a little drone like that. Could be the camera, and it could follow you around. You could bring it to your project, and you could show off your project, or you could have a face to face, or you know,
They already got
could
that.
like why don't I have one?
Reasonably costing too.
Oh, they're just gone up $290 now Australian, but I'm told you can buy these things for $90 in the US. Let me just post a link in the chat.
I'm thinking I
This
should
one's
put
the TomTom version, but they just buy the.
I'm thinking
Yeah,
I
you
should
can
put a
take
package
it.
together with a drone and some speakers, a microphone, some Bluetooth headphones, and a speaker, and then everybody gets one, right? And then we'd all have, because then you wouldn't have to encumber your laptop or your PC or whatever.
No
You
Big
could
Brother
just,
for me, thank you.
yeah. Well,
You've
like an
still got
Alexa.
to. You plug in either a tablet or a phone to the control module to get the visuals that you're seeing there. So you're still going to need that. But the gadget will then restream that automatically. You don't have to watch it. It'll focus on your face and listen to you through a directional microphone, but you always get that buzzing in the background.
Oh, I suppose you would always have a buzz.
So come night
Yeah,
and all that
at least
sort of
half the day I got a
stuff, so-
buzz.
Yeah, I like my buzz. I don't like that buzz.
No, I'm not saying to develop a new drone.
I get up around 4 in the morning
saying-
and work on my buzz from there. Keep it going most of the day.
I'm not saying to create a drone, Don. I'm saying to create a package that makes interaction on social media
Well,
like
this one
easier.
exactly. You can stream this live stream to Facebook and that and all the rest of it, restream, all that sort of thing. All you've got to do is set it up like you normally do, bang, and then the thing focuses on you. You can be walking down the park. There's some Sheila over here and that great set of tits on the girl who goes jogging, so her tits bounce and all that sort of thing. She's got 1.1 million viewers around the world. She's got one of these things and it stays 4 or 5 meters in front of her, paces with her all the time. And when she stops, it stops, and that keeps that thing because she's the target. And it keeps on going, and you can hear everything that she's saying, and hi, and that she's wandering by, and that, and someone going by with a dog in the opposite direction. So she's jogging on the spot. Actually, another one is Anna Cyborg, the big Hong Kong girl with the fake boobies. She was married to a rich guy, and that had the thing, and then divorced his ass, and ended up with the apartment and there and a shitload of cash. So she's supporting that by getting on the thing and making her boobs bounce and that. And she's got a technical education, so she previews high tech gear, 3D printers, all the rest of it, and what she's talking about. But she's got this 40-inch bust and that to go along with
I
it.
know, right? I mean, I've seen that chick. Yeah. Oh my god. I
Well,
did it right
she
across the-
married
looking at
some
3D
rich
printers.
60-year-old bloke, and that who just basically used her for a couple of years, put in the fake boobs and all the rest of it, and then divorced her ass, and she got like this $10 million settlement and that cash and property,
And the
and that
boobs.
she's got to support herself though, and that because,
And she wears this scanty little thing with these big old booties, right?
you got it. But I tell you what, it's
The
the
3D
best.
printer.
It's the best tech review. That 3D laser thing. I was going to buy one of these things, and that
She
but the
did a really good job too.
saved me $5 fucking grand.
Yeah, I mean, she did a real good job explaining everything and going through it and setting it up. And
She's a technology teacher. This is
Right.
it. This guy snatched her out of class.
It's hard to listen to her. It's hard to listen to her and look at the boobs.
Oh, that's easy.
Your eyes get so full that, well, I'm
Well,
just
see,
saying.
I was blessed. Sonia, the girl I married when I was young, now passed, and that she had the best set of boobs in the business. Absolutely. So you ain't going to get better. I got spoiled.
Sorry, girls. I didn't mean to. I'm just a guy.
But then again, see,
I'm a
later on
running
she
the
lost
door.
both of them, and that moves you still McGurley. So boobs come, boobs go.
She got some big old yammers on there. Yeah.
You about $8,000 US worth, so she was saying one show.
All right.
$8,000 worth of titty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
US.
U.S.
How many carats is that?
What's up?
So, but she's that well known nowadays. You've got Fluke and all these other great high tech companies, and it's sending their latest stuff out there for her to review. And she's getting private stuff and that doing ads now for tech companies and that are coming out of the trade shows and watch ads on their websites and all that sort of stuff. Because she's precise, she's exact, and all that sort of thing. And the big bouncing bits and that are all over the place.
Damn straight, Don. Those were investments. She got the half and the boobies.
Well, the guy, 18-year-old girl marrying a 60-year-old bloke. Of course, she got something out of it. More than a set of boobs too. And that apartment in Hong Kong, because she's trapped in there. You actually see, instead of her doing her little office and all that sort of thing, and she actually has an office. Her doing it. So that's how big she is. She's got 2 or 3 staff. They're reviewing the stuff. They set up the tech. They set up safety. They set all the OH&S and all this sort of stuff. They go all the way through it. It's a professional outfit.
Yeah, it was actually professional done.
On a divorce set of boobs.
If you didn't see if the boobies weren't involved, you would think she was a geek. Serious geek. Yeah, like geek kind of thing.
Well, there's another lady, she's there, but you never rarely see her facial form or anything like that. She is an electronics expert, and she restores old radios, valve stuff, all that sort of thing. But she also does reviews of the new stuff, all the rest of it, has a look at stuff. If you wrote into her and say, hey, look, I got 20 of these and they're all got the bloody the sensors working, here's one of them. She'll tear it apart on the screen, make a show out of it, and then show you how to fix all the rest of it and send it back to you.
Nice.
And so you can do it yourself. This is what she's all about. So there's a couple of very, very good tech shows run by girlies out there. And if anybody thinks it's all about boobs, well, the second one, which is actually my first one, and that because me in electronic, I'm good with code. I'm good with fucking setting up hardware, all that sort of stuff. And that, but microcircuitry, nah. Anything electricity with it, I treat it like black magic. But I'm learning because I got it. So, and these are the folks that are teaching me. And just because one's got a big set of bouncy floppers and what that made by Dow Corning.
Dow Corning.
Well, it's selling implants, isn't it?
Gee,
Sorry, Mary.
the good ones anyway. I know Barada Farm in bloody India, and that knocks them up too. But they look what happened to them. They started splitting and leaking into people's body. They're pulling out these big long strings of silicon from out of women's legs.
It's his fault.
Oh,
He
wow.
brought up the boobies.
All melted up pop bottles and stuff.
What do they
Nice.
do now?
No,
I'm talking about artificial, these piss poor artificial things that will poison women left, right, and centre.
that's a yeah. I was
Well,
just saying.
she's at the top of the range. Had it done in America. Sugar Daddy paid for the lot, and the same as the apartment and all the rest of it. She's got a Porsche down in the driveway too.
Oh man.
Well,
I tell you,
he paid for what he got, and she makes no bones about it. She's just got to make a living for herself nowadays, and she's set up to do it.
oh yeah, a couple mil make that quite easy.
And the funny thing about it is, because she looks the way she looks, she can't get a job as a teacher. They won't take her. Can't have a teacher looking like that.
Hey, with tech sponsors like what she's getting now, there's no competition.
Well, she's got to be making $50,000 a month.
Easy.
She's in the $500,000 bloody ad club for YouTube. That's they're pulling in $500,000 of advertising on her channel a year.
Wow. Yeah.
Zoom, are you still here? Zoom? Where's Zoom?
Yeah,
Making
there he
money
There he
on
is.
internet and that YouTube and that Wolfgang Puck. Some of his stuff and they've got 50 million views.
Right.
There's that
the pressure stove,
Morales.
like the steam cooker.
He talks about the weather.
What
Yeah.
is it, Jack? But
Sorry, who you
Well, I
saying?
was just mentioning Zoom. There's a dang it link for you to Mike Morales under above ground weather, and he shows cool stuff. Last night he was tracking all those tornadoes that were down by you and stuff. He'll be doing that right now. He just started,
Hey, Zoombase.
but I thought maybe Zoom would like that stuff.
I'm going to send you a link, and that it's on Live Leak, and that it's not on YouTube. And that Live Leak's like an alternative thing for YouTube, without the restrictions. There's a guy up there in Canada. I know him pretty well. He does a weather report up there every day. Oh, no, I'll put the link in there. He does it for all around the world,
Yeah.
the storm and all that sort of thing. So I'll put a link in there for you. Let me just bring him up. And pretty cool dude.
That guy likes.
And that
He
get on his
likes to
channel
track
and
the.
have a chat with him.
Sorry.
That's all right. I'm just trying to line up Zooms with some friends. I just thought you just reminded me there, tow truck.
I don't know. We're talking over each other.
Yeah, I might be lagging.
I'm just saying, Mike Morales does the spray chem contrails and bunker fuels stuff, and he goes and Brown points out all that and the CERNs and the fucking next rads and all that stuff, and shows how the weather goes like that with that stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So where's this Canadian guy? I don't see him yet.
No, I'm still looking. It's slow. I'm waiting for Live Leak to load.
Yeah, that guy's cool. And he's predicting a lot more rain for you people, man. Down south? Huh, I'm glad to be up here. I'll stay cold. The cold is what's pushing all the moisture down on y'all. Can have it.
well, it's only temporary, bro.
Right, until it pops into 100. I don't want that either.
Flank 99.
No, I did my time in Arizona, man. That's miserable shit. Heat. I don't know, man.
Looks like we're going to get a couple good weeks of 60s, 70s. So
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I'm even.
I'm waiting for snow. Yeah,
There you go.
you guys are gonna get snow
Liveleak.com,
too.
channel flank 99.
Go. Yeah.
I think Ryan's now calling out. Yeah, everybody's calling out. Ryan, we're getting there.
Flank 99. Okay.
Yep.
Live leak. What was the first one? Is that's just same person at the Facebook locality?
I don't know about Facebook. I don't do Facebook.
Oh, Zoom did that. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Canoes.
Has thousands of memories. Oh, cool canoes. You know who I'm talking about? Mike Morales?
I've heard the name.
Yeah. I like it.
Hey, you know what? I got one of those personal air controllers, air conditioners that goes around your neck. You remember those?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I still got one. I'm gonna use the shit out of that this year.
What? This is what a string and that with a fan.
No, it's kind of like it's a collar kind of thing, a reverse collar, and it's got a fan in it, and it actually cools the blood in your neck. You can walk around in 110 degree weather and feel just fine.
Years ago, my dad found these things, and we used to use them when we were out, like on the beach or camping or at amusement parks in the summer. They were like little bandanas that you wore around your neck, but not like square shaped. They were all pre-rolled up, and in the center of them, they had a chamber with liquid gel in it, and you just throw it in your freezer, get it cold, and wear it around your neck all day long. It was great. Same concept.
Yeah. This thing takes a AA battery, and it's got a little fan in it, man. It'll last you all day long. We'd walk around Six Flags with them all the time. Dude, it was the shit. The place that sold them was that tech place. It was a tech magazine kind of thing.
The Sharper Edge?
To what?
Sharper Image.
Sharper Image. Yes.
Yeah. Great catalog.
They sold these things, and we bought like 4 of them, man, so we could go to Six Flags without as a family, with my kids and stuff, and we could go out there and have a good time. Wouldn't be wasted sweating our asses off, and it worked great. You just gotta get to a water fountain, and when they get hot, you just get to a water fountain.
I think I know who you're talking
Put
about.
them back on.
Over here, it's called Planetarium. You get like a catalogue in the mail and all that sort of thing, and they've got all the gadgets in there. And that I remember someone from the US called Sharp was trying to come over here and use the name. There's a camera store been out here in Australia since the 40s or the 50s called Sharper Image, and and so over here it's called the Imaginarium, and
But these things were badass, and they worked really well. I found one. I was like, yes. It showed up in a box that I packed up 2 houses ago. I thought they were gone forever. I was like, oh, shit, that sucks.
Florida's asking Canoes if he remembers Johnson Smith Company.
No, I'm not familiar with that one. Zoom's asking me. I think he wants to know.
McDonald's guy's name is.
Do I know a way to listen to the train radio? Yeah. I know you like listening to train stuff. Go to broadcastify.com. I'll put it in the chat. And you can listen to police scanners, air traffic control, and trains all over the world.
Just not New South Wales police or Victoria police.
Yeah.
encrypted shit now, and they're all got a SIM card on them. So when the power goes out, police radios don't work. Isn't that going to be great?
And does Zoom have an Apple or an Android phone?
I'm not sure.
Because I have an app on my Android. It's got a real simple name. It's called Radio Scanner, and you can pick up. It's basically the phone version of that Broadcastify. Thousands and thousands of police scanners, trains, air traffic control.
Yeah, you just put in a zip code.
Yep. You can look it up by map. It's how I listen to my local police. They have the whole freaking county all on one channel, so it's real easy to find out what's going on close by.
Right.
Yeah. Life was so simple in the 80s, when we were still under the threat of nuclear annihilation.
Right. Death from above.
Grew up wondering why B-52s were flying over my house and shit.
Right.
Tanks rolling, through the neighborhood on the trains, heading from the tank plant here in Ohio. We build and service all the M1 Abrams here in Ohio.
Right. I didn't get in one. I got to see him deployed with 22 Cav, but I didn't get to get in one. Now my unit, our unit had the M60 A3s. Yeah. The tanker battalion.
That was just the Cold War. It meant nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people on both sides were killed during the Cold War. Accidents and unofficial incidents and all kinds of shit like
They
that.
didn't even declare it as a war until 2006. They didn't give didn't even give us war status until we, with all the shit that we went through. So when American Legion sent me their paperwork saying that we had finally been declared a wartime veteran, I was like, kiss my fucking ass, you dicks. You didn't give a shit about me then. You know what I'm saying? Until that.
Up until I think I was a junior in high school, every year at the beginning of every school year, we always get this form from the school that we had to fill out. And it was for government benefits. And one of the places that you could list down was that if you worked at the Nike missile battery that was based 3 miles from my house back in the Cold War, it was still on they got rid of it back in the late 60s, but it was still on the paperwork there for years and years. We had a whole battery of those big Nike Hercules surface-to-air nuke missiles. There was 4 or 5 batteries of them stationed around Cleveland to defend the port and the steel mills and everything.
Right.
And I used to, where this battery was, it became a city park, and we used to play, the magazines were all underground. They were just filled with concrete and paved over. I used to play basketball on top of them.
Oh, wow.
Okay, Crow, how you doing?
Crow.
Dominion in the house.
Oh.
But yeah, no, it's just that just blows me away with that shit. Just so we got so much of this other shit. This is just It just blows me away that actually China actually came out and admitted it was, or
I'm
and
still looking for that
implied.
story. I can't
Here's the
find it.
problem: you can't trust nothing coming out of China. Number one. Number two, they're implicating Obama, and which is awesome. You know what I'm saying? But you still can't believe anything coming out of China. So you kind of like double negative
Hey, look,
right there.
the Chinese are figuring, all right, the Republicans are in power, and that the leftists are screaming blue murder and making up lies and lies and lies and lies and lies. When their lies implicate their own, the Republicans jump on them. Let's fucking make up a lie that implicates the left. Obama's no use to us anymore. Yeah, let's blame him. The Republicans will jump on it and all that sort of thing, and we're off the hook. That's the excuse that they want, and that to hate their own. China is always a long-term divide and conquer. Fucking, they're socialists. They lie, they cheat, and all that sort of thing. No, they're just throwing off to try to avoid the blame for themselves, because everybody's talking about global reparations. World Court's even talking about it, and and half of that's owned by the fucking China. So like everybody's going shh, but enough folks are talking about it at the moment. Yeah, everybody from Trey Gowdy up.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, they're coming down.
Excuse me, sir. I'm just going to give this a tub.
Kick that goat as soon as he comes back. He was going to give it a what? Good.
Hang on 1 second. I'm typing something else here. You were saying? Sorry.
Nah, I was going to say, what did he say he was going to do to his...
Dude.
Yeah, he was saying he was going to... He held up his bong and he says, I'm going to go...
I didn't see it. Sorry.
I didn't catch what he said, and I was like, what the hell is he going to do? Yeah, but no, this is all just crazy shit. And in the long run, it just exposes them all. It does. It exposes them all. It just blows me
And
away.
if the shit with Obama's true, you know what that means. They could
Well, if
take
it were-
him. They could
if it
take him to The Hague and try him for war crimes, for letting loose a weapon of mass destruction, biological weaponry, in contravention to the Geneva Convention.
And all for personal gain.
Yep. With a globalist agenda, when he's trying to be the Secretary General of the UN, the fucker needs a swing.
They won't get him till he becomes the Secretary General. But I tell you what, at that time, UN will not be on our shores.
Yeah, they're on the way out.
Yeah, they'll be gone. But that'll be the transition that makes it happen. And he will be Secretary General of the UN. Eventually. I'm telling you. It won't mean shit to us. You know what I'm saying? But, yep. That's what's going to happen. Yep.
$5, I could send you one of these COVID Awareness Month banners.
Right?
Why? I make money.
Man, I'm just fucking laughing my ass off.
He's stoned.
Right.
Now, you were talking about drones earlier.
I'm not stoned. Look, I got butterscotch pudding that didn't pud.
That didn't put
You had one job.
Great day.
You had one job.
one job.
Check this thing out. It's a quadcopter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real nice.
I
Yeah.
found it in my field about 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Somebody who lives south of me in the housing development that runs adjacent to the field was flying it around, and not in their backyard, over my field, probably about a good 200 feet. Crashed, bounced it off a tree. They came over the next day and are like, "Can we walk back in your field?" And we're like, "No, we told you before not to fly that shit over our place. Just need a remote for it, and it's good to go."
Actually, you can buy them. AliExpress has a store, drone controls. That's all they do. All the different things. So many people are finding drones.
Oh, these people, it's just one family, and they've been told for like the last 5 years not to fly their stuff over our place. They've crashed 3 drones on our property before, and after the second time, we told them, no, we find them, we're keeping them.
Bloke up here on that part of his property is actually the rifle range. And people have been told not to fly their model planes and their drones and that out in that area. Fly it the other side of the park and that, because out there it's just a barley field and the bloke doesn't mind. And that, but if he lets anybody else out there, they've got to shut everything down. And then they've got to do a search and then make sure there's nobody on there before the bloody range can open up and all that sort of thing. It shuts them down so often it's not funny. And they've just got the shits with them now. He's talking about putting up a 6-foot fence.
Well, we got another guy who lives down the road from us who has a big drone. It's one of those like $4,000 or $5,000 ones that can actually have a decent payload on it. He was flying it at about 2,000 feet, and we're right in the direct path for the major airport here. We're on the final approach vector for the Cleveland airport. And I called the local police department 3 times last year because he was flying it up and he wasn't getting it very close to the planes, but he could have been a lot farther away. I told him, you need to call the FAA at the airport and tell them you got somebody interfering with the airspace.
Crow, when I was down in the city and that, I was looking after my daddy who took Crook before he passed away. I moved down there to look after him. One of my daughters came over and that, and her hubby took off with the kids and that, and to see his family for a couple of days. She stopped at home there. There was a fucking drone hovering around the place. Oh, what this and that? And all of a sudden I realised my daughter was out the back sunbathing in a bathing suit, knowing her and that, probably no top on. So yeah, I went inside and grabbed the 22 and that, and third round, bingo, and that. They came around and that, and guy claimed to doing it, and they just grabbed his phone straight off the fucking bat. Of course, he recorded it onto his SD card in the phone. So I got cleared of discharging firearm in build-up area, and then I actually beat that, and for act of public safety. And that this guy, he had hundreds of folks. He was looking in everybody's windows. He had that thing flying over night time and that, flying around and that, and looking through women's bedrooms over night time and all that sort of stuff. He was flying that thing around super high and just trying to pick on everybody.
Asshole.
It's one of these idiots that put the cameras in their shoes and bags and that, and upskirts and all that. We've had about 5 of them busted just during this coronavirus thing and that, because they stand out more because there's no crowds. So you see them chasing the Sheilas on the escalators and all that sort of thing, and trying to put their foot underneath them and all that sort of stuff. All the cops and all the security guards are caught onto that one now.
Wow.
Hey, look, I agree. Shooting them down drones. If you're going to be flying over folks' place, you got to tell them.
Yep.
Hey, look, when the guys working on the overhead wires, they got to send a letter out in the mail and saying we're going to do this and that. Should be up there and that, just in case. And that, if just let you know, you're going to have blokes hanging up high on power poles overlooking your property. So if you don't want to be seen or anything like that, just let us know. And we'll let you know when you arrive, and that, so you can put everything away. Heck, you can be done looking at a girlie's bloody undies on the clothesline in the backyard if you're standing out in the street and looking down the driveway. Someone says, "What are you doing?" "Oh, just looking down the washing down there." They can do it. Hey, look, snowdroppers, and that's what they call them over here. Blokes who steal girls' underwear and stuff like that. Yeah, we don't. Haven't seen any out in the bush for a while, but out in the city there's plenty. Yeah,
Well,
the problem with EMP, you need very narrow focus on those, so very, very heavy reflectors or an ultra deep parabellum reflector to keep the focus. So we're using ultra deep parabellums, or very heavy. We're actually not going to fake covers and use them. You know, the heavy cast steel plates, I know, they polish up real good.
I got a leaf blower that'll blow that some bitch out of the sky at 30 feet. You know what I'm saying? It's within 30 feet of me. I got a leaf blower to take that some bitch out.
I got a little thing here, and it's a single 12 gauge ball, but it's also got 700 buckshot in with it.
Excuse me.
But they're all wired
You know what
together.
I'm saying? You throw some 80-mile-an-hour wind at the underside of those blades, it'll flip that some bitch out of the sky. It'll be hitting the ground. It'll get disorientated and just pow. It'll fly out the ground. If the guy's straight up, you just step on it. You got you a new toy, fully operational. Just turn it off.
Yeah, full auto anything over here is a worry.
Yeah. I mean, if they saw you, you're gonna come get it. You sons of bitches gonna come get this.
Oh, that's the last thing they do see is you shooting at them, and they come screaming at you.
Right.
I kind of like what AZ was showing the other night.
Oh yeah, the little lightning link on the AR.
Yeah. What was he chambered in? Do you know?
Oh, that was a standard AR, so it'd be 223,
Oh, okay.
5.56.
I thought it might have been a pistol caliber.
No. He has a 9mm AR. I know that much. And I suspect him of manufacturing a Zavasta monster that fired 7.62 Tokarev out of a 50-round drum magazine. Like a mini AK. Yeah, I suspect I know AZ from somewhere. On a gun forum somewhere. I never had a face to it though in the past, but we corresponded quite often through the forum. So yeah, he denies it now, but yeah.
Hey, Winnie von Pustein.
Hey, Winnie, how you doing, bud?
Good evening.
Guten Abend, Herr Pustein.
Von Pustein.
I got a few paintballs.
Well, I don't know. My pudding wasn't set, but it set me. I'll tell you what.
I know somewhere in my bug out bag, I've got a container with paintball guns. It's got at least about 3 or 4 of them in there. I just don't know where the hell they are.
Paintball guns?
Yeah. Paintball guns with the tanks and all that shit. Yeah.
I've only used them once.
Well, I plan on making aluminum paintballs, hollow aluminum paintballs.
Right.
I was telling you guys about. I was like, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you run a
I
compressed
remember
air.
that.
Yeah, you run that compressed air tank. Pop, 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 pop. Don't need no gunpowder. You put a paintball out on some of those damn things. You get enough pressure in those tanks. You get some
Well,
damn.
look at Lewis and Clark, that air rifle they had
Yeah,
there. Now
exactly.
came with it all the time. 58 caliber.
These are 60 cals. Basically, they're fucking the paintball guns are 60 caliber
Yeah,
paintball.
well, they use lead. They just paint just lead balls.
Yep.
Had it
So
what
is
20
this
round
a sort of a
But I'm saying
this
with
sort of
aluminum though, pow, you can really get some distance and you can get some power behind it too.
so is this sort of a green movement or something? You don't want so many carbon emissions. You don't want to burn all that gunpowder. Is this what your goal
I'm
is here?
Reusability.
looking at
Reusability.
self-sustainability long term.
Renewability. Yeah.
Now,
It's called
Renewability.
renewability.
all right.
You
When
don't
did
need
Lewis
any
and Clark
resources
take
to pump up. Sorry, go ahead.
off? So I'm just talking like when did Lewis and Clark take off? That was what 1862, 18 no, 1830. When was Lewis?
Okay.
You're Americans. This is all your first year high school history.
I know I feel bad too. My nephew was just studying it before he got thrown out of school the
What
other
I'm saying,
week.
yeah, what I'm saying is renewability. I don't have to have any
1803.
reason.
1803, 1806. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So
I don't have to
back then,
carry any powder. I don't have to worry about any accelerant at all,
yeah.
except for
Right.
compressor.
Right.
Well, that was Clark's thing, and that to carry enough shot and enough powder and all that sort of thing for conventional arms, and
Would have
that
been
was another 40 pound stuff. And that he said, no, if I can just bring it all with me in the rifle and that, and pack 5 pound a shot, I'm good.
Yeah.
yep.
Because they were very, very good at making their own and digging the bullets back out of the game that they shot and recycling, recasting, and all that sort of stuff. So they had all that stuff with them, but not carrying gunpowder and all that sort of thing. So 40 pound they saved in their load by doing that. And that's if you read the Lewis and Clark expedition, there's like 7 books in the thing. It's got all their notations, the things that they read along the way, all that stuff. It's all broken up. It's the Natural History Museum of the Americas. Put it out.
Yeah. Cromania says he got shot in the ass with paintball, not a drive-by paintball gunning. He flipped him off. Somebody just about hit him, and they came back and shot him with the paintball gun.
If you get a glass marble and just some styrofoam and the right sort of punch, and punch the little one first, and then punch the bigger one out. Fit the glass marble inside the styrofoam sleeve. I just want to not that I know about such things. Yeah, that plastic foam. This one's been laid up, and I just punch it out of that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's actually a sleeve in there, and it takes a glass marble, and it goes down inside the paintball gun, and it acts like a sabot for the glass marble. Oh, yeah. Straight up the thing, and that peels away within 10 meters, and the glass marble's on its own.
You're right. Yeah. Well, that's different momentum and different airstrike. You bet.
Yeah. It does a top job on a fucking oncoming car window.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
60 that way, and it's doing 60 that way, and you put this thing out the window and go boom, boom, and set off two of these things. It's nothing left of that windscreen.
I know. That's what I keep telling people. It's like paintball guns go through windshield when it's hard enough bullet. It will. Those aluminum will go through. Will go through windshields. They'll bust out car windows. Yeah.
Steel, lead, and all that sort of thing just tend to punch holes in it, whereas the glass, the whole windscreen shatters.
Yep.
You just end up with a million tiny little pieces of glass.
Yep.
Then the person in the back seat can throw a snow cone through the now broken window. I'll get to explain a snow cone. All right. There's a joke out there that you make this stuff out like expanding foam and all that sort of thing, and it just sort of explodes out. And this thing, they're called snow cones. So when you make a bomb like that, you've got you generally got an incandescent light bulb that you've got a hole that's got your catalyst in it and all that sort of thing, and then you plug it up with a little bit of hot glue and you put it in this containing that, and when it breaks on the inside of it, it all then goes.
Well, that's cool. Yeah.
That's what we call a snow cone.
Reminds me of a work bomb.
A few
Especially when you head down the highway and you got a car full of stuff.
Canoes. I had a few close calls with fireworks. Right?
Yeah. Are you familiar with the Saturn missiles? The little commercial fireworks that come like in a little box, like 25 battery. My dad set one up one time on an empty 55-gallon drum, set it off, and we ran. We made it about 10 feet, and it flipped over on its side and shot at us as we were running away. We both got hit with like 5 or 6 of them in the back and the ass.
Dude.
When we were kids before fireworks got banned over here, yes, they got banned over here. We used to really go to town. Motorcycle helmets, big old overalls with the sleeves rolled up so much because we're all kids. Right? None of us had proper overalls. You'd have scarves wrapped around your neck and all that sort of thing. You'd go out there, and you know the ball shooters. You know, you get 50 and 100 ball shooters and all that sort of thing. Go out there and shoot the shit out of each other, and they, and they all go.
We had BB gun fights.
Yeah, we did BB gun fights.
We had
were
BB
like
gun.
sweatpants and jeans and wrap carpet around our legs and our arms, and no headshots.
Right,
Yeah.
that was a rule. No headshots.
You couldn't shoot from like less than 50 feet. It had to be more than 50 feet. Yeah, we had fun doing that.
Well, how we used to do it over here, you build 2 forts. Oh yeah, and the kids and that they can only fire 1 shot from each fort, and then they have to run over to the other fort, and they shoot with the other side, and that was measured out. So and how it worked was you used to get the milk cartons, and you shoot them with your BB and that. And when it wouldn't go through the milk carton but it still hit, and that's the distance that we worked out. So, and everybody, like you were saying, we used to get phone books and just rip out half a dozen pages and wrap around that thing. So you had gaps in the elbows and other places. But and you get the big broad sheet dailies and that. Parents used to go off on like the Australian National Review or Times or shit like that. Get them, and about 10 layers of paper wrapped around you and that, and you're bulletproof.
Yeah.
And we all had the big jug helmets. It was a clear jug. You cut the top, the bottom out of the jug, put it over your head, and they cut the top off, and they, because the top would slant off there.
None of that fancy shit. just handed us
Shoot 'em, man.
the fucking guns and said, "Here, go shoot each other."
Oh, we used to get right up into it, and like
They said, "No headshots, or you're gonna have to
Bottle
sit
rocket
on the porch.
wars.
You got to sit on the porch. No headshots." Now, damn it, you get hit, you're down.
and 200 kids here in America it gets blinded, so they take our air rifles off us. Thanks to this fucking much.
Yeah, and then when we got tired of doing that, we went and played jarts.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You sure did.
I'm not shitting you, dude.
Look out,
I'm not.
Frankie! I'm gonna get your foot.
I'm
You
telling
ain't
you,
gonna
we.
get my
I
foot.
think they was trying to kill us off. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to kill us
I
off.
know.
Motherfuckers.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. If you didn't want to do the shoot each other with BB guns and daisy pumps, well, then you had to go, you went over and you played jarts. Yeah.
Don't forget your click clacks.
What?
Remember the click clacks?
What, in the bike tires?
They were like two hard poly like golf ball sized balls on a nylon string, and you click them back and forth.
No, I never played no.
I guess kids were hitting themselves, man,
Horseshoes.
and knocking asses
Horseshoes.
out.
You know, people say jarts are bad. Think about getting hit with one of those old horseshoes.
I have. Yeah, I've done it.
It doesn't stick in you, but damn sure gonna mess your ass up.
What's that ringing sound?
Yeah. And they didn't have no kid friendly shit when I was a kid. Maybe it's just me, but I'm telling you.
I knew it was over when they told me I had to wear these flags on the football field. I
Hey,
knew it was
did
over.
he end up running for the Senate later?
I'm sorry?
Did he end up running for the Senate later?
No.
Isn't that the latest Democrat wonder coming out of bloody oh shit, where is it? It's Oregon. That's it. Where Tracy is. This guy, he stabbed somebody in school. He shot somebody with an air rifle, and he was convicted of kidnapping and killing people's pets, but he was like torturing them as well and all that sort of thing. He's the latest Democrat wonder kid who's now running for that because he's got a sealed record.
Wow.
Old school teachers are coming up and said, no, this guy's psycho. He's sick. He likes torturing animals. He expressed desires he could torture people, and that he'd have to kill them afterwards because they'd all rat on him.
Old Jeffrey Dahmer Jr. over there.
We had another kid in high school. He was a year behind me. Real dark gothic kind of kid. His senior year of high school, the year after I graduated, he stole his father's car, and his father tried to stop him, and he ran over his dad and killed his dad. Not just by accident. He ran him over, backed up, ran him over again, backed up, ran him over
He did
again.
a proper job of it.
He did it right. And he took off in the car and disappeared for like 3 days. They found him at a homeless shelter about 150 miles from here. And he ended up doing probably 16 or 17 years. And he got out.
Well, look at that bloke in New York, and that he's got 192 offences. He spent 18 years time total in jail. He's 39 years of age. They let him out due to coronavirus. Within 4 hours, they fucking caught him trying to rob a bank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Seriously, if anybody gets hurt by these criminals, these clowns are letting out, they've got to sue these politicos that are doing it. There's no rhyme or reason for it. Oh, what was that?
Oh man, psychopaths.
Buffalo Bill can make with a wetted towel with a sound like a rifle shot. Yeah, you can make anything crap. Beach towels are better. For the long
Snap a leather belt.
Well, I do have bullwhips out the back and that, but I don't want to bring them out in case Tracy gets shy again.
Yikes.
You want to see the email on that fucking I got after the last time I brought it out? She knows I got handcuffs here.
Oh, yeah.
Not yet, anyway.
Well, and sometimes necessary.
Yeah, I don't want to scare her off with that before.
All right, I'm gonna find something else not to do. I'll
Okay.
catch you all next time.
All right, dude.
All right.
Peace out.
Oh yeah.
Dream well, Patriot.
Right on. Yeah, same to you, man. Where's the red hat?
My daughters asked me why I'd go off at them when they were snapping the towels and that high up. And I said, look, snap it around your asses and legs and all that sort of thing. And don't do it around people's faces and all that, so you flick somebody's eye out. You don't know what you're talking about. I fucking whipped them on the ass, and man, that mark was there just below, where their swimming suits are, on the back of the thigh, high up. That was there about 2 weeks later. I know. When I first got posted up to Sydney and that, I learned to surf. A kid from the bush and close by the ocean, 50 k's. I loved it. Singleton Barracks. I go down, catch the train, go down to Newcastle and surf Nobby Head up there, and learned there in South Palm Beach. Now, good blokes there who didn't mind teaching an idiot.
I did some water skiing behind a boat.
Do that here. My family, the Mennonite side of the family, broke off just after they landed here in Australia, the Watkins, and they're famous for their clinker-built speedboat and towing ski boats around the world. Half of their stuff now is exported to the US. Everingham, Watkins Everingham boats here in Australia. So, and Everingham's the family name.
Yeah, I tried water skiing once. Could not get out of the water.
Yeah.
Needed a bigger boat.
No, it was a big ass boat.
No.
Plenty big enough.
What? All right. How much you weigh and how wide was the ski?
Oh, I don't know how wide. They were huge. And I was probably about 5'6" at the time, 150 pounds.
Yeah, well, if it was a 6-inch, that should
like
lift you.
13 years old. I just couldn't get, positioned right. Couldn't keep my balance in the water. Yeah.
I'll give you a tip. I'll give you a tip. If you go again, get an underhand thing, get it close to your belly. That's get it slightly below your center of gravity. You're on 2 skis or a single when you first. You try?
2.
2. All right, do that and lay back and let it pull you up and that a little bit, but by pushing straight down.
Yeah.
And getting up there and then bringing it back out. Then you can slowly swap it over.
The trick is keeping the feet.
And treat it like it's ice skating. I take it you know how to ice skate. Yeah, you lean a little bit over and you steer that way and you lean that way and you steer that way. Water ski is the same thing, but be gentle in your movements, experiment when you first get up and all that sort of thing. Get used to sitting there, but get used to moving because that's how you're going to adjust. And then start playing with the wake because jumping the wake can be fun. A shitload of fun.
Yeah, the boat that we were using was like a like a 39-foot cabin cruiser. It was a big boat.
Hey, you were doing it in style. You've got a bar and a toilet on board as well. Yeah.
The camp that I worked up in Canada, the other guys who could ski, they would do it a few times a year up there. And we had one guy, man, he could go 12 miles down the river without, letting go or falling or anything. He was amazing.
Well, the trick is locking your ankles so that you keep the skis in the right position. You got to have strength in your ankles and the lower legs, big time.
I built a spoon to teach my girls how to water ski because I couldn't afford a ski boat. But I got a 25 horsepower Johnson Evinrude, the same thing, and built this plywood shell. It's called a spoon, and it was 7.5 feet long. And yeah, that was it. And just this floating shell big enough to support the motor on the back, get it going and all that sort of thing, and it just fly, and it just had this big long fin coming down there, and it'd be the fin and the back of the hole and the leg of the motor in the water just going across, and the nose would be like 2 foot out of the water, and then you'd just be sitting up high trying to see over the top where you're going. It was great, and then just reaching back and steering with the arm.
Yeah.
No center console, bloody steering wheel on this thing. I just hang on to the handle and that and hope for the best. Crank the bar.
Yeah, we had a boat like that, a little cedar strip boat up in Canada with a 9-point Johnson on the back of it. And the boat was half rotted away. It was probably at least 60 years old. And we were taking it for a joyride to go fishing one day. And we had those nearly completely submerged logs, old wood in the water. We called them deadheads. I ran over one and bent the fuck out of the prop. About 4 miles away from camp. It took us about 2 hours to get back because we couldn't get up to speed.
Oh, wow.
Didn't even see the log until I was literally right on top of it. And I'm like, oh, fuck,
Right.
Jason, hold on.
Yeah, that'll ruin your day.
Yeah, nowadays and that I'm more into paddle and pedal. So I've got 2 lengths of 18-inch diameter nylon tube, and that I'm just waiting on end caps for that. So that's going to be the flotation for my floating, basically, picnic bench. Underneath that, there'll be a couple of sets of paddles, and that done along a shaft and a prop and a rough rope, and basically picnic bench and all that sort of thing, and holders for rescue and extra ice. And over the top, there'll be just shade, so you can go down the river. You sit in there, turn around if you want, dive off, climb back on, and that sit up there, drink some nibblies and all on there in the middle of the river. So you don't have to worry about sharing it with the critters. Goannas and that'll visit you at the river if you're cooking steaks.
Right. I was just gonna say.
Yeah, could have a whole pile of lamb chops and then fucking using half of them to bribe off the fucking goanna from eating the kids.
When we were on the trail up in Canada, we would all our food was kept in what we call, it's a type of backpack, Northwood style. It's called a Duluth pack, from Duluth, Minnesota. It's basically a huge one-piece, one-compartment canvas bag that you can hold like a week's worth of food in a cooking kit and all your pots and pans and your stove. And we would bury it underneath in a pile of canoes on shore, and that's how we would keep the food away from the bears. Because normally we would hang it in trees, but the trees up there were too fucked up. They wouldn't support that kind of weight.
Yeah, Mariam, Zoom's a fucking trooper. Seriously.
Super trooper.
Man, the stuff that he's been going through, never bitches, never complains. Here's a trooper. And more to come.
Wow.
Still recovering.
And it absolutely sucks that he can't go fishing right now. That would piss me off to no end.
Yeah, no shit.
Can't use a public waterway.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
I drive around here on a nice day. They're all over that river. Yeah.
Yeah, it would, even though Ohio is, especially around the lake shore with Cleveland, is mostly Democrat, people would revolt if they weren't allowed to go out on the lake.
Right.
The weather was really fucked up here. We had no ice fishing at all on Lake Erie. Hardly got any ice at all.
That just means fish is going to be better. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
It just means fish is going to be better this season. I'd like to get me a boat, but I think we're going to do a raft deal, like a pontoon, kind of make a homemade pontoon deal.
Yeah. Hey, easy to do. You get those oil drums, the square one, either the fertilizer drums or the wetting agent or the weed killer drums. Just get them all washed out proper and all that sort of stuff. In there, and that building bracing, the metal strapping.
Yeah.
Yeah, in there and screw into there. A couple of layers of bloody builder's board in there to screw it all into, and everything gets held in together and all that sort of stuff. 20 of those 20 litres, so what's that, 5-gallon wetting agent drums, or weedicide drums or whatever, held up 40 folks the other weekend during our fishing competition. I know.
I was just thinking about 6 of the 20, but what are they, 22 and a half gallon.
It did get down to about 2 or 3 inches above water, the whole deck, but nothing got wet.
Well, I only need about 6. We're only going to have like 3 people on it. Maybe 4 at a time.
It's about area and stability and that. If you've got a big enough area and you've only got a few folks in that, well, it's not going to sink down too much. If you've got a big area and you've got 3 people, what's the weight of your frame and your boards? 150 pound.
Well, I hadn't serious yet. I figured do metal frame and then put wood plats down.
Well, if you do 2 6x3s, so you've got basically 6x6, rightio, and you've got them in each corner, and if you did 8 of them on the outlaying area and all that sort of thing, had your frame sitting on them, that'd hold up 5 people, no worries.
Right. That's what I figured. Yep, something like that. But that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, 8. So you do each corner and mid frame, and that way your flotation's all right way around the edge. Then you can put your bits of paper on top, and So
yeah, we got these 22 and a half gallon drums that they put oil in on a regular basis.
If you're doing those, you only need 4.
Right. I was thinking about 6 of those, and then have it 6 foot by about 10 foot.
So
or 12 foot. Yeah, because my lumber's 12 foot. So I'm thinking about 12 foot.
6 will ride high.
6 or 8 of them, I figure. Yeah.
8, that thing went down the water.
Do what?
8 of them, and that with 3 people on board, and 150 pound to 200 pound of bloody frame, and that thing won't sit more than 4 inches deep in the water.
Well, it's a good thing because that's sometimes that river gets kind of shallow. Right, because you're gonna have to drag across some barges. I know rock barges.
Yeah, no, it's 54,000 American dollars. No, it's just getting up to the cost of my place, my house. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not paying that much for a vehicle. MG's just put out a new little thing, but the only thing is it's not manual.
Right.
So I like it a lot. I like it a lot. But yeah, because what they've done is redone the old Leyland engine, and that made it simple. Take care there, Mariam. You be good.
Dream well, Patriot.
I should be back.
Oh, okay.
I try. Leak from a research lab in Wuhan. DailyMail.com.au news article. Yep. New theory no longer discounted. Hey, look, the Australian intelligence has already done that sort of stuff. And we leaked it out here. Andrew Bolt talked about it 45 minutes the other night on TV here. Lefties hate him even more so now. That's life. It's all good. Need to check out this site if you're in the market for seeds. You know the seeds we're talking about, right? Don't you?
Beers.
Those sorts. But he's got the good stuff. So I just got my homegrown crap. But yeah, sausage biscuits gravy farms.com. Yeah, you want the best? Go there. Not being rude, and I've actually got 6 folks now to go there, and not one of them's had a complaint.
Yeah.
Not bad, eh?
What's up, Florida?
Yeah, I'm going to smoke this bastard, and then if I can find the lighter.
Oh yeah, fire in the bowl.
Smoke that bastard.
Yeah, I'm going to go down and rework this one. I've been working on this is about the 4th rework I've had. As you can see, the pattern up the front is quite nice. Please excuse my flash stains on it. But the pattern up the back tends to fade out.
Yeah.
And all that sort of thing. Both sides. I don't know what I've done there. Don't know why. So I've made up a thing called Aqua Regia. It's a very old formula. It's a mixture.
Oh,
yeah. It's supposed to dissolve gold. It's a mixture of nitric and sulfuric acids.
I guess it, yep.
With a few other bits and pieces added in. So I've had that out the back there, sitting down there.
I think I'm
now.
about to drop out, fellas. I'm getting some shitty audio or something.
Stick that in it and see if I can actually get that one to come up like that one and get that nice deep etching that I've got there.
Yeah.
So problem is, to fix the problem, I've got to go back 1,400 years in history to Greece.
No shit.
So we'll see if my Greek, my ancient Greek is accurate, and I've made up this mix as Telbar wrote it down. So actually, Telbar was from. He'd be from what today we would call Libya. He was one of the great scholars of the day. The Greeks loved his ass because he just had a way about him. Yeah, I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
All right.
Oh, shit, others. Yeah.
Don't forget the buzzards.
Yeah, I'm getting.
Oh shit, he fell off the wagon. All right, gotcha. Fell off the wagon.
I'm getting a shit signal. I don't know how long I'm gonna last. So
So what are you putting together there, Florida?
uh, I'm gonna cut this off here and then uh, I'm gonna put like a handle here. This is my device.
Yeah.
Yep. That's where I'm at with it. I made this for it.
Okay.
Drill that. Yep. Right there.
Oh, okay.
So that's where I'm at right now. Just fiddle farting around.
Right.
It's freaking hot, man.
Yeah. I was working on the some of the soldering and trying to work on these light systems. See about getting things set up. I'm there going, I don't have an ammeter.
Hey, let me turn my uh well shit. Let me see. Because I can't even hear y'all, man.
Really? You can't hear me? You didn't hear me? You can't hear me?
Yeah, just
Check, check,
barely.
check. Wow. Your video quality is pretty bad too.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
I was just
bad
gonna
connection.
turn up
Yeah.
your volume. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the haunted jack cam. Oh man, I didn't get much done today. I don't think. I don't feel like I did.
Yeah, it was a boring day at work. It went by fairly fast though.
Yeah.
I'm off. I'm off today, Tuesday. So the weather's gonna be crap. So I'll probably just stay inside the house and clean.
Well, tomorrow's supposed to be, like almost 60 here tomorrow, so it should be should be nice. Not supposed to be raining, so hopefully the winds will calm down and it'll be a fairly decent day. Yeah. I was gonna say, Florida, turn your volume up before you come in. Yeah, but no, I'm getting busy with well, I got to get out in that shop and get those coolers built. That's what I'm going to go with. Last couple of days been so crappy and weather, been thunderstorming and shit. Like, can it hurt anymore? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh man, but no, it looks like tomorrow is going to be a good day. The rest of this week should be pretty decent. The weekend looks like it's going to suck, but the week after that looks great. But then again, they don't know what the hell they're going to look at for the next week. They're going off and predicting stuff, you know, for the weather. They're not right half the time, and they're wrong the other half.
What's up, man? I don't know what to do, man.
You got it, man. You got it. Just show us what you got, what you were doing.
But didn't you say I could turn off my camera and it might clear up or something?
It might help, but usually just puts up. I don't know that I've seen any benefit from doing that, but you can do that.
Let me see what it says down here. Having issues. Let me try to. I might drop out here though. Hold on. I don't know. That sucks. Well, I'm surprised it lasted this long.
Well, you do have all these people at home now. Local internet is stressed. I guarantee it.
I didn't even hear any of that.
Oh, shit.
I think he needs to reset his internet,
Yeah.
like his modem or whatever he's running.
Well, he needs to restart his phone. That he's tethering from his phone.
Oh, he's hot spotting. Okay.
Yeah. I've done that with my phone from time to time.
Yeah. I ordered today on Amazon a set of punches and a hammer, like a gunsmithing set,
Oh, really?
so that I can finally put this AR together. I thought I had some punches here in the house that I could use, but everything is way too big.
Oh, wow.
I don't want to fuck up the finish on the gun, so
Right. Right.
Trying to change my speakers here. How's that? Can y'all hear me now?
yeah, it sounds good now.
Yeah. Actually, it's pretty.
Much better.
Well, still not that smooth on the video, but yeah. Nah, but if I ever get back into it, I mean, I've got two presses for setting the bullets. I've got a box full of dies, so I imagine I've got. I don't even know what I got. It was all left over from my dad. You know what I'm saying? I know I got a full couple bags of shot. Probably got 4 or 5 pounds of powder out there. You know what I'm saying? So I've got plenty of spent brass. All I need to make sure is I got the right dies for my stuff, and then turn around. I'll be able to reload all that. I know I've got the stuff for the shotguns. I can do 12, 10, and 8.
A buddy of mine, the guy that I bought those 2 shotguns from, he's got a whole bunch of reloading equipment that he says he'd sell me. I don't know if I want to invest in it though.
All right. Yeah, I'm really, really, I really want to put this shit together. You know what I'm saying? I want a nice shop, metal shop, where I could, I could make a weapon if I wanted to, like a rifle or anything. I mean, I know I'll eventually learn it if I've got the facilities for it. Well, that worked about like crap. He said, "Hey, try restarting your phone.
It wasn't meant to be." Yeah.
Restart your phone. Restart your laptop, and do that. And then restart your phone first, then restart your laptop and connect to it." But yeah, I will be getting into that one day here, and hopefully the next couple months. I got the loader press, is what I was talking about, Jack. I got loader presses for bullets and shotgun shells.
Yeah, I'm a Lee fan myself. Lee reloading systems.
Yeah.
Each to their own. I just like the Lee stuff.
Well,
Hopefully she's lurking in the back there, and that if nothing's exciting on TV at home. I'll be talking to her in an hour or so. Her sister's not well, unfortunately. Sister's slightly older. She's got Parkinson's and a few other bits and pieces. She's got a lung infection at the moment. And so not a good time, and Tracy can't get down there and visit, and so, and she may have to go into care. So, big stress. The sister's sick. Tracy's sister is sick, yes, but she's been sick for a long time. She's got Parkinson's and other problems that way.
That's
Find it very hard to
Sorry to hear that.
anything nowadays, and just going downhill. Got lung infections from different things. Not this 19. She's been tested for that, but other dramas. Because they're ill, and you're not getting about, and so your body starts to break down.
Yeah.
That's what happens, and that it's a case of they wanted to do home care and that, but can you actually care for someone like that at home? You need experts, and they need to work on it a lot. So unfortunately, it's a little bit late now in the situation for Tracy's sister. So Leanna it's not looking good. So what can you do?
Yeah.
You're welcome there, Zoom. Actually, the knife landed. It landed the day before yesterday, but they didn't put it in till yesterday on the tracking number. If you have a look at it, so it's actually in the US now. But from what I had a look at that CBS report, because they're only working on skeleton shifts, everything's coming in from overseas. One, it's getting scanned. Two, it's target country, and that might be inspected. Three, they're running with about a third of the people they normally are. So sorry for any delay there, mate, but yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it every day. Yours, Clan Mamas is actually at the Postal Distribution Centre, so whatever that means. So I think that means that's the place that the post office get it from. So she should have it tomorrow or the next day. Wizards, yours is still fucking not left the fucking country.
Go figure.
Look, it was the last one to leave. I got down to Melbourne before and that, and we pulled it back to bring it back up to. But everything's in it. Tomato seeds, all that sort of stuff. And batteries, because it's a thing, I got to get a form for export for batteries thing. The Australian coins and all that sort of thing, because it's one of the limited edition sets and all that sort of stuff. You're not allowed to resell it back here in Australia. So you just got to make a declaration. I'm going to fake your signature. Or I'm going to PP your signature, not fake it. But yeah, it's PP and that for you because you gave me authorization to do that. So you're not allowed to resell it for profit back here into Australia. What happened? This is all due to something that happened back in the 70s, and a whole pile of foreign investors were buying the Australian coins and then selling them back here because we couldn't get them. There was one bloke from Singapore, and that I think there was 1,000 sets and that, and he bought 700 of them. Crazy. Because like the set we got battery, there's only 5,000 of them, so it won't be made again. So not to be around lots of people. All good, no worries. Smart to be not around a lot of folks. But then again, that's why I'm out here, because I don't like being around a lot of folks.
Yeah, big crowds ain't one of my favorites.
Hey, if I have a shindig here, I know everybody, and that's pretty damn well.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, jackpot! I have trying to get this one down, but I can't find my lighter. I'm probably sitting on it. Oh no, I put it in my jacket pocket, and I took my jacket off. It's warmed up here finally.
Nice.
So yeah, I got 2.5 ton of firewood in this morning. $210.
Yeah. I just feel for you with the upcoming cold.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That's all right.
You're gonna be like us. We over here, we're all bitching about aches and pains and not being able to move and ain't going outside because it's too fucking
You
cold.
ain't seen nothing yet. When you're going into winter, especially days I got to sand. So you wet sand, you got a bucket of water, and you go out there. The bucket's generally got about yay much ice on top of it. You crack that with your elbow.
Ain't doing that shit.
Get through there, get your sanding block out, get your wet and dry paper and start sanding stuff. And sit there for 2 or 3 hours. You come in and your hands are red, and they're literally red from the cold.
Yeah.
If they go white, that's when you go inside. And if they go white after the red, fucking you've lost all everything and all that sort of thing, including circulation. So yeah, get inside and get them warm. And so yeah, do that.
No, with the wood and everything I'm handling, the saws and stuff like that, my hands don't work. I could end up killing somebody. Mostly myself.
Yeah. Well, you saw what happened to just this is just a normal day, right? Yeah. If you can see that there, see the hole through the where it was sitting in my top pocket in my overalls, I'm grinding away, and a chunk came flying off the belt all the way around and decided to come off at me, bang, and hit that right there. And what I've noticed, it's now got a leak. You can see it's all greasy and leaking down there. Because up here, where is it? This side. It's got a. I always do this the wrong way. It's got a shatter in the glass up there.
Oh shit!
And that's the other thing that happened at the same time.
Get some epoxy. Get some epoxy. Yeah.
So you got to remember though, that thing is doing 180 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So anything coming off it is going to be doing 180 mile an hour.
It's gonna kick your ass. Bika, how are you?
Shit.
Welcome in, Bika. I'm doing great.
Yeah, hey, Bika.
Oh, yeah. I miss you coming up. And I've also got to change it over to live chat, I've just noticed. There we go.
Crow Minion. I just learned that Dr. Pepper is not a licensed physician.
He is over here, but he's up at Coolum on the Gold Coast. And
Crow Minion, you gotta get on the screen someday, man. You need to come up and have a conversation.
he's over here. Yeah. Noel Pepper. Yeah, Dr. Pepper. He's up there at Coolum on the Gold Coast in Queensland, where all the quacks operate.
Yeah.
They took
Hey,
back,
Flo really stoned.
What was it? Remember that candy bar story? You know, it was Mr. Goodbar and Baby Ruth got together, and she got pregnant, went to go see Dr. Pepper, and out popped Baby Ruth. You know, it's
like wrong country for me.
But do you remember that? Do you remember what I'm talking about there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember what it was. It was a good story. And it was all candy bars. It all made it was He's a candy buzz.
Hey, Bicker. Can I ask you a question? Where in Turkey is there a big concentration of people who make knives, swords, all those hand tools, blacksmiths, all that sort of stuff? Because I got to go over there.
Only thing I can think of is like Renaissance fairs, stuff like that. It's just really.
Nah, there's a couple of places in Turkey, and that I went
Go to
to
Bazaar.
one in Iran, and that before everything got too crazy over there. The mullahs were running it, but they let me.
I would think it'd be around the horses, though.
There's a place there. They make cutlery, they make knives. They've got a like a big market there, and that is famous for cutlery and knives and all that sort of stuff. Just trying to think.
Probably the Bazaar.
I just learned that this global deal that I'm doing and all that sort of thing in part of Europe, and that one of the places they've got over 150 franchises is Turkey.
Well, that's what I meant, but I'm sorry. I said
Yeah.
because it was bizarre.
2 weeks. Yeah, bizarre and that whatever. But it's in this city, and they're famous for blacksmith, metalworking, and all that sort of stuff in Turkey. And I believe it's just outside of what they now call Istanbul or Constantinople or whatever it's called nowadays. But this one's separate from the Grand Bazaar. I've been to the Grand Bazaar, but this one's separate. And that because I've not actually been to this one.
I've been there 4 times. It's nasty.
Nasty?
Yeah, it's dirty. Dirty place.
Like Turkey.
Yeah. Yeah, real dirty. Is my sound better? I shut that fan off.
A little bit, but you need some volume, man.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Well, I'm kind of far away from it.
Yeah.
I'll just try not to talk. Man, all that, dude, I felt like I just got done working.
Right?
Time to get high. Let's get high. Let's get high. Let me move all my shit closer to y'all.
To be honest with you, Bill, I've never been a fan of the one-handed long swords, sabers, or the whole range of them. You know what I mean? Sealed hand. I learned to fight with a saber. I learned how to use foil, a vilt, yarmans, the whole lot. Just if you're gonna have a one-handed sword, make it a short sword. And that Wazasaki and that shit, Gladius, Neo.
You want me to try to drop my phone down a little bit? You barely even see me, huh? I just look like a black spot, huh?
Denizili, and that is a different again. No, this is a military sword used by Turkey there. Cavalry,
Let me try.
their officer's sword, and that. I know Denizli swords, but yeah, slightly different. Try to bring up.
Let's see. Can you see my face now? Hello.
You're fine.
I'm a retard.
That's named after the city, isn't it? Oh, you're talking about the city, and that where they make the swords. That's a steelworking place, and that, but that's all modern. They've been making the swords there for shit. How long?
And they got these castle ruins and outside of Izmir. Man, it's beautiful out that part of the country now. Real nice.
Yeah. There we go. Now you're talking. He's got it. Classic. There it is. This is what, back in the old days, no self-respecting Turk would be walking around without one of these things. Let me just bring up a picture. Some of them are not as bent as this one, and I think the picture just magnifies it a little bit more. Oh, come on.
My mom, she got upset because her aunt, my aunt,
I'm sorry, folks.
they live in California.
Yeah.
She was talking to my mom. She says, "Oh yeah, Trump, Trump is the reason he let the virus go or something like that." I said, "You know what? These people are just pure freaking idiots, man." I said, "You know what you should have told her? You should have said, oh, good. Go take all your evidence and go file a police report. That's good. Go do that."
No. You know what? China came out and admitted it today in
Yeah,
one of
I
their
mean, she said
releases
that this morning, though.
that it was Obama and his administration that he had procured.
Yeah. Well, I'm like Jack. I don't believe jack shit they got to say.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like a double negative, but then it implies their source, their beloved source, says Obama gave it to them. You know.
Yeah, that was fucking trying to cause division in the US, and they know the right hates Obama.
Yep.
And a
It'll
lot
be
of
a
people will jump on it.
Beloved. That's China. That's their beloved honesty choice source. Remember, UN, all that stuff. They're
I
following in
can jump
line.
up here for a second. Share screen, Chrome tab.
There's no sense to any of it. We ain't got nothing to do with it. So we ain't got no say so in that shit. You guys ain't realized that by now?
There.
They're
Now,
gonna
if
keep
you
on
can
carrying
see
on without us. They
I got
never
you.
was
Okay.
that
for
one.
us.
All right. Now that's yet again, or it's a turkey sword. Okay, and it was the turkey sword for 900 years. They're slightly fancier versions. A very common thing was they put up a split tail on the end of it. One of my test pieces out the back that I had to do when I was became a master bladesmith, I had to make 3 test pieces, and it had to have a Turkish tail on it, and that which actually comes from Persia, and that's the Persian heritage from Turkey, and that the split tail on those, and that's if anybody's got a split tail, one of these things, he's a traditionalist. He's not one of the crazy. Guarantee you, if you see a bloke with that, don't stress about it. He's just a traditionalist. And even in the scrub in the country over there, folks will walk around with one of these things in there, generally in their hand, and they won't have the sheath and all that sort of thing, but they'll just walk around with it. And they'll trim off branches off olive trees and all that sort of thing, slash weeds back with them and all that sort of thing. Chase through the undergrowth and that if there's a feral dog there, or worse. So, just a tool, machete, and all that sort of thing, and that, can run you through real easy. I'm trying to learn a trick from find someone over there who knows a trick about working old steel, from iron to steel. Now in Turkey they had a thing called the Salzar method of doing it. Salzar was a famous smith that goes back into about 11th century, and he worked away without making blooms and all that sort of thing. He used to cook iron in a pot, and I'm trying to, and it's still done in Turkey. So I'm trying to find somebody who's still doing that and making steel from iron in the old pot method. That's what I want to get. So, and if I can mix in my trip around Europe and that with learning stuff and that from all these old ancient methods that are still done today, well, heck, the trip's even more worthwhile because I probably won't get another chance in my lifetime to go back. Actually, I can put you in contact with a guy over in Turkey who's making these. He's made them for 9 years. Now he's got a good reputation. He actually sells them on eBay. And he's not expensive. It costs you more in shipping back to the US than it will cost you to buy the thing. So it's a good high carbon steel that will patina. Will rust if you let it, but if you just oil it up on a regular basis and all that sort of thing, it'll hack whatever you want or whomever you want for as long as you wish.
Another thing, my mom's sister in Turkey, she said Erdogan closed down over just from Friday to Monday, shut down the public, wouldn't let people out because of it was Easter Sunday as a way to fuck with the Christians. And then she said she didn't want to talk no more about it because Trump might be listening on the phone. I said, look at these. I said, these people are idiots. I said, what is she fucking take this Muslim, you know what I mean, is over there, she ain't worried about them over there on their phone. Just people are idiots, man. These people are idiots. I'm trying to tell my mom that not everybody.
Well, not everybody. Again, YATAGAN. Yet again. I had to make a Persian style dagger with the split tail. It's down in the safe down the back. Let me go get it. I made this is one of the test pieces to become a master bladesmith.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm telling you, Jack.
They're you know, you were saying that
Jack is the master.
these people, I don't get it. Well, how do they even figure anything? You know, they've done no research whatsoever.
This is the thing. This is a thing, okay? If they care so much, why don't they try to learn what they're trying? You know what I mean? Why don't they try to even learn what the fuck they're even talking about?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Just going off talking point from a news story. Yeah.
Exactly. These people never cared about this shit, and now they only care about it enough if they walk by the TV and they hear it. And that's it. That's their learning.
Yep.
And
that's it. They don't have any critical thinking. They don't have any research.
No.
They don't have any desire to do it anyway. Either way.
No, that's right.
They don't even want to do it.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all.
Well, except for they're idiots.
Well, that's separate though. You know that.
No,
that's their opinion matters.
Cause and effect. It's cause and effect, brother. If they don't do this, they don't have a critical thought in their head. They don't give a shit to do their own research and learn the truth about something. They're willing to jump on a bandwagon, and they're jumping on the wrong bandwagon, and they just, they don't give a shit. And if you brought it to their face, if you bring it up to them, all they think of, they got this, oh well, fuck it, I'll just grab a chair and sit down in the cooler and watch the show. They don't give a shit.
There's no logic, man.
No, there's not. But the best line to use on those people is, man, you just don't realize how badly you've been lied to.
Oh, shit.
I don't say nothing nobody knows.
You haven't insulted them, and you may wake them up.
That's what I mean by the split tail.
Fuck them.
But
Oh,
actually,
okay.
if I pull this out of the way, you'll see it better. Um,
Yep. Wow.
so the tang's there. You can actually see the thong passes through,
Right.
and you can pull it out the back as well, like I had it initially. Um, traditional Persian engraving and all that sort of stuff.
That's
Behind
cool.
in Damascus, a lot of
Pearlescence in there.
Man, that's nice.
so that's one of the test pieces. So we had to copy a museum piece basically and recreate it, and they
I
tested
couldn't
it.
have nothing that nice.
It's shaved.
That's too nice. I couldn't have nothing that nice, man.
Yeah, that's why it's in the safe. It's basically a mixture of different styles to make sure that you're confident in doing this and blending them. And that, and so the Turkish split tail handle is one of those known throughout history. It's handy. You actually lock your little finger into it, and give you a lot more driving point. You can, through that way. So if you know that some foils and that had a little like a trigger, so it just locked in your little finger to put into there. It just gave a little bit more dexterity.
Right.
And that's so for fast actioning, for actually dueling with these things. So you're up against something. It wasn't just a big chopper. These folks actually parried and thrusted and all that sort of stuff through it. Turkish sword fighting was actually spoke about way back in the 1500s, but they sort of lost it, and that when they joined up with the Ottomans. They started
they ran out of arms.
Swords and all that sort of thing, getting on the saber, and that's what Bill was talking about before.
Well, see, eventually they run out of arms.
Yeah. The original, Yatagang and that Turkish
these arms
was a well-known, multi-tool and that you could drag out and go to war with.
I wouldn't fuck with them.
Whereas the sabers and that were a dedicated warfare piece, and that once they joined the Ottoman Empire, but they were basically a knockoff of the European sword.
I think that
the blokes who still make them and make them from iron and make their own steel and all that sort of thing, and how they cook it in the pot, that's what I want to know, because that process is unique to Turkey. They do it different from everybody else. So, and I just want to learn all the different ways of doing it, because their steel's bloody good.
Wow.
Especially from scratch. I tell you what, the worst one is when you go into it and use a blast furnace method, and you get the bloom, and then you've got to reduce all the bloom and that, and cut off all the slag and all the rest of it. When you do it that way, you're 80% slag, 20% steel. Do it the Turkish way or the Chinese way, and then I make the steel and that in the pots, and then you 80% steel, 20% slag. Much better return for your effort.
That's so much above.
That knife's got no real use or function other than a decorative dagger. Zoom. I made that because you've got to be tested. When you, like in your trade, you got to make some test stuff. So a fitter and turner, he would have to do some test pieces and all that sort of thing along the way, and be tested for hardness and tolerance and all that sort of thing. A guy working lathe or milling machine, he'd be tested along the way to get to a master level. And that's what I have to do. I had to make 3 knives, copies of museum pieces, but sometimes they were blended, so they actually picked about 7 knives, so the handle off this one and the blade off that one, and then join them.
And
then
so you didn't recognize what it was.
to join them, and still make it functional. So that knife there is 2 different styles. That's got the Turkish handle, but it's got the Persian blade. And
Exactly.
I actually did the style there, actually closer to Egyptian than anything else, nice. The bolster to blend
Carpenter.
it all. So if you have a look at that, that's actually an Egyptian style that blends the two.
Oh wow. Wow.
So, in keeping with the historic of the knife, that's how I did it, and that's why I got good points for it. Everybody liked it, all that sort of stuff. Plus a little, my little banded rope and that, and just a little ferrule on the back there. But
Right.
it has a little inscription which you can't really read. I can't read it here myself. I scrubbed it with Brasso because it got really tarnished there a couple of years back, and basically scrubbed the light engraving off. But it was bless this knife in cuneiform, another form of cuneiform, and that which is the earlier cuneiform, early Turkish cuneiform. Then there was Persian cuneiform, and the Egyptian thing for bless the knife, which was the biggest one of it because it's like 5 pictures that you got to draw.
Hey, Carpenter Patriot, what's up, bud? You're exactly right, man. You're exactly right. And then they want to legislate their unfounded.
Actually, no, that's the Ottoman. It's not Turkish style. It's Ottoman style is with 2 sabers. Two big differences: Turkey and the Ottoman Empire.
Exactly, Carpenter.
How
Yeah.
long you been doing that, Jack?
Eh?
How long have you been doing that, Jack? The knives.
Making knives since I was 12 with my grandfather. And my grandfather made all the tools for the community that I was on, so he was the bladesmith there.
Wow. And would you believe I just now learned, recently learned that, you could do it at home. I didn't even really think you could, I guess. I don't know.
Well, he was most famous for making his shotguns, and he'd make them out of Damascus steel. And there's more of them in the. He made them here in the little community up there at Coonabarabran. He only made 60 odd in his lifetime, but there's 51 of them are in the US. 3 we don't know where they are. All the rest we know because they're all registered and all that sort of thing.
Man,
So same as his racing accident. They were the bomb. People pay big money for his Johnson Racing accident. So it's a historical company, but I make racing axes here, but they're $600 to $800 just for the head, depending on what alloy mix you want.
Well, that ain't bad. They make, talking about the car heads, that ain't bad. That ain't a bad price.
So the Ottoman Empire tried to model itself on Europe, but still hold down that hardcore jihadist realm and all that sort of stuff. They had a political head, but it was very much a theocratic rule in a lot of ways. And when it started to collapse and all that sort of thing, they went on a purge, and that was the Armenian massacre and all that sort of stuff. Get rid of the evidence, so to speak. But they were with the Ottoman Empire for 100 odd years, and Austro-Hungarian Empire, whatever you want to call it.
I've got a bunch of evil eyes around my house. They're
shitload of evil eyes in the sky and on telegraph poles.
No. It's a thing. It's a Turkish thing, man. It's a Turkish thing.
Where'd Canoes go? Oh, he's back. Oh, no wonder. It's rebooted Yoke. He rebooted.
See, this is what they look like. It's just like a tradition.
Oh, that's what they had. Look, you're the one who's hanging the stuff in your house, man. If you don't like it, I can toss it out.
It's good luck. It's good luck.
It's good luck.
Yep.
So I have pictures of critters and trees and.
Well, no, I got that too. No, it's good luck in Turkey, man. You'll see it when you get over there.
It's good luck in Turkey. The all-seeing eye.
No, it's it wards off evil.
It defends against the evil.
Yep.
I know people over there are always talking about the evil eye, but they may have been the gypsies I was hanging around with.
No. And turkey,
They
you'll see when you
get
get
a
the turkey,
rough
man.
time over there too.
They make them into everything, keychain, everything. They're everywhere. You'll see them. They're blue though. You'll see them. Man, I got one
People
there.
always warning me off, and that if you go to Europe, go to these places, stay away from the gypsies. You go to and I'm always thinking to myself, oh fucking, I better keep my mouth shut because some of the best times I've ever had fucking been hanging out with gypsies when I've been over that part of the world. Like in Yugoslavia, the gypsies over there, man.
I wouldn't know about that.
And they get down. They go all over. They get down into Turkey. They get chased from country to country, poor bastards. I must admit, some of them are fucking awful dodgy and that, but the ones I was partying with and shared times with, I had fun. Evil Eye Beard. There's looks
Good luck, yeah. Good luck.
try.
Ask that dude Pika. Ask him. But he knows. He
Yeah,
knows.
yeah, Becker knows. He just said it. It's you got to read the screen. NAZARVINCUG with a doohickey over it and a.
Oh, I don't even know what that is. So.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it.
But he yeah.
It makes more sense in bloody Mongolian. The
You
problem
know,
is
my
Turkish and Hungarian and Mongolian are all related.
well, we're Armenian, but she speaks like Turkish, but also like Armenian too.
Yeah, yeah. So she's Armenian Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I
That's a
was
bit
glad to hear about
hazardous
that
over
when
there
I
at the
found
moment
out.
with
What was that?
That's a bit hazardous over there at the moment with Erdogan running the joint.
Yeah, well, he shut down the for Easter Sunday just to fuck with the Christians.
Yeah, and that, but they had their big bloody mosque meeting on Friday, didn't they?
I don't know. I know.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched just to make sure. There's a big fucking webcam on there. You can watch it.
Yeah.
What do they call it? The Alexa?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's yeah, no, that sounds familiar what you just said.
yeah, Alexa Mosque over there.
Oh, well, we never went to any of them. We went to some castle ruins. Now there's a bunch of old castle ruins you got right outside the city, man. Beautiful. Yeah, wild cherry trees everywhere.
Tell you one I really want to go and have a look at is that Globeki Tepe.
Yeah, well, that's
Now,
way.
every time they keep on looking at this thing, they kick it back another couple of thousand years. And that the last time I was looking at it, they were saying it's 12,000 years. Now they're saying it's 14,000 years.
Yeah.
Well,
Pay money to see that. Actually, there's a good way of doing it. If you contact the Turkish tourism office, and they, in conjunction with Airbnb, you can stay at people's places, like farmers around the district, so you put some money into them instead of the big fucking hotel chains. They feed you up real good. The bus comes around and picks you up fucking next morning. That takes you up there, spend the full day at Globeki Tepe. They send you off with a packed lunch and all that sort of thing. Come home, big fucking dinner. And that, when you get back, the bus fucking picks you up, runs you back into the big city where you get your connection back to Istanbul the next day.
man, you gotta be careful out there. They'll rob you blind, man.
Yeah, well, this is all sorted. So, like,
just to
it's all
extract
through
money out of you.
Airbnb. The Turkish government sussed out all the people, all that sort of thing. Everybody knows where you're going to be anyway. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And there's armed guards.
yeah.
So,
I mean, now I wouldn't know how it was now, but back then it was a little bit, you know, everybody was just out to get you one kind of way or another.
oh yeah. Hey, especially like after the collapse of Yugoslavia and all the rest of it, you had all these wankers fucking pouring in there with some hardcore ideas. They all wanted to be fucking jihadis, and anybody who was foreigner, and that was a potential kidnap victim.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
no, it was
one of my
backpacking
cousins
around.
is married to a guy. Yeah. Shit. Fuck that shit, man. You
I
couldn't
took
pay me
leave
to go.
from Yugoslavia. I had that much leave over when I finished at Sarajevo.
Now I'd like to go where Colonel Shaw lived. Where Colonel Shaw
East
lived,
Holland,
I bet that's nice. I like
Holland's nice. If
Yeah, I like.
was in, I was in Amsterdam for a little while.
And just check out the old ruin, the war. Oh,
Well, I got over there. I got into one of these pot cafes and that, and fucking my ass didn't shift too far. I found out they had a room upstairs. That's where I camped for the next fucking 2 weeks.
oh man, wait till you try some of this oil, buddy.
Had this very nice lady, made her acquaintance and all that sort of thing. So we spent pretty much every evening together. And don't think it that way. She'd go back home to her place. I go to my little flat upstairs.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was very pleasant company. Met her for dinner. You can get good quality cognac over there. Chechen cognac. I hooked up with an old friend of mine while I was over there.
My grandma's toilet was a hole in the floor.
That's something you don't hear about in the news anymore. Is Chechnya?
Well, depending on which news you watch, but
I mean, as far as mainstream news in the West, nothing for years.
Yeah, and the truth about Chechnya is still never going to come out because it makes the jihadis look bad. So, like, what are you going to do? And all they're going to do is pound Russia on their head. And let's face it, Denson Boris and that at the time, and that he was an idiot. He didn't know how to respond, so it turned into a farce. He should have gone hard straight off the bat instead of playing that silly ass game that he fucking played. Which is, he negotiated for the 7 weeks. Every week on the Saturday, the rebels would raid another compound, another base, and get more armoured vehicles, more tanks, more ammunition, all that sort of stuff. And it got to the stage there they had more armoured vehicles than that what the Commonwealth of Independent States, as it was then, had in the whole area. And they were drawing bloody tanks on trains and that from bloody central Siberia, and that were dragging them over from China defence over there because they just got chewed up. And the other clowns and that had all the ammo, and they basically built because they trained them, all that sort of thing. They built these non-passable areas so where tanks can't go in, and they're too steep when coming down, and all that sort of stuff. So they funneled them in, and you had 5 or 6 tanks there, all sighted in. And as soon as these guys pop up, it just became a killing field. That was the only way in and out of the city. And they controlled it. They had food stashed up and all the rest of it. But they called the faithful to prayer one night, and this is how it all got started. And they let everybody know around the word and that for about 2 weeks that you come up this Friday and that every big fucking thing, you've got to be there. And they just everybody lined up in the 4 big mosques over there. And said, rightio, this is our plan, and that we're going to take over the joint. And that anybody that doesn't want to be in it, please leave now so you don't hear our plans and all that sort of thing. I walked out the door, machine guns opened up, and everybody became a true believer that night. They set the tone of that one. So, yeah, that was it. Little old ladies and that wearing suicide vests and that walking up and offering an apple to a soldier. And that, but he had 3 or 4 of them that come around. Yeah, babushka, yes, good, yes, bang. Hello, grandmother. How are you today? Bang.
If she didn't have blue eyes before, she got them now.
Yeah, glued up. So yeah, it was crazy. They went door to door. They killed 80,000 non-Muslims the first night in Chechnya. That's what they did. They went door to door, all those apartment buildings. They sealed off the basement. People were jumping out the windows. Rather than
Was that in the 90s?
Yep.
Is it okay? No, it was in the 90s. I think I asked you that one.
80,000 the first night. Similar thing happened in Yugoslavia. And
Yep.
you hear about the Muslim uprising, you only hear about the fight back. And that, where fucking Slobber Dog
only
lost
from you.
fucking all his crew, and they went
the,
over.
the Battle of Vukovar, that was some shit there.
That's only.
I was only over there to deal with the leftover mass. I was lifting landmines, and there were fucking mines everywhere, and they were putting PM1s, which is a big fucking Soviet anti-tank mine. Put it on the back because it's magnetic mount. Put it on the back of the oven, and then wire up on the trip fuse, and that to the oven door. And so you in and out, hook it on the inside of the oven door, and that reach around the back, and that clip it there, and then slide the whole thing back against the wall. And that first thing the old girl comes in and that clean up the house after it's been forced out, they're going to clean the place up, open up the oven, clean it all up, and that fucking door opens up, bang. There's enough explosive there to flatten that whole fucking building. Nah, that's the sort. I was in a fucking children's playground. The little plastic things. They got no fucking metal part, even the detonator's glass. It's a Pyrex fucking thing in that on the detonator. It's got a foil or something tight, and that doesn't pick up. As a backing plate, and it's meant to take your foot off. And that, but in children's playground, I pulled 30 of the fucking things out of one children's playground. I was there for a day. Whole fucking day. Just one little child, little roundabout things you push and run around and jump on, and then it had the slippery dip, the spiral, and you climb up the thing and that and spiral all the way down. There were 3 at the base of that fucking slippery dip. 3.
Straight out of the fucking Stone Age, man. That's what that is. They're straight out of the Stone Age.
Fucking jihadis, I don't know.
No different than the Stone Age.
Yeah, like if you're not like us, we're gonna kill you.
That's Stone Age.
You ever been to Georgia?
Yeah. South Ossetia. I actually went to the Beslan Memorial on my last trip.
Oh, wow. I remember watching that on, what passed for live news back then. That was a fucked up situation.
We used to get news.
I took leave without pay when the wall collapsed as part of a Christian mission to go over to the Soviet Union, or former Soviet Union. And I was backed by the intelligence services around the place. And I went to Novosibirsk doing that, which is just down the street from Akademgorodok, which is the former Soviet Academy of Sciences. So, yeah. But I met a bird over there, but she was a patriot. She wanted to rebuild Russia and all that sort of thing, and didn't want to come over and all that. So they wanted me to move to Russia and all that. So it's too cold for me. That was a long time ago. I was thinking,
give it to her, Jack.
Nice lady, all that sort of thing. I spoke with Russian, but yeah, she wanted to stay there and that. So no.
Yeah, she wanted you to give her something.
It doesn't work. I don't work.
I mean, I'm not. No. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Not in a mean way.
That's all right. Look, I'm different from most folks, right? I'm very think of me like old time Amish or fucking Quakers when I'm dating.
Right, and I don't want to disrespect you. Honestly, I don't want to disrespect you or your beliefs. Honestly, that's.
Look, don't get me wrong. On that, I've fallen short of my fucking own goals in time, and that it's happened too.
It's my bad because I just.
No one's perfect in this
I would rather respect that, than make a joke about it.
No, but I mean, like the only thing I can say in my own defence is my intentions were honourable at the time, and that it's just a girl, had other thoughts on ahead. Like one of them was, I'll get this bastard to move from the outback down to the city, and all that sort of thing. No, it wasn't going to happen. Wasn't going to happen. Me in the city, I'd be dead in 6 months or locked up for life, never to be released. NTBR.
Yeah, well, that's how that is. They'll make you do that. Yeah, they don't understand the nice way. So that's what happens. You get hemmed
Becca,
in with the
I'm happy to pay for your time and transport. I've got to do some research and that, but I've got to come to Europe to do some business. I'm showing a whole pile of businesses a franchise, how to sharpen knives and that as part of their business, because they already service, they repair shoes and watches and phones and all that sort of thing. Now they want to sharpen knives. So I've got to go to Europe and do that. But part of that trip means going to Turkey. So when the world gets sane again and all that's on, definitely I'm going to contact you and that and say, hey, look, because I'll have all the research down. I know a couple of Turkish knife makers. I just don't know where they are. We just talk online through a forum. But I'll get all that information because they say there's a lot of their cities full of knife makers and sword makers and steel workers and all that sort of thing. And they know of people that still work the old way of making steel. So once I find all that, you speak decent English, yeah, I'll rent your ass if I may, and fucking hire you as a guide. Can you drive? Do you have a license? I'll rent a car. Heck, can I rent a motorcycle? Oh, I think Tracy with me. Yeah, we better rent a car. She'll freak if I want to buy it.
Yeah. Plus, on a bike, you can see who you are.
Tracy's not used to my wild ways. High-speed motorcycles, driving on, cliff tops, climbing mountains, parachuting, my ultralights, making little planes and then flying the fuckers. Yeah, she sort of grounded me on a lot of this stuff.
Well, I don't know if you can get me up for one of them now.
Yeah, but look at all the money I wasted and the time that I wasted over the years on these things. I've got other things to do.
Yeah. Now, bikes
really
are fun. Fuck, bikes are fun.
Well, often the distance and that, and in the computer here and all that sort of thing is a historical how-to of ancient metalworking methods that everybody can use, and all that sort of thing in plain English instead of written in Latin science.
Yeah, you're on a whole nother level than us, man. I'm telling you. You're on a whole.
Oh yeah, look, a lot of Russian people go to Turkey for holidays, and all that sort of thing. So I know all about the holiday places. Plus, we've got some wonderful diving sites there. But yeah, I'm personally not really interested in all that sort of thing. I want to come there, learn how to make Turkish steel, high carbon Turkish steel, and that around about 1095, 1098, and in ASA, and it's good stuff.
It's raining here. Good.
So the only time I've been to Turkey before was a Gallipoli thing, which I ended up in hospital from alcoholic poisoning.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
last time I went, he come back with pinworms and fucking.
A doctor in the hospital there gathered every fucking doctor around the place and nurse and all that sort of thing. And there's like about 50 people in the room. And then he's explaining and that. And the translators, they're very polite over there, so they had an English translator explaining that this is what an alcoholic poisoning case looks like. Because they don't get them that bad.
That's fucked. That's fucked when you're the example.
There's 3 bottles of rum in me.
When you're the the see picture 4 or
we went over there with a contingent to do the honour guard as you do, and that in Gallipoli and all that sort of thing. So we did that and we knocked off in the day and all that sort of thing. But part of the tradition is also a gunfire breakfast, which is coffee or tea with a good tot of rum in and all that sort of thing. And so they shipped over a crate of Navy rum in a circle red, which means it's rum concentrate. supposed to water this down 4-1. All right, and get regular rum. No.
You was watering it down inside your stomach.
Nah.
Don't work like that.
The leftovers there were 5 bottles left over from the service and all that sort of thing. And I'm bored. Yeah. Me and my mate just playing cards and all that sort of thing and just drinking straight out of the bottle and all that sort of thing. The first one's finished and that, we're playing. Our little Turkish mate brought us over some kebabs and all that sort of thing, and shish kebab and all that sort of the stuff, plus some cooked veggies and all that sort of thing, antipasto type stuff. We had the food coming in and that, we were playing cards and we had the music playing in the background. It was a great time. Second bottle's finished. Rah, off we go.
Oh man, then it laid into you, huh?
Yeah. And the third bottle, I thought about cutting it off, but nah. But a social game and that, you don't have enough brains to function properly. So
Just think if you was smoking too with that, man, that'll intensify it big time.
Becca's saying, Mr. Canoes, pick up Mr. Emerald and come here with Mr. Jack. They have to call me Mr. Man.
We will cross the.
Damn it, I
I'll
work
pick
for a
up
living.
Emerald, and we will cross the Atlantic in my Viking longship, and work our way past Gibraltar into the Med, and then through the Dardanelles, and we'll make landfall right outside the Blue Mosque, and you can pick us up there.
Dear. Shades
Or
of
we'll
this.
just we'll catch a ferry flight into Incirlik.
Nah, we'll just
Courtesy of the U.S. Air Force.
plasma jets onto the canoe there, and we'll just.
I don't know
ass.
how it works and that, but I'll probably be catching a Qantas flight to Belgium and that, and meeting up with the head office over there and that, doing their plan through there and that. When we go down to Turkey and that, it'll be organised by them. But
That canoes, we'll put some hydrofoils on it, man, and then some ramjets.
one of the things that I've stipulated in our little deal about all the travel and all that sort of thing, that there is ample time in between each thing, like 2, 3, 4 weeks in between, so we can actually take a couple of weeks of tourism and all that sort of thing, or we'll get back home and attend, because I've got critters here and that and all that sort of stuff, so I've got folks to look after them, so we'll organise that. But yeah, like in the US, it should take me 2 months to do all the work that I do, but I should have 2 months, 60 days holiday visa that I can pull no problems, minimal paperwork after I finish my working visa. It's like, because it'll be, green card, approved work and all that sort of stuff. You can tack on 60 days of holiday time to those. I checked, that rule's still current. Without any paperwork. Tracy's already a US citizen, so might be able to make it further, but I'm planning on 60 days in the US. We'll do it that way.
My aunt lives in the Bakırköy section of Istanbul.
Hey, Canoes.
Yo.
Can you sharpen a knife?
Not as good as you, but yes.
Look, give me 2 hours with you. You can sharpen a knife as good as I can. You're not. Look, it's not rocket science, and 2, you're not a dill. So, you can pick this up. And what we're showing the folks is not to the nth degree knife sharpening either. This is quick. I won't use the word nasty. I think it gives the wrong connotations, but it's very quick. Get it through, get it done, get a financial return.
Straightforward.
Commercial knife sharpening.
Because like this water bong I got, it's like a simple design, but not simple, as in dumb. It's straightforward and functional, simple. You know what I mean? That's how it worked. You know what I mean? That's what I would describe it.
I gotta get off here in 10 minutes, but yeah.
gonna say something there.
I just got a bag of just all the kiff. So you know all the little brown, all the trimmings and that you do off the pot. It's also got a shitload of seed in it, but like road seed pot.
Used to separating out the seeds.
I'd like to mash some of that, man.
Actually, what I did is I put them through my mix master and that, and just blended the fuck out of them all. I smoked the fuckers. I got the shits with pulling seed out for like about 8 hours there one day.
Man.
So no, I just
You
blended
smoke
it all.
with seeds?
Oh, dude, that give you headaches, man.
As long as they're not complete and all that sort of thing, and that don't go pop, I don't give a shit.
Get you a big flat tray and spread it out and turn it on an angle and go up with it like that, and they'll all fall. You'll get them to roll down to the bottom of that tray.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the best way. If there's that.
Not being rude, if I can say, and if you don't take it the wrong way, Bicker, turkey's so cheap that even the Russians go there. Russian working girl from out in Siberia can afford a trip to Turkey with 2 or 3 days skin diving, stay in hotels, first class meals, a few coach trips around the place, go up there, see the frozen waterfalls, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and I think Turkey's on an advisory list for American travelers.
Yeah, that's true because they're a kidnap target victim and all that sort of thing apparently.
Yep.
And they're blaming the gypsies again, but like I said, every time I go over that part of the world, and I end up parting with gypsies. I have fun. Maybe I'm crazy.
I've dealt with gypsies a few times. Interesting people. Only one bad experience out of like 4 or 5.
I've seen them rip the fuck out of people, but they've taken objection to the people first. For some reason, and I asked him, I said, "What is that?" And he said, "Oh no, he insults gypsy." I didn't see it, but I did see the interaction, but I didn't see the thing. But maybe he's seeing something I don't. Maybe
we had a gypsy street gang in downtown Cleveland for a couple of years, and I saw them from a distance, probably about 200 or 300 feet. Watch them. Basically remove a guy from his car, tie him up, and then they disassembled his car right there on the fucking street and took all his pieces of his car away and sold it for scrap or for parts.
Golly, man.
I never had any dramas with them, but like people say the same thing and that about the Aboriginal communities over here I visit, and because I've never looked down on them and all that, so I never had any dramas.
Yeah, you probably never had a problem. Yeah.
No. I to be honest, how I met the turkeys, the gypsies in Turkey, and that because the gypsies sell booze, and the government don't like selling booze, so that's how I met them. Hey, mate, how you doing? And no, don't rip yourself off and all that sort of stuff. And this is just after I got out of hospital from fucking alcoholic poisoning, because the fucking the army cut me off. Said no more grog for you until you get home to Australia. Fucking what?
Yeah, shit, me.
Well, hell, introduce himself. So, because we're talking to one of the Turkish cops over there, he said, fucking gypsies, they don't do this, they do this, do that, and they sell alcohol. Well, that one fucking stuck. And ended up sitting up in their camp, and that I had a couple of days off, and they said, yeah, you can stay here, crash by the fire, fucking all that sort of. No one ever fucking tried to rip me off, all that sort of stuff. Now I didn't have a lot of money. So getting up, I give one of the little kids and that, and fucking run up to the shop and fucking get a packet of meat and all that sort of thing. Come back and we barbecue it and all that sort of thing. Buy some veggies off one of the locals, 2 coins, all that sort of thing. Chop it all up. So I'm not dependent on them. I'm not expecting them to feed me, all that sort of thing. Yeah. Kids keep the change. Everybody's happy. That's how you do things. So I never had a drama with the gypsies. And in fact, I had a ball with them.
I think you
there and Syria, believe it or not. This is before Syria went all the fucking hell. I got a video here
I live my life, man.
of a street party in Syria, and everybody's involved. There's Jews, there's Christians, there's Hindus, there's whatever they call themselves over there. Zoroastrian, like the descendants of the Zoroastrians, and that.
Oh, I've heard of those. I'm not very familiar with exactly what
Someone
it is.
hijacked and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so Syria under Assad, everybody got on together because they were scared not to. That was it. But then they started putting kids on buses with bombs strapped to their backpacks, and they're going around buying retarded kids. Swapping the backpack with him and putting a bomb on his backpack and then putting him on a bus with 30 other kids. Yes, he tortured people because he went after the bomb makers and then the torture stopped. He got the bomb makers and the bombing stopped, but then it just continued, and Kuwait funded them all, and Saudis backed them, and backed them, and fuck, what a shit fight. And the world media going, oh.
Well, I always knew something was going on with the trick box here.
I'm going to put that back.
Never trusted it.
We're referring to what's commonly known as the Roma.
Hang five the Roma.
He's asking about the gypsies. What are we referring to by saying gypsy? Out here it means Roma.
Look, I don't know.
Travelers.
Well, the Roma, that is the gypsy like race, right? That, you know, I think
Yeah.
like slang, and the Roma is the actual. But I don't know. I just
To some
vaguely
extent.
recall something like that.
I think true gypsies actually have their roots from India way back in time. I could be mistaken.
Yeah, a lot came over there after during the Ottoman Empire, because they had the Mongol Wars over there in India, and they brought back a lot of slaves from India. And at the end of the Ottoman Empire, before the slaughters and that, after the slaughters stopped and all that sort of thing, they were homeless. So yeah, a lot of them had Indian influence, but there was a lot of slaves all mixed in together during the Ottoman Empire. So really, it's sort of like
Diluted the
Yazidi
blood.
Christians. They're a mixture of everybody just got together who were just all Christians. I don't know, the Indians went in there, they were converts, Christianity and all that sort of thing. So Romani.
Romani, Roma, yeah.
Romani, I think, is Turkish for gypsy. If that's, I just had a flash in my head then. Romani.
My cousin is a high school Spanish teacher, and she used to take her senior classes to Europe every other year, and mostly they went to Spain, but they hit a few other countries too, and she would always come back and tell us stories about dealing with the gypsy pickpockets all in like the big cities.
Yeah, well, you come through from obviously a Western country, and kids traveling in that, they think wealth.
Yeah.
Their kids can't go fucking international.
Yeah.
This is how they think. What can I afford, and all that sort of thing. And it's like I went to the gypsy camp looking for booze, and they said, "But you can buy it in a hotel." I said, "Oh, hotel costs fucking big money, man." And they laughed and all that sort of thing. And I said to them, "You probably fucking make closer to what I make at home." And when they learn I make my own booze and all that sort of thing, and what I make and all that sort of thing, we talk booze for hours, and I'm drinking their liquor while I'm doing it. They sit down, talk, all that sort of thing, rah, rah. So I bought a jug, not dissimilar to what I got here, off of me and this hoochie. Don't know what it was. but it was hot. It was spicy. Probably around about 60%. It went down good. Need to eat with it though. Okay, Ben Frank, how you doing?
Benny boy, how you doing?
Ben Frank OG.
Yeah. Look, that's my view there, Vicar. Places are dangerous, people not so. As long as you don't try to make yourself a target.
Yeah, you go through there looking like a fourth grade school teacher. Yeah, they're gonna try to pick your pocket. They see an easy target. That's what that was.
Oh,
Michael.
can poor people send their kids international and that for a school? No. So obviously, there's money there, and that off the kids or the school, off the teachers, all the rest of the stuff. Japanese tour stuff, and that coming from there,
Yeah.
they can't afford to travel internationally with seats like this. They're trying to feed themselves. So this is their way they're thinking. And well, that's how it was explained to me. And then there's the insult, and then so if somebody does you wrong or whatever, you're allowed that's allowable there. Or someone big note themselves, yeah, but take them down a peg. It's a pain in the ass and all that sort of thing. They make no apologies for it, but like I said, the majority of folks and that they interact with and that they actually respect. The little greengrocer. Someone stole from him, and it was one of the gypsy kids, and that had spotted it. And his dad went up there and took him up to the greengrocer and said, "Is this the kid that stole from you?" And he said, "Yeah," and then dropped him and walked off. It's now up to the greengrocer to do that. You know what I mean? This is how they are. So you got to figure out because this guy's good to them. You know what I mean? They look after you. Look after your own. Screw everybody else is basically their attitude. And if you want, if you're a stranger and that and become one of their own, well, they'll look after you. But you've got to be able to look after yourself too. They don't have bludgers in their society. Everybody works. Even the old folks. Have a look at someone. They're always doing something.
Yeah, and they lived like 90.
Yeah. No excess.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about those.
Well, the blokes often die young, especially if they get a knife in them or a bullet or something.
I like my life just like it is. Boring as shit.
Right.
This is all I want to do right here. Maybe over there, maybe over there. Pretty much this. No, I do work sometimes. I'm getting geared up is what it is. Go ahead and get geared up. That way when the real heat gets here, I'll be out there in it. Because this ain't the real heat. Of course, you guys are cold over there.
Like a little bit here.
Hey guys, I'm gonna step out. I'm on crash.
All right, yeah, I'm going to have to go and make phone calls in a minute too, but I'm just loading this up to making a mix.
Hey Wiz,
Yeah.
just so you know, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm not on modding tonight.
Right.
I lost my cookies for the admin part for StreamYard, so I can't stick around to shut things down.
Oh, I saw you. Was that you that tried to re-sign in?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was waiting. I was like, well, did he?
Well, while you're talking backwards and forwards, Canoes bail out now.
Okay.
And that do the thing with you're there. You'll get the email through.
I'll text you.
Back to Canoes through what you've got Canoes email.
Yeah, go ahead and do the re-sign. I'll text you the code.
All right,
Okay.
text. Sweet, even faster. Cool. All right, and that problem is sorted, so I'll hang around for that and punch a couple of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I emailed Jimmy Bean today. I think he was. He said it said something about getting your phone number or something too, Emerald.
Yeah, I know. I keep emailing him and he's not seeing it. Um, I don't understand what that's all about.
So I gave him my number. I said, call me anytime.
Rock on.
So if I see an odd number, it might be him. I talked to Gus before. He called me one time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like a year ago.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Well, that's the other
I
thing
can't
I got to
believe
do.
Jack makes freaking knives like that, man. That's amazing.
You know, Gus, he contributed a fairly good large sum of money to the cause here. You know.
Yeah, I think he said he gave like $7,500 out over a year,
Well,
and
not
he only got
no,
one
that.
thank you card in
Yeah,
return.
we didn't get that much, but I mean, it was
Well, like 1 or 200 here and there, you know.
right, right. Well, he did. Yeah, I was like really grateful, and it helped quite a bit. We were able to get a lot of stuff done with that.
He said he only got one thank you card back in return for all that. I said,
Yeah,
dang, man, I would at least sent you some pictures or something.
No,
Back in the mail.
I sent right.
I mean, you know, damn.
I did send him. I sent him thank you cards. You know, I even
Yeah.
brought it up online and you know stuff like
I
that.
couldn't take money from somebody like that, you know. I couldn't do that.
Well, I mean, I didn't know what else to you know at the time. But I mean, I used it for
That's me.
exactly what he wanted us to use it for. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
we propagated getting that mill. The mill got a lot further than it would have. You know what I'm saying?
Well, those are never ending projects anyway. You know,
when he gets back.
Is there an echo here?
A little bit on Wizard's end, but we need him here and that for the time being.
Right.
And when Canoes gets back, Bicker's got a song recommendation for him.
Last time I was in Istanbul was 85. I was 12 years old. I wouldn't want to go back. Maybe to see that Gobekli Tepe, but that's, you know, in a bad area there, actually, at the moment. But really, you know, I would want to try to discover, you know, I'd want to like take some mushrooms and stay there and try to what was happening, you know?
Yeah, they're not big into drugs over there, except
Well, I mean,
for
not drugs, just like try to take
they're
some
big on
time
opium.
to open my brain up to something that might be there, you know.
Right.
I would want to
Oh
get in
no.
tune with whatever, you know what I mean? It might, you know, like just not think about anything and just do whatever, you know,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I get you. I get you.
or not do anything.
Feel the spirit of the place, kind of thing, huh?
Yeah, just to try to. Yeah, I
You
never
take
been
care
like
there,
you guys,
Bicker.
man.
We'll make sure that Canoes gets your link when he gets in.
Oh, you guys are out of here?
Oh, Bicker is, and then I'll hang around till Canoes gets back. But I got to get on the phone to Tracy.
Cool.
That's
Yeah,
all night.
we'll probably
We
keep
run
you up
late
all
already.
night, huh?
That's right. I'm always running late.
Plus, you're half a day ahead of us already.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's tomorrow.
You already
Yeah,
outworking me.
I'm still running late. I got a day's head start on that. I'm still running late.
Damn, you're a fast worker now. Woo!
Right.
Worked all the way into tomorrow. That's a hell of a thing now. Hey, that's what kind of worker you want to get, though. That's the kind of worker you want to have now. Freaking responsible. Which with no laughing matter. I know. I don't have many.
So yeah, I think the first live stream I do from the workshop, they'll be. I got some folks in the US. They want to learn how to make broadhead arrows and
A ball what?
broad head, wide, broadhead arrows,
Oh,
armor piercing arrows. So yeah, canoes there, cool.
cool, man. Yeah, if I had a little more progress done, I'd show you, but I'm mounting that barrel to that frame.
Right.
And with your idea, I won't have to worry about the other part, and I can just move on to the handle.
Yeah. Look, Winchester put out a little 22 with a thumb trigger, and it saved them so much on coming up with a new competing trigger.
I didn't even think of that, man. I mean, that's just the best thing.
Look, I've been
That's a
playing
lot of
with
work.
this for years. Don't worry about it. Sometimes the simplest is the hardest to figure out.
You know, and I got so much shit here. I mean, it's like Legos. You know, you put together whatever the fuck you want. You know, so I have to kind of decide on one direction and then work that direction to see if it's going to pan out. And then that's how I do it. So I don't know. Sometimes you get working in one direction, you forgot why you was going that way.
Yeah.
But it happens, you know. Shit. It's fun. It's like Legos. Playing with Legos.
There you go.
At least I'm not out fucking with people and bothering people or whatever. You know, not bothering nobody except y'all, maybe.
There we go.
Don't bother anyone, man.
I mean,
Rock on, man.
all right, now we can all hail the go. I can bail out of here and get on the phone.
Yeah. Let me pack it up.
Oh,
Area 52 is over here. It's, other name for it is Pine Gap. It's also your ultra low frequency communication center and that for all your nuclear submarines and that. Don't tell anybody.
It's actually scalar technology, not elf. But yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, but area 51's over in the US. Area 52 is over here in Pine Gap. That mountain on the side of the base, it's actually got a door in it, and that don't tell anybody. And they can drive right into that fucking mountain, and it's got a lift inside that goes down. Nobody knows how many floors it goes down. Best guess is around about 4. That's the extent of the hydraulics that they can do for that weight and all that sort of thing. 4 planes at a time. Where that thing is, the big triangle at the moment, it makes no sound.
There it is.
At the moment. Cheers.
Oh, Howard Dean. Poor guy. Tiny by his own enthusiasm.
Well, a long way to come in that, but if you want to sneak into a place, I'll give you a map of the joint. Your best approach, there's a little hill to the east. It's sort of a J shape, and that if you can come in there, there's a little bit of a low point in just high up in the J. Jump in there and get into the hook of the J. When the patrols pass off by there, and that stay under the camera and head towards the white building and watch through there. Then who knows? No one's ever got that far before. We got that far. We got the hill sorted out. We got to get to the white building there. Beyond that, no, it's as far as anybody's got. And they've been trying to sneak in there for 20 fucking years. That's the furthest anybody's got. So yeah. You're pretty good about it. You're just going to ask you a few questions, figure out who you are, and talk outside the gate, let you make your own way out. Still got that place up there in Washington. That's probably got everybody fucking listening. Your watches will grow to by about 10 or 15 in the next few minutes.
Man, I've seen a good website for like quartz banging for $10, $15.
Let's see if I can Google it. It should be well known now.
All right. I'm out. Dream well, Patriots. It's
Yeah,
gonna be-
I never
Tomorrow's going to be a better day.
met for this, but maybe
Always.
because I did hit the like button.
Yeah, I'm not going to pay you for it either.
I did. No, I you know, it's sad. That's the first time I ever hit the like button.
Oh, there you go. Well, thank you.
Not because I didn't mean, you know, I just did, I guess.
No, I know. It's all good.
I don't know.
I know. I see you posted it. It's like, I'm not paying for that.
I'll pay for this one though.
There it is. Actually, yeah, it comes
Dream
out.
well. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, Wiz.
I'll pay you
I
$1.98.
just looking up. I actually had a wiki on what I was talking about. The Amatilla Chemical Depot, based in Amatilla, Oregon. Shit, I thought it was in Washington. It is. U.S. Army installation stored chemical and biological weapons. Chemical weapons stored.
The only problem, Emerald, is I ain't got no money on me right now. I haven't had a bank account since 2000.
Oh, Trump closed it. Well, that's good.
Well, not if you don't want to cash no checks. There's
I was talking
people
about
coming out pretty
chemical
soon.
and biological weapons depot over there. Supposed to be shut down by 2011, but it was open still a few years ago. And despite everything Obama said and all that sort of thing, it was Trump that shut it down.
Man, my mom, she says she's pissed. She's pissed because she's seeing, this whole time it's. I said, well, just think about the people that don't know what we know. Even if they wanted to try to be informed.
Unfortunately, it's going to be lambs to the slaughter. So that's the scary part. I got the advantage of knowing this heaps of that and getting out of the system and that and make myself but there's folks stuck in cities and gathering zones, all that sort of thing.
Yeah,
when
they don't
when
know
the
how
cold times come.
They don't know how to live. I don't know. I'm different now that I got older. And
Starting to worry about other folks.
Well, no, I think about things more in my actions and the repercussions. And I don't, I know I'm just a bad influence naturally.
No.
Well, I think I am.
What you got there is called a conscience and morals, and you're figuring out the balance of right and wrong and all that sort of thing. And
So I avoid
that you need
people.
one, the conscience, and two, morals. And so you've got that going on at the moment. And so, yeah, QED, there's proof there. You're growing up. It takes a little bit longer in other folks.
Yeah, I'm
But to
48.
become a moral person takes a little bit
So
of
I
effort.
got off the dope, and now I'm able to have
Well,
a
there
life.
you go. There's your evil influence.
I mean, really, when you're a pill head, you don't have a life. It's chasing that pill. That's it. Because you have to, really.
Well,
When
not
I was younger, that was alcohol for me.
yeah. Well, see, I'm a pothead and a booze hound, so
I've
I
always
can't
been a pothead.
Point the finger at anybody.
Always
But
been a pothead since '84.
what I can point at is the clock, and I better get going. So you folks all be good. If you're still going when I get back, I'll catch you all later.
Cool. Appreciate it, Jack.
All right, Jack.
Thanks, man.
Say hi to Tracy for us.
Yep.
Cheers. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see what time it is. Let's see. What does it say? 12 a.m. Oh, it's
1:23.
23. I don't know if that's late for you or not.
I don't have to work today, so it's not that bad.
Fucking cool, man. Hell yeah.
I got to work the next 4 days, but whatever.
Dude, my mom was so pissed this morning. Because these people in California, they never talk politics, And she says, "Oh, Trump is the reason he let the virus go." And I said, "Look, I hate to say this about family, but I've been telling her that these people never cared about politics to begin with. They really did, and they don't even really know why they're even care now. They couldn't tell you why, but they're idiots. I mean, and that's okay. That's fine. But if you're gonna say some shit like that, well, guess what? That sounds like a conspiracy theory. You're kind of wacko. Maybe you need to examine where you're getting your information, rather than just say it like you believe it. But that's just me. But I said you can't let them. They don't dictate our lives. And there's nothing really you can tell like them to. Like for them, maybe I would say just be open to the manipulation of the media, and then let them see it for their own eyes. They're gonna have to do that. They're gonna have to see something different for them to change. But this lady here, man, she's nice as could be. Well, she is full blown. She's wiping packages down. She gets out of the mail, putting them in the garage for a week, and nice people, but they don't even realize how. There's one of them brown spiders, man, that fucking bites.
Nuke it from orbit, just to be sure.
It's big. I don't want to.
You don't want to make a mess.
It's pretty fucking big.
Squish, sploosh.
It's
yuck.
Under that yellow sun painting. I don't know if you can see it. It's headed towards that electrical outlet over there. That brown electrical outlet.
Yep. I see it. Yeah.
See how big it is?
Yep. We get some big ones here too.
I don't know what these are.
I got brown recluse spiders. I got black widows. I got some really nasty wolf spiders. The orb weavers. You like the orb weaver types and the garden spiders. I don't mess with them because they kill lots and lots of bugs. But I do not like those wolf spiders.
Yeah. I've made those pets before. I've had them as a pet.
Yeah.
In prison too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'd have people. They'd have them for 8 months, a year. Yeah, sure did. They'd go by and take a piece of straw and stick it through the like chain link fence and like going around the side or something. And that's where they would live at. There's a bunch of them. You feed them flies. You have to catch flies and shit and feed them. And take a piece of like balled up tissue and put a few drops of water on it, put it in there, and he'll go up and he'll figure it out. There's water in it. He'll drink it.
Yeah, where I worked at up in Ontario, we had these spiders. They were, we called them dock spiders. And I think they're more commonly known as fishing spiders or fisher spiders. They're semi-aquatic. They live half their life in the water. And we had wooden floating docks for our boats at the base camp. And these things would like basically spin webs right on the surface of the water and right below the surface of the water. And they would catch little minnows and shit. And then they'd live in the woodworks of the docks. So whenever we'd be out, loading the boats up or washing the boats, keeping them clean, we'd be like hanging on the side of the boat, with one arm scrubbing the hull down with another arm. And you'd have this fucking spider that was like that fucking big swimming right up next to you and start crawling on your chest and shit. You're like, ooh. Huge fucking spiders. I was cleaning out my garage about a year and a half ago, and I had some pieces of cardboard and some lumber stacked up in a corner behind a garbage can, and I pulled them out to go throw them away, and I just happened to look on the back side of it. There's 4 black widow spiders on it. I'm like, fuck that. It's going in the bonfire.
Yeah. Anytime I come across something, anything like that, I'll kick it over or something, or knock something, or push it over first. That's what I do, or flip it up, or whatever it is, and let it. And then I don't go grab nothing right away. Nothing,
Well, up there we had rattlesnakes, a small subspecies of the eastern rattlesnake. They call them the Massasaugas.
I've heard those small ones are even more poisonous than the bigger.
Yes, they are. Yep. There was a common misconception for years, it's a little baby snake. It won't be that bad. No, their poison's like 3 times as strong to, defend themselves while they're vulnerable as, young.
They'll light you up.
See, up there was really no topsoil. So when you were setting your tents up, you couldn't use tent stakes because like you'd go through like a 1/2 inch of moss and then you'd hit like solid granite. It was all bedrock up there.
Damn.
So to set up the tents in each of the corners where normally you would put a tent stake, we would tie on a big loop of tire inner tube, and we would make a loop of that and then put rocks to anchor out the tent instead of tent stakes. That's the only thing you could do. And anytime we'd be out there picking up the rocks and everything, you had to be real careful and, use your canoe paddle to kind of nudge them out of the ground to make sure that there were no baby snakes underneath them because they like to nest underneath the little rocks.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times I picked up rocks and found baby rattlesnakes underneath them.
Yeah.
We'd be, portaging our canoes between rivers, carrying the canoes over land.
Yeah.
And find a big portaging. Yeah, portage. Portage. Port. It's we call it portage. They'd be laying in the middle of the trail, sunning themselves, and we'd have to use our canoe paddles to like a big spatula and scoop them up and chuck them into the woods to get them off the trail.
Man, I
did that a bunch of times.
A tree trunk and try to break his neck off.
our camp dog got bit by a rattlesnake the one year I was up there. He was drunk, like stumbling around for like 3 or 4 hours. Three-legged dog.
Yeah.
Thing survived getting run over by a train.
He survived a snake bite?
He survived getting run over by a train and losing a leg, and then a couple years later, he survived a snake bite. Yeah. Lucky dog.
No shit.
Black lab. He used to stand on our little beach, chest deep in the water on his 3 legs, and he would catch fish with his mouth. It was hilarious.
Man. We had boxers growing up when I was growing up.
I've never owned a dog. Always been a cat person.
We always had dogs, and then I had one cat for like 10 years. Here. And that was the only cat I ever had. And then my neighbor's dog come over here and fucked him up. And like a couple of weeks later, I had to put the cat down, but a couple of weeks later, his dogs came back running over here again. So I went over there and I told him, well, tried to. He ended up beating his ass out there. And fucker. He called the cop. Well, his old lady called the cop.
Here's a dumb question for you.
Uh-huh.
I'm not very familiar with the geography of northern Florida. What's the largest,
Oh, well, you said
or the
Swanee
closest?
River, that's like 5 miles from here, where High Springs.
Okay. What's the closest major airport? Jacksonville?
Yep.
Okay.
It's 45 minutes to the airport. But
Gotcha.
if you look at where I-75 and I-10 cross, that's right there where I'm at. And the closest way to Swanee River is I go up to High Springs. Right up to, because you can go, there's a couple spots. It actually goes like around it in a big circle. Then I'll go to like falling big shoals or little shoals or should I put in up 20 miles on Highway 6, 2 miles north of Highway 6 on the Swanee River, and I came down south and got out at Big Shoal. I was wondering if I was going to make that one, man.
Oh, you're okay. I'm looking at the map now. You're right at the edge of Okefenokee or Osceola.
Yep.
The big park.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Yep. I live 1.2 miles north of Highway 90 and 2 miles or 3 or 4 east or west of I-75. So like come off I-75, it's 4 miles from my place right here.
Mm.
I'm like right on the edge of the city, basically. Yeah, pretty much the city. But I can go around the back way. It's 5 miles. I can be on the other side of the city.
How far are you from Avon Park?
That's about 2 hours south, 2.5 hours south. If I'm thinking.
Okay. I saw
like Lakeland is in between like Lakeland and Clearmont, or Plant City and Clearmont.
Trying to find it on the map here. I can't find it. 'Cause I know the Air Force had a big ass firing range there, and there's some video on YouTube. A guy was directing fire, like ground support fire for an A-10.
Huh.
You know, the Warthog with the big ass cannon on the front. and you see this A10 come over the tree line and just blowing
That's
up targets
cool.
everywhere, and the guy's filming it from probably like 500 feet away. It was nuts.
That's cool. Yeah, man. When I go get out in the woods, man, it's like 5 miles away. You're out there.
You ever been to St. Augustine?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
My parents went there one time. They loved it. They
Yeah.
said, my dad went down to Florida back in the mid 80s looking for work, and
It's different now.
early 80s, probably around 83, 84. I was only a little tyke then. And
it ain't like
they
that.
said they hated Florida. They heat and humidity and all the bugs. They said the only worthwhile thing was they took a day trip to St. Augustine. And my mom loved it, you know, the architecture and everything.
Yeah. Yep. It's cool.
Because he was looking for work down. He almost got a job in Sanford.
Yep. That's
Some
in
factory
towards
down
the
there.
inner part of but not far away.
Down by Orlando, I think. Yeah, just north of
like
Orlando.
Deltona area. Or
Yeah.
towards past Deltona.
Now, I'll be honest with you. There's only really 3 things that I'd like to see in Florida. One of them would be to visit you. The other one, I'd like to go to Cape Canaveral. And then I'd like to go to Key West. You lived in Canaveral?
Yeah,
Cool.
Satellite Beach. My dad was stationed at Patrick Air Force Base. Even though
anyway, like around there in Titusville, I'd love to go tour Kennedy and, you know, be down there for a rocket launch. That's something I always will regret, is not being able to go down there to watch the shuttle launch before they stop the shuttle program. Oh, I saw it live on. I saw it live on TV. I was 5 years old, 5 or 6. Yeah, it happened in '86. I was 6 years old.
I was in the 7th grade on the way to the lunch, and we were watching it.
First grade, yeah.
Damn.
First or second grade.
Going.
The teacher turned the TV off after 20 seconds, and she ran out of the room crying. And then all the other teachers started running out of the rooms crying. And then the principal got on the intercom and said, you know, we're going to allow anybody who wants to say a prayer to say it, you know. Then an hour later, they sent us all home. Yeah.
That's weird, because like where we were at, it wasn't, I mean, we didn't know for a while if they lived or died, I think is what it was.
Yeah, well, the big thing here, okay, there was that teacher on board who died, and she was from Ohio.
Gotcha. Right.
Yep. Yeah, it was bad. Oh, man, you know what? I completely forgot something. I just remembered it. I had planned on taking that vacation down to Key West last year. I still got to get in touch with the airline and get my refund for my ticket.
Now
they owe me about $250. Yeah, they owe me about $250.
Yeah, shit, that's probably the cost of it. Yeah, that's pretty right.
That was round trip from Cleveland to Miami on Frontier. Yeah, dude, the air traffic, the air industry is shut down so bad right now. Here in Cleveland, we've probably lost about 80% of our air traffic, you know, the commercial flights coming in to the big airport near me. Frontier shut down 90% of their flights out of Cleveland. They're only operating 2 flights a day to Orlando, I think. And Spirit Airlines has shut down 90% of their stuff. They're doing like 1 flight to, I think, Kansas City. That's it. The only thing that's really flying right now is like American and United. And it's like, we used to, when it's normal out here, we'd see planes, you know, 20 or 30 of them land within, you know, a half hour.
Right.
And it would go like that for a half hour, then you see a pause, and then, you know, another half hour later you get another 10 or 20. It is just like that all day long. Now you're seeing 1 or 2 planes every hour.
You know, it's like that with the trains. I just recall now. You know, the trains ain't hardly running either. Not around here.
Did you see last week that huge fire at the airport somewhere in Florida, where I think it was southern Florida, down towards the Glades.
I think I heard about it, but I didn't
There was
see
some
it.
airport down there that had a huge rental car facility,
Yeah,
like
I
adjacent to
think
the airport, and a couple cars caught fire, and then it spread to the entire car lot. They lost like 2,500 cars.
Well, that sounds like an insurance job.
Exactly.
That's what that was.
Oh.
But
Bill says you need to go to Flamingo, Florida, and take a glass bottom boat ride.
oh
That
yeah,
sounds
yeah, yeah.
interesting.
That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I've done that. But hell, man,
Now
if
my
you want to
sister,
get out in that water, man, get out that kayak.
dude, my sister, she took a vacation last summer with her nephew, and they went down to Florida for 2 weeks. And her life dream is to go swim with sharks,
Oh,
do the cage thing.
that, man. Are you kidding
And
me?
yeah, not only does she
No.
want to do that, she's an adrenaline junkie.
I'd put that on the bottom of the bucket list.
She wants to go shark diving while she's on the rag.
Tell her to start with the friendly sharks.
So she's down there. She was by I think it was Fort Lauderdale. No.
See,
Further
the sharks that
further
see
north.
people, you know, they know what they are. They'll leave you alone. The wild ones.
Hey. What's up, Zoom dude?
Not much.
Hey man, what's going on, buddy?
Not much.
You chilling like a villain.
That storm wasn't no joke last night. East of us that way was really bad.
Yeah, I heard. I think overall, throughout all the states that were hit, something like 35 people were killed.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
man,
bad.
I didn't know that. It blew through here
A house.
this morning. It blew through, and then like at 3 o'clock maybe it came through again. That was it. Then it got hot as shit.
I know it did. It got hot here before it come too.
Well, muggy, like humid. I still can't even get the oil off this paper. You know, that's the only thing when it gets hot like that. Remember how I could show it, in front of the
Throw it in your
screen?
freezer.
Yeah. No, well, that don't work.
Oh.
Yeah, don't work because it thaws out pretty much immediately. And plus
I haven't seen any aircraft fly over. I may see a military plane fly over. That's about it.
C-130 type, cargo planes.
Yeah, cargo. Yeah, cargo.
When it gets under 80 degrees, it'll come off a little bit better. So it might start coming off of there.
And I haven't heard many 18-wheelers in the past couple of days either.
Man, me too. Hashtag me too.
Trains.
I get so many 18-wheelers around my place. I live right near a huge interchange of two major interstates and a bunch of major secondary roads. I get probably anywhere from, on a weekday, you're looking at probably like 6,000 trucks passing through my city right, within a mile of me. It's nuts.
See, I like that kind of noise because I can hear it from here. But you know what? tonight I don't hear shit, and because I can hear 75 from here, it's only maybe half a mile that way.
Now, I
I
got train tracks a mile north of me, but train traffic's actually down a little.
yeah, I know. I heard one in days.
I got one
I'll be
about
honest
3
with you,
blocks away.
it's very regular, our normal freight schedules around here. So you notice it when you don't hear the horns when they're supposed to be coming through.
Yeah.
So my thinking is a lot of the rolling stock, the trains and the cars that are available to haul shit are being appropriated by, the military so that they can move stuff around without it being seen by the public.
Yeah, that's good. I used to not trust the government, I guess. Now I still halfway don't, but I do trust who we got in there for us.
Yeah, I usually hear tape breaks at night, but I haven't heard any.
I usually hear like a tire blow. It'll go boom.
We get that all the time too.
And then when I go to my mom's house, I drive over the overpass, but over 75 to go to her house. And when I look down there, there ain't no traffic on the road. There was one car.
Well, South Carolina governor finally put a stop to all the traffic this weekend.
It's just weird, man. It's weird. That's the thing when you got this invisible freaking menace. You whatever your mind thinks of, that's what it goes with.
Zoom bait, what's your governor's affiliation? Is he Democrat or Republican?
Republican.
Kemp.
Kemp.
Yeah. I think one of the senators in Georgia was gonna. There's an opening in the Senate, and he's gonna run for it this year or next year. Got to be this year, or maybe in 2 more years.
All right, I just wanted to pop in real quick before bed. Just wanted to catch up real quick.
We just got some rain here.
Cool. It's good seeing you.
Yep. The tornadoes were real.
Man.
Yeah, I know. The tornadoes were really close to my house.
I bet you're getting what we had. It's blowing your way. Yep, I bet you.
Yep. Supposed to be here around 6 o'clock again, I think. All right. Have a good night. I'll be on probably.
Yep, dude.
Soon.
Thanks for dropping in.
All right.
We'll see you later, dude.
Come back when you stay longer. Man, I am super fake. What you doing?
I'm working on it.
Come here. What you doing? Where you been? I'll bet you. Well, what do you do? Go lay down in the chair. That's my chair. I want you to know that. Oh, motherfucker, think this. His chair. Hell no. Dude, that'd be cool if you came down here to, you're one of the few I, would be okay with, Shit, I like everybody that we got in the group. I can't say that there's anybody that pisses me off, any bit. You know what I mean? Any kind of way. Which is weird.
I can't say the same, but I'm not naming names.
Right? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
There's one or two people. Well,
yeah,
that kind of really steamed
yeah.
me.
And I don't
But
even know
I'm
what
not
that
naming
was.
names.
So, hey, things happen, man, and they work out however they work out, and that's all there is to it. And you should see how it is in prison, dude. It's like that, but times 1,000. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta always be ready right then. You can't slip at all. Well, unless you want to be a fucking punk, you know. But mom was asking me about fucking prison stories, and I told her it wasn't all bad. You're stuck in there, but you got drama here and there.
Now, I don't have a prison story, but I got a jail story. I did spend one night in
You're
jail
lucky, man.
about 22, 23 years ago.
You're lucky. I caught my first felony at 16, so there went my fucking.
Well, I was arrested initially on a 5th-degree felony warrant, but I ended up pleading no contest and got reduced to a misdemeanor, so I lucked out.
They
Hello, IS-900. Welcome.
they got me, boy.
I don't know. Who else
They
is
got me
here?
caught up in that system, and
You're Mexican, no speak English.
see,
Ben Frank, you still around? Yeah, Bill, you might be the only one left
oh, Wild Bill.
with the IS. There's somebody on
Oh.
Twitch now, but yeah, looks Crow Minion's still here. Woo woo!
Hey, Crow.
A goat
man.
for Crow.
Oh, well, I'm fixing to try to peel some off anyway. Take me a
Ooh, I gotta grab some more bud. I got this shit a couple of days ago. My buddy came in. He's like, "You want some Hawaiian stuff?" I'm like, "Real Hawaiian or just Hawaiian, sourced?" He's like, "No, it came over fresh from the island like a week ago." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I'll take an eighth." It's pretty tasty.
Oh yeah. I had a friend of mine came over and wanted to trade me out for one of my tools, and he had some bud, and I said, I'll do it just because it's you. It's pretty decent too. It was a little bit like dry, or I would have pressed it, but it was good to smoke some greens for a change. It was good too. It was decent. I'm not sure what strain it was, but this here, man, is some freaking stank, man. Stank, boy. Woo. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to quit bragging about it. I don't want to bring no bad luck. Usually when it gets under 80 degrees, it'll come off here a little bit better. Let's see.
Well, damn, Bill, there's a link. You don't need to talk to yourself. Hop on
Let us
in.
know you're alive. Yeah, still too hot. Take me like 20 minutes to scrape off enough to fucking, unless I like try to scoop it. Now that'll work. But if that's my worst problem, I think I'm doing good. I mean, really, I'm not trying to complain.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling, it's Wild Bill in the house. Howdy, brother.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey,
Yeah, my hair's all messed up like Florida's, so that's why
half bald.
I put.
God, that's what I should do today. I should give myself a fucking haircut.
Because I'm half
I'm
bald.
about ready to just buzz mine completely off. I'm thinking about it.
Well, that's what I'm
Dude,
going to do, except everybody
that's
was
what I did
bugging
for
me to
years.
do a mohawk. I might just do a mohawk for one day and then buzz it off tomorrow.
Man, I did that for 15 years, man. Number 2. I'd give you a high and tight.
That's exactly what I want. I can't do it myself that well. I usually just shave my head completely bald. But if I go to a barber, then I always get a high and tight.
That's the only thing I know how to do. That and a number 2. Because you got to cut your own hair in prison.
You probably want one of those Viking undercuts.
I'd go with a mohawk.
Yeah. Well, back in my teen years, I used to wear like a skater cut. It was like shaved underneath the side, and I had, hangover part down the middle.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Similar to that.
Yeah. I haven't done that in a long time.
Surfer and shit.
Yeah, my hair's either got to be long or real short. One of the two. There's no in between.
I grew mine out twice. Both times about down to my ass. Like heavy metal headbanging hair.
Yeah, I might just let it grow, and
I would
kind of go with the style like my avatar, like the real Wild Bill.
I just let that shit grow. That's what I do. I cut the knots out of it. And that's it.
Yeah.
Tie it with a piece of shoestring because they don't have any like hair ties that I really like. They're all for girls.
Yep.
So I found a piece of flat shoestring, not the round shit, the flat shit.
Well, if your hair's long and you comb it back and everything, it still looks neat and clean and whatever,
Yeah. Mine's curly and like it's going thin on the top, so the thin ones get tangled up with the long ones, and it gets all fucked up. I'm back there.
I'm right at home when I go down to Florida. Every time I've been, and whenever I go there, I feel right at home. I know where everything is. It's like my other home,
Yeah, it's awesome, man. Well,
but I used to live in Homestead, and that's down
way down. That's like way south of here. That's a whole different thing.
3 years. I was down there for 3 years.
Wow.
Working at the nuclear plant.
Turkey Point.
I had a friend from there.
Turkey Point, technically it's in Florida City. It's not much of a city. It's the furthest town down, and where you're still on the Florida Peninsula, and then after you hit Key Largo, and then you're into the Keys. Now there's this place in Key Largo. I was talking about the Key Largo Cut. It is the shortest distance around the Florida Peninsula for fish when they migrate. So when you get full moon out there, they migrate right through that cut. And that's where I was filling up freaking 5-gallon buckets of shrimp and crab.
I don't need that.
Yeah, I remember back at, 92, when Hurricane Andrew hit down there, and all the damage around Homestead at the Air Force Base there.
Yeah.
It was like
it was a mess.
Yeah.
There's still damage. There's still buildings there that they haven't fully repaired yet.
Oh, I know. I went down there while I was driving a truck, and I tried to find my house, where the apartments where I lived, and the apartments were gone, and there was just these cement pads
Yep.
And the only way I knew where I was, because even all the palm trees, everything were gone. Everything was gone. But there was this little
There,
rubber tree that survived that I used to see outside my bedroom window, and it was still there. And I was like, this is it. I found it, you know?
uh-huh. Yeah, there's Air Force bases all over the country that have been shut down over the years that have, similar setups. All the housing blocks were knocked down. A lot of the base buildings were knocked down, and all that's left are like half grown over concrete pads.
Yeah. I mean, it was just like a flat plane, the whole place. No, and then the old part of Homestead was still there. The old part never got destroyed.
Uh-huh.
That was the weird
the
thing.
further south I've ever been was Vero Beach.
Well,
Sebastian
this old guy that I worked for, one of my part-time jobs, I had like three jobs, and at one time I had 4 jobs. And this old guy told me, he says they have something called microbursts. Or no, we have microbursts here where I live, but these are canyon winds
Yeah,
that
we
will
get them
hit
too.
120 miles an hour and stuff. But for
My
us, 100
farm
miles
got
an
hit
hour,
by them about 20 years ago. Major damage on the farm.
well, for us, a 120 mile an hour wind isn't anything because the air is thinner. The air's denser down where you are. So when you get a 75 mile an hour wind, it rips freaking rooftops off and everything. It's bad news.
Yeah, we had, it was back in 96. We had the straight line microburst come through, and we had an oak tree in my front yard that was at least 120 years old. It fell on the front of the house and collapsed the front porch. The only thing that saved the house from getting the whole front half of it knocked off was the tree landed in the crook of another tree on the other side of the house. And we had we have a vestibule on the side of our barn. The entire roof of it got flipped over onto the rest of the barn because the door was left open, and we had tree limbs falling down on a bunch of cars parked around the property. There was fucking trees down everywhere. It was a nightmare. We had firewood for about 10 years from that one little
Get out of
storm.
the house when the storms come, just to be able to see it if it falls.
My dad and my grandfather ran for the basement. I was up in Canada. I was up in Canada when it happened. I came home 2 weeks later and spent school was supposed to start for me my junior year, and I called the school. I'm like, I'm not coming in. I won't be there for 2 weeks. I'm over at on my property, cleaning up storm damage.
Well, that's a real.
In there in a tree
That was like I was planning on living in Florida for the rest of my life and buying a house and everything there. And it was I think it was a supernatural thing, because right after we moved out of there, we moved out in '88.
Oh, now it was cool back then. Florida was way cool back then.
Well, it kind of was, but there was a lot of gangs where I was.
It's way worse now. Way worse.
Well, shit, dude, I saw freaking mayhem and blood and all kinds of stuff down there.
I know, yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, back then it was wide open. Yeah. Well, it settled down a little bit, actually, after that.
There was like graffiti on every freaking wall and every palm tree down there, and I mean, you'd be sitting in traffic and somebody come and snatch your chain right off your neck, right through your window in your car. I mean, if you had a gold chain or something, they'd rob you right in the street.
Yeah.
It was bad. And they'd have a knife and they'd say, just give me your wallet and everything and it'll be cool. Or they might have a gun, they might have a knife, whatever, and they just rob you right there in traffic. And then they had those fake cops down there when I was there.
Yeah.
These guys, get red and blues on their car and stuff, and they'd catch you down in a dark road somewhere and put on their lights and sirens, and they're not cops. They were fake cops, and they would rob you. So, I mean, stuff like that. And you try and outrun them. Most of them are running freaking race cars and stuff.
Yeah.
Couldn't get away from them.
It's a little bit different nowadays, man. It's a little bit more like a police state, I would say. You know,
Probably had to kind of be that way because the insanity that was going on there, probably,
Yeah, well,
the only way people could survive is by doing that. I used to drive around with a freaking pickaxe handle in the back window of my truck and my gun rack. This is what the redneck. There was a lot of rednecks down there,
Yeah.
I had Confederate plates on my front license plate.
That's how it was, man, back then though. It was, like here even. It was a little bit like what you were saying, but all of them were running the whole show around here.
Yeah.
During the day, and then at night they were whatever. I don't even want to say it out loud,
But when the Cubans got sent over by Castro, and they were having these Marielitos that were coming over in the inner tubes and everything, coming over from Cuba. It got bad, man. It got bad in South Florida. It got really, really bad. There was machine gun fire at night. You'd hear machine gun fire all the freaking time. Fully auto, rock and roll.
There's some in the county that I live in, the two biggest cities are just north and south of each other. They're adjacent. And for years, the one city had a primarily Puerto Rican population, and the other city had a primarily black population, and they always clashed.
Yeah.
And there were certain neighborhoods that every single night of the year, you'd hear freaking Mac 10s and AK 47s going off full.
Oh, yeah. You ain't kidding.
Nuts.
And Puerto Ricans don't really get along with Mexicans too well. Not all the time.
No, they clashed in Miami, man.
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans would have fights with the Mexicans, which would have fights with the Cubans. And I was working security in a gang-infested area, and I got surrounded one time by a van of freaking thugs. All got out, and they were all carrying shit. They had all kinds of stuff on them. And I said, "You got to get off the property." And he goes, "What you gonna do if we decide to rush you right now?" And I said, "I'll tell you what I would do." And I remembered something my mother told me when I was a little kid, because in the schoolyard, when you get ganged up on by a bunch of people, she says, "Take the one with the biggest mouth out first." That's what I said to him. I said, "Whoever's talking the shit, you're the one I'm gonna freaking beat your ass." And it's cool, man. It's cool, man. I had my hand on my mag light. I wasn't even armed. I didn't even have a freaking radio.
Yeah.
I said, and I had this big 5-cell mag light, and I said, "I'm taking the one with the biggest mouth out first." And it's cool, man. It's cool, man. And they took off, and I talked to them in Spanish, and they were kind of shocked that I speak Spanish. They didn't know if I was Cuban or what.
It sounds like something I would say, man.
I had good friends there, though. Florida, you make friends with people, and I mean, you got friends for life.
Yeah.
It's different. I mean, people you don't. It's just a lot like California. California
It's changed a
this
lot,
one
though.
respect.
It's
No.
changed
It's
a
not
lot.
like California, but it's like it in this one respect. You don't even know people,
Yeah.
and they're like inviting you to parties and stuff, and they don't sit there and get into your shit about what religion are you and all this other stuff. None of that kind of talk. You don't hear that in Florida, and you don't hear that in California.
Yeah.
Which I like.
I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. I got to grab another drink.
Okay.
Right back.
Yeah, it's different now, I would say, because, well, there's more game, I would say, in like crime.
It's all because of the drugs.
Yeah. Yes.
Every last bit of it.
Yep.
It's all about the drugs.
Yep. I agree there because
And when I was there, you would see
it's
a
bad,
plane.
though.
You'd see planes fly over the Everglades, and they would drop bales of weed and cocaine, whatever. And then a little, and then there'd be a quiet, and then all of a sudden an airboat comes cruising up there, and they'll snatch the bales and take them somewhere.
Well,
That was the little
now
game they were playing.
they got a plane here right now, but it's the
Yeah.
police, and it'll go up there. Sometimes it'll stay up there all day making loot, and sometimes they will, and different reasons. A few times I felt like they were surveilling somebody, going to this area close by on the other side of the track. And I know one time, this dude's house caught on fire somehow, and but before the fire trucks got there, that plane made a loop around, and kept looping around, right over it. And I was like, "What's going on over there now?" And then I heard the sirens. And then a couple of days later, I found out it was somebody I know, and that fucking plane was right there. You know what I mean? It must have been in the air when he freaking called 911, I guess. But
Yeah.
they can put that thing up in a second and keep it up there all day, from what I've noticed. And it's kind of oppressive, with all the police. They'll pull you over and say, "Oh, well, you were drifting," whatever the hell that means.
But I miss
car, whatever.
I miss those little Cuban restaurants and those little places that have Cuban coffee down in Miami.
Yeah, that's good.
I used to love that. That was the best.
I knew I had a Puerto Rican friend that could make Cuban coffee real good, man.
Now I'm going to tell you, Canoes, that coffee is so strong. You know what, like little sacrament cups that you see in church look like? Those little plastic, or what? They have condiments probably in your deli.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they give you one little cup that's about like you would have for like a ketchup thing, right? And then they pour it for all their friends. It's so freaking strong in little tiny like sacrament cup kind of thing.
That's like how they serve coffee in Lebanon.
Yeah. And
yeah.
everybody take turns buying rounds for everybody of coffee, and they would hang out in Cuban places. And that was a culture that I really enjoyed. I enjoyed that culture, and you ever heard of a fruit called mamey?
No.
That is a fruit that they won't let us grow here in Utah or in the United States because the pit of it is a psychedelic. And so some of the Cuban places, there was this Cuban ice cream shop that had mamey ice cream, and it was so good. It doesn't have the pit, the psychedelic factor to it, but where they got the fruit, I don't know, because it's banned here in the United States. They were able to bring it and plant it. It would grow perfectly in Florida. And then there's another kind of fruit. I don't know if you ever seen that. It's called a star fruit.
I've tried them before once. Not what I was expecting taste wise.
Did you like it or no?
It was a long time ago. I mean, it was edible. I'd eat it again.
Yeah, they call it
I would probably enjoy it more, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, there's stuff like that was in the markets that you can't get up where you're at or where I'm at. You know,
Well, I like papaya and what's the other trop? Mango. Papaya and mango, and I love
I like
figs.
persimmons.
Persimmons are good.
Persimmons are good.
You ever had
guava's
a
good.
persimmon pie?
I've never
Like
had that.
baked persimmons? Yeah.
I bet it'd be good.
Mm.
Yeah, persimmon's really uber sweet. It is so sweet.
Yeah, they surprise you, huh?
You guys ever hear or try a pawpaw?
I
Heard of
have.
them.
Yeah, they're yellow, right? Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
an orange, yellow. Yeah,
Kind of like a brownish yellow.
they're weird
They
shapes,
grow.
and I didn't really like them.
They kind of look like an oblong pear. The texture inside is like it's kind of like a cross between a banana and like a cream pudding. Very interesting. It's kind of a Midwest thing. We get them here in Ohio. We actually have a pawpaw festival in Southern Ohio. They get people
Really?
down there. Yeah, they do cooking contests, and there's a company out there that does pawpaw ice cream and all different kinds of shit.
Where's Buckeye from?
Ohio,
They take their
that's
pawpaw serious.
Ohio. It's from the Buckeye tree. It's the state tree of Ohio.
Oh yeah.
Nut?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a hard nut, brown with a whitish gray like eye to it. And a big one is probably about the size of a 50-cent piece in diameter.
Yeah.
Um,
Sounds good.
they make great slingshot rounds.
And I've been drilling
Those are
metal
black
and
walnut.
Pretty decent wood. They're kind of like they're not as prevalent in the northern part of the state here. Mostly like they grow just as like ornamental trees. My aunt has one next door. And it's a messy tree, huge messy leaves.
We had so many black walnuts that they were just everywhere, and I used to hit them with my tennis racket. And I'm telling you, I could send them miles. If you got hit with one, it'd probably kill you.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to get
Black
I'm
walnut.
almost done with the walnut trees at my place. I've got one or two little tiny ones left, but we had a huge one in our orchard. And talk about it was the worst tree to clean up in the fall. The leaves were so heavy, fucking nuts everywhere.
Do you get those big like cocoons that hang off it?
I don't
Great
remember.
big cocoons. I saw them driving through Missouri. I saw these, and I knew they were walnut trees because we had it in our walnut tree. Some kind of cocoons that have these worms or something in them. They're huge. It's just like a great big sack.
Oh, like whitish pale colored.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost looked like a big ass spider web in the tree. Yeah, there was an infestation of those in our county metro park system back in the 90s, and we used to call them squirrel bags because for some reason squirrels used to try to get into these things and they would die, and they would just like sit there in the web and rot. It was disgusting.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, they were an aberration.
Hit him with a baseball bat or something.
Yeah, the county metro park, the one reservation that was near us, had a main road that went through it. It was, probably a good 12 miles long it followed a river valley. And we would just drive through from the south end to the north end, and we'd count how many of these squirrel bags we saw, hanging over the road, and hundreds of them. It was disgusting.
Yeah, they are. And if you knock them down, it makes them replicate more.
Yeah. On the small fruit trees that we have here, we still have a few old apple and pear trees in our orchard. And I remember back in the 80s, we had an infestation of like tent worms or tent caterpillars. And they would do like huge, sticky, webby messes and lay their larvae in the tree. Oh, it was disgusting. All the apples would get fucking eaten up and nasty.
I think the New World Order caused it. Probably a designer bug or something that came from Monsanto. So you'll buy their shit.
What I got to do, somewhere buried up in one of my barns, I've got an antique cider press. And I'd love to go out there and just take the apples. I mean, they're crap apples. The trees are like 60 years old. They're all played out. They get all buggy, but you could still make vinegar out of that.
Yeah.
I'd
You could
love to
still
start
make,
making my own vinegar.
Still make cider. Make some good alcoholic cider.
I used to do that. It's not my thing anymore. I'd rather have a still and make some booze.
Jack would do it, probably. That shit.
We used to make hard cider and Applejack in Boy Scouts at the big camp that we had.
I don't even know how to do it. So,
well, basically, you make your normal cider, but you let it ferment, and that turns it into hard cider. And then to make Applejack, basically you freeze the hard cider and you scoop out the layer of ice that forms on the top because it's like mostly water, and it just concentrates the alcohol. So you're making more of it like a spirit than a brew. Yeah, it's pretty potent shit.
Now, Florida, he probably made some jungle juice in prison.
I had some pretty good jungle juice.
And save all your sugar packets.
Well,
we
I
made
never
vodka
made it,
out of potato peels.
they would make it with orange juice and rice. It was pretty good. But you can't drink the bottom of the cup. You know, drink it.
Yeah.
Because there'll be like sediment in it, pieces of rice and shit.
And our Boy Scout camp, we had a still set up there. We had
They used to make it in bags.
We had a dope field. We were growing dope in the camp.
Oh, damn! Let me plug up my charger. Shit.
We had people out there poaching all the time. Oh, and Bill dropped out.
Oh wow! Bill dropped out.
Yep. I heard his phone buzzing. I think he must have had a bad battery.
That was mine. It's got 15%. I'm surprised I got a signal. Damn, now you can see my face, huh?
Yep.
Let's see. Well, that's a bright light, ain't it?
And he's back.
Hit the wrong button. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
There we go. Let's see. All right. Boy, blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche.
So I got this really cool patch cutter that I made from a knife blank that I bought from the Indian Trading Post. It's this knife right here.
A patch cutter?
Yeah, it's a black powder patch cutter type of knife.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I thought you meant like
That's it, right?
a morale patch, like an embroidery patch.
Yeah, I got another one right here. I'll show you. Here's my other one, and I actually glued it. It's actually got a leather handle.
Cool.
It's just a slab leather. It's got some rust on it because I just pulled it out of a place, out of my storage unit, found it in there, and I got to clean it up again and put another bluing on it. That's it right there. That's a nice little high carbon steel.
Do you ever try electrolysis to remove the rust from your tools?
No.
Very simple. Take a 5-gallon bucket, fill it with about 3/4 of the way with water, and add something to make an electrolyte. Usually people use you can use a battery charger or a power supply like from a computer or a
I think
printer.
it's 5.3 volts will work because the guy did
Um,
nickel plating with it.
yeah,
5.3 battery phone charger.
yeah.
I saw that.
Separate the wire leads, positive and negative. Attach. I think it's the positive to your sacrificial metal, and the negative to the piece you're trying to derust, and set it in the solution. Turn it on, and you'll just see the rust bubble off the steel, and then you'll have to clean it afterwards, and then paint it or oil it. But yeah, it's great. I tested it out last summer on a bunch of old tools, and it worked great.
Maybe I'll try it.
Did nickel plating.
There's all kinds of videos on YouTube to watch how to do it. It's really simple.
It's simple. Well, I don't know.
You got once you're done with it, you got to immediately dry it off. Like what I did, I derusted an old wrench that I found just to test it out, and when I was done with it, I threw it in the oven at 200 degrees for like 10 minutes to completely dry it off before I oiled it up and painted it.
Wouldn't that affect the temper?
200 degrees on old tool steel? I don't think so.
I'm going to try just putting a little coat of oil or something on this and see if that just cleans off.
Yeah,
first.
Use some steel wool.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even put that on. I'd just put some wool on there and wipe it off. Tissue.
Yeah, it's just surface rust. It's not pitted. But it is carbon steel. I buy these blanks from, they're called Green River Knife Company.
I've heard of them.
And Jack even speaks highly of them because they're high carbon steel. So they'll strike they'll get a spark for it with a ferrocerium rod.
I got that one.
Okay.
This one is a pretty decent, weight to it, I guess.
Yeah, that's stainless. It looks like.
I think so.
Well, here's the thing, Florida. Stainless is really good out where you live because you've got a lot of humidity and everything. So
and
a lot
salt
of people,
in the air.
Yep. A lot of people have stainless firearms there and stainless knives. And a lot of people are divers and they use those 420 stainless because it's not as affected by salt water as 440 stainless is.
Okay, so then, I'll keep that in mind. I didn't really realize that because
The stainless is good where you live. It's good.
Because I only have that and this one.
The only problem I really have with stainless is, if you're using it for bushcraft kind of thing, and you need to get a spark from a ferrocerium rod or something.
I got this one.
Yep.
And it's like black steel, carbon steel.
I don't know. All you could do is try it on a ferrocerium rod and see if it'll get a spark.
It's like black.
Yep, just like this one.
I got shitty lighting, but it's like a switch.
Yeah.
This is a Kershaw.
It's real thin and black, and that's the only two I got. But
yeah, I've got quite an array of stainless knives. But I'm up here where I live. It's not, carbon steel. You're gonna have to keep it oiled.
Yeah.
Or it'll do like I just showed you on that knife. You'll get rust.
Yeah, that's what this
So.
is, just from sitting. But this one, it was locked up when I got it because it come from a garage sale for $5.
Yeah, I've got a Smith & Wesson dagger.
Something like it. Now,
This thing was $9 on Amazon. Best $9 I've ever spent.
Is that a boot knife?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sharp as a
This
motherfucker.
is so I have some kind of a blade besides a machete.
I got Standard
something to hold on to.
Marine K-bar.
Yeah, I like them. Those are cool. Yeah,
This one's by the Ontario Knife Company.
yeah, those are
This
cool.
is my Smith and Wesson right here.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
nice.
see, I would
That's my
I would
boot
like
knife.
that. That would be cool. I would carry something like that, but black, only because it, it's just too shiny.
You can get
Well, like we
shiny,
were
get some bluing
like-
and blue it yourself.
like we were talking a couple of nights ago, the company Cold Steel, man, I miss their knives from the 80s and the 90s. Those things were so nice.
Yeah,
My
they're
dad
still-
used to
they
have
made them.
They're not bad. They're still good.
Did
I've
they
got
make
one.
them like that? That you just had canoes that K-bar. They made like K-bar type knives.
Yeah, they made all different kinds of knives.
Yeah,
But they specialized in small everyday carry type knives. My dad had one that it was like it looked like a mini butcher knife. And big triangular shaped blade, but it was tiny. The blade was only like 2.5 inches long on it, but it was
I also got
serrated.
this one.
And man, that was the best fucking knife. He had that thing on his keychain for 25 years. That's a
Like
razor.
a mini razor blade, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's
I can't find the camera for some
I
reason.
used to shave with shit like that.
But it's really small though. Actually, I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, my
So, Bill, are you set up to do Cerakoting yet?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm a broke mofo right now.
Yeah, someone gave me this.
I really want to do well. When I do it, I've got a little toaster oven that I can bake stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
But when I start doing the Cerakote, and you don't have to bake Cerakote, it just makes it a lot harder. But I absolutely would love to have the bead blaster,
Okay.
so that blast all the parts and
Uh-huh.
so that it'll stick really well.
Now they make a little bead blaster thing for spark plug. It's just like a little bag that you hook an air hose up to. You stick your spark plug in there, and it'll bead blast your plug. You probably do something like that pretty easy.
No, I'm thinking of the Harbor Freight thing for like 100 and some change. That's got these gloves built into it where
you
could go. Yeah, I'm thinking of that kind of deal where I can use walnut husks or sand or whatever.
You know what we had?
And
this
walnut shell. Sorry.
You keep it in a can, but it's got a metal tray. You dip in it. It's a dark brown liquid is in this can, about this tall. You disassemble a carburetor. You put all the parts in there and eat every bit of any kind of corrosion or anything.
I know what you're talking about. It's a sonic cleaner. It's called a sonic cleaner.
Some of them are. You don't have to turn that thing on. You can leave it in overnight and it'll do just fine too. Yeah, and it'll clean every bit of that off of any kind of metal. Won't hurt the metal, and it'll come out of there sparkling clean, man. I don't know.
Well, what I need to get done, I have that Savage Mark II bolt action 22 that's stainless, but it got pitted because it was stored incorrectly for years. I need to get that thing refinished, and I'd like to get it Cerakoted.
To get it ready for Cerakote,
too much with that.
What you could do, you actually could sand it.
That's what I'm going to have to either do that by hand or take it to a buffing wheel.
Hand sand it, just hand sand it, and clean it up with tack cloth. Get any loose debris or anything off of there. Make sure that you degrease it completely.
Yeah.
So, one of the best degreasers, if you don't have any plastic parts to worry about, is brake cleaner. Brake cleaner will take everything out there.
I've got some kick-ass degreaser soap from where I work. I can get gallons of that.
I've used Windex but that's all I had.
I got mineral spirits. I got all different things I can use.
Got to use it a bunch
Yeah,
of times.
mineral spirits will leave a little residue on there. You know, it'll evaporate, but it doesn't evaporate quick enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Probably lacquer thinner. Lacquer thinner be perfect.
yeah. I've got all different kinds of shit like that in my basement.
Yeah.
I've used all kinds of shit to do that with.
All these rules, man. There's so many guys that make up all the shit as they go, and they tell you got to do this before you do this, whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Your
sometimes
common
you
sense,
can't do that.
you know.
You got to try something different. Or whatever.
Just use your common sense. If all you got is alcohol to work with, use denatured alcohol, whatever.
Yeah. I've used
Brake cleaner.
Index to get, what you want to do though is after
Like I
you
was
sand
using
it past the
powder
tips,
gun, right? I got my black powder pistols, my
Yeah.
revolvers,
Mhm.
and I think somebody, it might have been Jack, who said you don't want to use Brasso on brass. Well, I consulted with the guy I bought them from, and he says go ahead and use Brasso. He uses them in the pawn shop. He owns the pawn shop, and he sells guns and stuff. He says go ahead and use the Brasso. The Brasso's perfect. It's exactly what you need. Just get a little cotton ball with a little Brasso on it, and just be real careful not to touch any of the wood or anything on the wooden grips. You can take them off if you want, and you're just polishing only the brass and nothing else. And he says it's a great thing, and it'll shine them up and make them look like golden pistols.
Hell yeah.
You just got to clean all that Brasso off. I think Jack said it might weaken it or something.
That's possible.
I don't know. I may have to talk to Jack some more about it and see where he's coming from on that, because I don't want to screw him up.
Man, that dude is a master bladesman, ain't he?
He knows his metallurgy.
Yes.
My friend that made my sword, he was like his grandfather was a blacksmith, his father was a blacksmith, and he was a blacksmith. And
Oh, cool.
is that the rifle you're talking about?
Well, that's what my Savage is going to look like when it's done. I've got the chassis system in the middle. It's all one piece CNC'd aluminum block.
That's badass.
And the barrel and the actions sit right in it, and then you can put on standard AR furniture, the buttstock, and all that.
That's
Sure.
Cool.
Very nice.
Even though the rifle, cosmetically it looks like shit because of all the pitting, but it's the most accurate 22 I own. The thing's a tack
The only
driver.
thing that looks funny is that scope on the front part. How big it is.
It's a big
Oh,
sunshade.
in the front, yeah, the
That's
front
the
sight.
only thing that looks funny to me. The fucking that right underneath that,
You know-
that upper receiver. That's
Florida.
badass.
You know what that is that he's got on his scope? It's called a sunshade,
Oh, see,
and it
I
keeps
didn't
it
even
from
know.
getting glare.
Yeah, I didn't even
Yeah.
know that.
That's all what that is. I know. I thought it was something. A friend of mine bought a big Barska, and it was like 3 feet long, and all it really was he took that sunshade off, and it was just a regular scope.
Yeah, I've got a pretty big scope that I bought for it. It's like a 5 to 20 by 44. A cheaper brand. I think it was called Infinity, something like that.
Man,
I'd have to go downstairs and look.
I'm all sore.
Hey, he's back.
How you doing? To Crow Minion, I haven't ripped my shirt off in shit hours.
Jack made it back.
Yeah. Now that you're back, I got to ask you this question, and I don't remember if it was you who told me this or not.
Yeah.
I want to polish the brass on my Old Navy revolver.
Yeah.
Will Brasso be fine or no?
You want to polish brass on your Old Navy?
Yeah, on my Navy revolver.
Brasso is perfect. Use a light lint-free cloth and all that sort of thing. No abrasive. Don't dig in. If you've got crusty bits on the side, don't use that. Just use the stuff that's dissolved in the fluid. And crusty stuff can
Yeah,
come
I'm only going to do the brass only, and I'm going to use cotton balls, and I'm only going to do only the brass part.
Then it's fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to use it where it's blued at all.
Yeah, you ain't got to
See, the alcohol and esters in there will then remove the oxidization or loosen up the oxidization. Your cotton ball will take the oxidation away, and that's it. You are losing a little bit of your stuff, but that's to keep it shiny and all that. So either that or leave it with the brass patina. It'll just go green.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. It looks good like it is. I just wanted to purdy them up.
Try a test area. See what it does. Little test area.
Well, I used Brasso all the time in the Army.
Oh.
If you wore brass on your uniforms, you know what the hell Brasso is.
Yeah.
Like you said, your Brasso is different than ours.
Used to.
In arm's reach.
Yeah.
In arm's reach here.
Is that what it looks like?
Yep. I've got mine in arms.
Quite often I'm sitting here polishing knives and all that sort of thing, or polishing brass or whatever that as we're working away.
Man,
There's mine.
Got anything to polish metal.
I think it's the same product, except mine's in a plastic container.
Yeah. Over here, and that they like the more traditional thing. They put them in plastic for a little while, and people just went and put it back in the old tin and that, and everybody's happy. But they got a new plastic top on the tin.
Yeah. My mom's got it.
Now this one here, this is my favorite boot knife, and it's just a good old-fashioned Smith & Wesson.
All right, yeah.
And I love the shape and the design and the feel of it, and the handle is kind of a rubberized grip, and it doesn't come out of my hand. This is my everyday carry right here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just G'd up the bird, so I chewing on the thing, so I pulled on the curtain over here. And
I know that. I know the steel isn't that good a steel on the Smith & Wessons. It's just a stainless.
How old was it? How old is it?
This one? Hell, I got this back in early 2000s.
Smith & Wesson was one of the early ones that Thompson Brands bought. Is it made in the US or have they got made in USA on it?
China,
yeah.
And it says
Thompson Brands bought out 90% of the knife makers. Smith & Wesson, Schrade, Oldtimer, Buck, all that sort of thing, and now Thompson Brands. And
says SWHRT3. That's the model.
Yep. Smith & Wesson, HRT, Hostage Response Team, version 3.
Okay. I have a blued one also. That it's another boot knife. It's very similar.
A couple of deals with some very, very good knife makers. Gil Hibben, probably the best one who's known. Gil's designed all the movie Rambo knives in history, and the next two Crocodile Dundee knives, including the Crocodile Dundee in the first one, and that was a Gil Hibben. But that was the original knife that he actually made. So what they do, but Gil generally doesn't put them together so they stay together. So you can pull them apart. They go to a factory in China, they scan them and all that sort of thing, and then they replicate them and make fucking 110,000 of them. Put them back on the market and sell them for $200 a pop, and after with a $5 production cost, including the very fancy box and labeling. So that's how Thompson Brands operates. Gil gets $1 per knife for the first production run. Same deal I got with that knife that I got. I got first production run payment, and then after that they own the design. I just did a deal with Columbia,
I never.
and that the same model knife I sold to Clan Mama. They bought that. That's now their design. I can't make it any more. I'm fine with it though for what they paid me. Yeah, I'm in the business to making a living so I can support my bad habits and my girl.
And I'm amazed. I mean, even now that I'm realizing I mean, you're pretty good at that stuff, man. I didn't know it was even possible.
Well, people have been making knives and that shit since cavemen were found out that you can sharpen deer horn.
That's for sure.
But see, I don't remember all that, you know.
Yeah, well, when you're an old fart like me, and that goes what you were doing as a kid.
I guess I thought,
hitting sharpening up rocks. They call it flipping nowadays. You got fancy terms.
I used to sharpen.
Just call it ugg when I was a kid.
I used to sharpen popsicle sticks. I'd sharpen popsicle sticks on the cement when I was a kid.
Yeah. Hey, look, how many times were you jabbed by a sharp popsicle stick as a kid? If you had mates like mine,
Yeah.
it was fucking too often.
I guess I thought, you needed big factory. I don't know. I just never.
No.
Anyone that did it, man.
See, the worst thing about popsicle sticks is you can also make a popsicle stick crossbow. So you get two popsicle sticks, you cut slots in them and that, and you put a little bit of a spacer in between it so it spreads it out. Then you stretch back another one that drops into the slot. It fires off the sharpened one. You just got going. Where are you going?
Don't tell me you never got a straw when you were a kid and made a blow dart and shot it at the teacher. Come on now.
I didn't have teachers when I was growing up, but yeah, I had a radio. But yeah, we used to do that. Shit. Have you ever seen a closed peg double barrel shotgun? We used to make them as a kid. You put matches in them. And you get 2 bits of tubing and all that sort of thing. And I forget we used to get the tubing off. It was metal tubing. And you'd take one part of the peg and you'd put 2 tubes like that, glue them up, and then fire them. And they'd ignite on the way out because there was a strip of match just in front. And shoot these out. Yeah. And then Croco started a couple of fire when I was a kid. Actually, there's a bloke on YouTube that does all the match tricks. He's got a video, I don't know, peg, shot, gun.
I like those work scale videos, like when they're pulling up with the forklift.
Here it is. Do it yourself, double shot, homemade match gun, world's smallest shotgun.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can do that. That would be within my grasp.
If you the old closed peg with the spring on it, I'll put this in the chat.
I can't see the chat. I'm on my phone now, Jack.
All right. Do you want me to put it in the private chat for you?
I can't. I mean, I can't.
Oh, I'll email it to you. How's that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. It will be on an email.
All right. Let me go over to my email. To.
Because I appreciate those other ones too. Now, those other ones. That's cool. Because that got me on the direction I'm going here with it. Kind of.
Yeah. Welcome to the dark side, Luke.
No. It's not dark over here, man.
Not yet.
I wouldn't be doing it if it was dark. Should believe that.
Yeah, when you start making homemade RPGs and all that sort of thing, and then figuring out shit, we need to go way remote to test this.
Yeah,
I think because we've got up to that stage.
I'm.
I don't know anything about that sort of thing either.
Yeah, I'm on my little side project.
Yeah,
you can imagine. I think.
No, I'm not that crazy. No, sir.
What's the matter? You want to come off the bed?
Not no mo.
You want to sing?
There's one of my roots right there. This is one of my Alaskan Ulus.
All right, cool. I got one here somewhere.
Veggie chopper.
There you go.
And we've got so many of those.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
we
Excuse
got
my
about
five
fingerprints all over it. All that sort of stuff. So,
We got some with ivory handles.
that's a bit of bull oak.
We lived in Alaska for 13 years. We moved from Anchorage, Alaska
You know, the
to Satellite Beach in '85.
very useful.
Wonderful skinning knife. No,
Big
I
skin. Yeah.
yeah, I skin with that quite often. And well, I've got one. Mine's actually got a green synthetic handle. Green and red, sort of. You know, you can see red on green real easy if it's dirty. I had a wood
Back
handle.
when we were young, Jack. Back when we were young, and you used to see the footage of the Inuits and the Eskimos, and they'd use these for scraping the whale blubber.
Yeah.
And they would
get
clean.
a piece of whale meat and then cut it off like that. And I tried it and clipped my nose one time. Yeah, I'm not as smart as the Inuit folks, but and I only see on the end there, you can barely see it. Just a very slight flare either side from the straight.
Yeah.
Just the slightest. Theirs flares a little bit more, but the flare is handy to get a nice point on it, so you can actually get in and open stuff up with it. But yeah,
They work their magic with it. They fillet all those fish and clean seals and skin them and everything. Get the seal skins off them. They use them for everything.
We got a whole bunch of
I don't know how you
souvenirs from
fillet
Alaska.
fish. Ooh. I guess I'll have to watch some Inuit videos or something.
just go up there, and that there's
Yeah.
plenty of places that take in. If you there's plenty of Inuit villages that you can book a traditional thing on Airbnb as an experience. Costs you average about $120 US a night, and that they feed you, clothe you for the thing, take you out hunting, all that sort of stuff, and that over the 3 or 4 days. People are raving over it.
They have a
And there's
weird language.
of them doing it. And that, and,
They
yeah.
speak weird. They'll like go.
Do they do that up in Kamchatka?
They have like weird things.
Not so touristy up there. In fact, they're trying to keep tourists out of Kamchatka. I got friends up there who'd love to get involved with it, and that, but the oil and the gas pipelines control fucking everything up there, and they've had too many environmentalists up there trying to do damage. Funny thing, all these environmentalists are all connected.
How do they get there?
China.
Feed the environmentalists to the bears.
How the fuck do they get up there?
I got a T-shirt here, and for years I didn't realise, and that what it meant, and that it means we miss you in Siberia. It's actually a threat. The old Siberian thing, we take you out so you can play with the bears, is actually a threat. They take you up and tie you to a tree and leave you to the bears. So yeah, I apparently I pissed somebody off when I was over there the first time, but that's okay. He got shot up. So he's not going to argue with anybody anymore.
They want to feed you to the damn bears, huh?
What was that?
It's a classy way to do it. Send a T-shirt all the way to Australia, just to let you know, one, I know where you are, two, that I'm pissed off with you, but in doing it in such a way that it took me fucking 4 years to find out what it actually meant, which is 2 years after he'd been murdered by a rival fucking gang. So I didn't know he'd already been dead for 2 years when I when I found out what it was. My next trip back to Russia, I go, hey, what's this mean? Oh, that's a death threat. Yeah, cool. He's already dead. He's not going to handle that one, is he? Oh, well, he can come back and haunt me.
We used to go trout fishing with like
Thank God.
glow in the dark salmon egg. and you can see them when they take the bait.
Chicken.
Never heard of a glow in the dark salmon egg.
Yeah, they come in little jars. You just put it on a hook and you drop it in the water. And you can see it. Yeah, no, you can see it in the dark water, and you can see when the
Yeah,
fish
yeah. They're not really salmon eggs.
or the little
Yeah, the glow in the dark beads.
yeah. Well, I mean,
I
they
make
hold the
them.
bait.
All you got to do is
I think
buy
it
the
was
glow in
that.
the dark powder and whatever resin or silicon or whatever you want to put into it. And then
Well,
if
this
you want
was in the
soft,
80s.
spongy
They
ones,
didn't
you
have
use the
that.
silicon. If you want hard ones, use polyester resin because they get a nice shine about them. And just
Florida be
put them in a
fun
white
to
box.
hang out with.
This was back in the 80s. I don't think they had silicone in it. It was. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was salmon egg.
You still go fishing, Florida?
Huh?
You still
No,
go
what?
fishing anymore?
Nah, not in the last couple of years. I
Want to get a bait?
let my license go, and
Come up for a bait? Yep.
I just
I'll be back in
don't,
a second.
you know.
Come
I almost
on,
went
Man,
about a year ago, but then I didn't have my license, and so I wish I would have, man.
you
'Cause,
got some great fishing over there.
yeah, I'm not near the beach though.
Dude, I'd be
Now,
over there
river, you
fishing
gotta
all the
fight
time.
the rocks for the fish or the
Now
alligator.
I seen a dude catch. He had a bass so big you could stick your whole arm down his mouth. That's how big this bass was.
I
No
fish
lie.
every chance I
Stick
got
your
in
whole
Florida.
arm down his mouth. That's how big it was. Big.
Be sitting
That was
out
a big
there on a
fish.
canal fishing for them
Mullet.
mullets,
Yep. See, I couldn't never do the
peacock
cast.
bass,
I couldn't never
peacock
do that.
bass, and what's that other one?
Perch.
They got so many fish down there. Oscar,
Yep.
fishing for Oscars.
Oh no, I ain't never done that. I like perch. Actually, I had that back in the 90s, but it's been a
Yeah,
while.
perch is the big thing up here on Lake Erie. Perch and walleye.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the perch thing. It's like a staple. If you grew up in northeastern Ohio, you're supposed to love perch. I don't like fish, but everybody else does.
I go bass fishing usually. I fish for bass.
You got black bass over there and peacock bass, largemouth bass, every kind of bass you can think of out there.
Mostly just the largemouth and the like regular one.
Yeah, we get largemouth and smallmouth up here.
That's really all I go fishing for. My buddy used to for like catfish, but I like throwing the worm around.
That's what we've got here. Same thing. They even brought in. We've got a hybrid. It's a cross between a striper, between a striped bass and a walleye. They call them wipers. Called wipers. They're between a walleye and a striped bass.
But see, I haven't caught shit the last few times I went fishing. I must be doing it wrong.
I haven't gone fishing in over 20 years.
But I like just throwing the worm around, really.
In fact, all the tackle that I have and all the old crap that I inherited, I'm gonna send them to Zoom bait.
Yeah, somebody can use it.
Yep, exactly. I have absolutely no use for it.
This kid come by.
Take up space.
It was before Christmas, and he asked me if I had any work to do. He's trying to make a little money to earn an Xbox for Christmas. And I said, yeah, you can have some of that scrap back there if you want to take it. It wasn't nothing, but he was happy about it. So he went and he got his mom's car and she brought him back. And I gave him I had a bag with my Xbox in it and some games like Halo and some other shit. And I said, here you go, man. Merry Christmas. And I said, now don't throw that in the back with the scrap now. So you might want to look in there first. He goes, okay, thanks. And then he come back later, thanking me for it. I said, well, you can use it. Good. That's all I wanted.
I bet you got some good metal detecting over there in Florida too.
Some what?
Metal detecting, some good places to go metal detecting down there.
Well, they still find like they found a cannonball last year at the Olustee battlefield, Olustee area, and they
Sorry about
find
that.
Nice.
Buttons and shit.
I want to go find pirate gold.
You're talking about St. Augustine.
Unless you're talking Asiatic, and there was quite a few big raids, a couple of VOC ships, and that went down loaded. One had 120 tons of gold on it.
Yeah, they found a gold doubloon when I was down there in 07. Same day, in Flagler Beach. The guy found
Well,
it, man.
these are all just little like square top pyramids, and that's how they used to do them. And it was roughly 10 ounces per
That'd be nice.
one of them. That's what they roughly cast them out to. But they pour it out like an ice cube tray, and that. So when they're doing the big pour and that, they just overlap and all that sort of thing. And then they'd run a scraper off the top of it while it's still molten, force it to run down further, and that, and bring in another tray and do it again. And
They don't have to worry about nobody weighting their pockets down before they go swimming.
Easy to stack and transport. Yep.
When they abandoned ship, they didn't. They wasn't taking none of that with them.
Well, this is a funny thing. They found in the Titanic wreck a pair of boots, because there wasn't much left, because there's nothing left of the person and all that sort of thing. But in the boot, there were 8 gold watches. in the boots, there was 4 in each.
Right.
So was a guy selling his seat on the life raft? Was this the guy that sold his seat on the life raft multiple times? That was reported by legend and lore.
Or he might have swam out of his boots.
I don't know. You'd want to with 8 gold watches, and you think that the ditch them. But like,
Might
you
have
think
drug
if you
him
come
down.
overboard, you go deep, and you just keep on going down and down and down and down and down with that much gold on him.
I'd be kicking them off my feet if I could. I'd be.
Yeah, sadly, from what I hear lately, there's not much left of the Titanic down there. It's pretty much rotted completely away.
Yeah. Well, I got covered with bloody fish nets and all that sort of stuff. How many times and all that sort of thing, and that's just going to add to the rust and that, because you got all these rotten fish in there, and it just makes acid. When lots of stuff dies at once, it just makes acid. So.
Yeah, I remember reading. Okay, are you familiar with SOSUS? SOSUS? The hydrophone network that the Navy used to run?
Yeah. SOSUS.
Okay. I read somewhere that the SOSUS net that they had along the eastern seaboard of the United States, they were able to identify the acoustic characteristics of fishing nets flowing in the currents that were attached to all the shipwrecks in the Atlantic. They were able to map them out that way.
Well, that'd be a good call if you're talking about on the Pacific coast and not reading the Atlantic. But yeah, your SOSUS network across the Pacific, you got fucking things outside of Sydney Harbour.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
You get 2 of them, so you get directional. Now there's one north of it and one south of it. Divers have found both of them. What's this? Oh, probably the US government. Yeah, we know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And that connected up with a fibre optic cable. Yeah, we know what that is.
I bet you though, a net underwater with the current blowing through it, it'd probably sing.
Yeah, just to keep an eye on their allies.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. I don't give a fuck.
Trust but verify.
Well, look at some of the fucking lefty governments we've had over here. Let's face it.
And still have.
For sure.
Look, some of the clowns screaming and that. Oh no! Yeah, when Trump gets over here, we've got to arrest him for the murder of all these innocent coronavirus victims. Fucking what?
Yeah, file a police report. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
Blame
they
him.
want. That's what.
And then the police do an investigation, finds out it come out from a lab in Wuhan, and then they don't want to know about it. Then the police are racist.
People lost their fucking minds, man. But I don't engage, and my advice would be not to engage. But I know y'all are growner than me, so I need to tell y'all that I don't engage.
Yeah, what else am I doing here?
Unless I give a shit about you, then I will. You know, other than that, I'll just.
I engage from a safe distance with high-powered rifle.
Yeah, I always thought it was bad, but I never knew.
Yeah, look, I won't comment because everything goes to fucking plan as soon as I fucking think, I say hold my beer. Just the hell. So yeah, do this, do that. Yeah, nah. I just wing it.
Go with the flow.
Yeah, whatever presents itself. Yeah, this is good, and that one of the Californian Senate people defending Governor Newsom for shutting down all the churches, and that actually attended a mosque on Friday for their services. They're not shut down.
Feinstein.
No. It's Newsom and all that sort of thing. But 3 churches are now suing him for that. But all the jihadis are coming out to attack the Christians now. And one of the Sheila, who's that jihadi Sheila you got down there for California in the district, one of the districts down there? How dare they? You're trying to save people's lives and all that sort of thing. You've got to be shut down. Hey, didn't shut down the bloke. Oh, but we separate anyway because the women go upstairs and then they're on the main floor. The women are behind the screens. Like
You don't hear nobody worrying about prisoners, do you?
About prisoners, the prisoners are getting loose up there in New York, man. One got out the other day. He got out last night and he got arrested this morning and that for trying to do an armed robbery at a bank. He'd only been out 9 hours, and that included 9. So
if it was up to me, they wouldn't get out. But you know, ain't no social distance in there.
Hey, idiots over here now. This morning, and that I got a phone call, and he says, "Some Sheila from Dimboola, you know her?" And that, and I go, "Yeah, fucking dead set, fucking lefty." She says she wants to buy a fucking shotgun. And I go, "Yeah, and that's okay." And that, she says she doesn't have a permit, she doesn't have a fucking membership, and she can't have this and that. And when I tell her all that, she's saying how unfair it was.
Yeah.
And I said, "Hey, just remind her she's the fucking dead set fucking type who demanded all of these fucking laws."
Exactly what it sounds like to me, just hearing you tell it.
Yeah, and I said, just jump her through the hoops and all that sort of thing, and that she won't make it. She won't make it through the fucking safety course. She'll have to join a club, and that, so she'll be surrounded by rednecks. She'll be fucking horrified. All these old blokes are Christians, and then she'll have to have an instructor for the shotgun. No, she
Hey, Jack.
Yeah, mate.
You still got any family around?
Oh yeah. Saying goes, you can choose your friends, you can't choose your family. But yeah, I talked to my sister over there in Canada, my younger brother, who I dragged into politics with, my older brother, who is New World Order and big part of it. No. Yeah, that's the sisters. If they want to make contact, that's fine. I'm sick of calling them.
But you still have like cousins and all that in
yeah.
Australia.
Oh shit, yeah, all over,
That's good.
all over the
Yeah,
place. Hey, I got cousins in the US.
What about your
I got a famous cousin in the US. What are you talking about?
what about your other brother, Jonah? Have you talked to Jonah lately?
I've been trying. I call. I don't get any answers. Emails, I get long-winded things on how grand that life is and all that sort of stuff, and that, but I don't get answers to simple questions. I don't know what's going on. This is what I'm saying. Everybody I've known for years now has gone crazy on me the last couple of months. One bloke's tear her ass around with a 20-something-year-old Sheila. He's my age. Got a missus and all the kids are all grown up, but he's got a missus at home. And he's tearing through his life's work and savings and all that sort of thing with his bimbo. Got another one who's all of a sudden seen the light with the greens and all that sort of stuff, and I think there's a Sheila involved there too. Some old lefty Sheila, I call comment. She's got him trapped. I'm just wondering when I'm going to go Yarra. Hey, look, if you see me dragging out the shit that I used to wear undercover in the mosque and start wearing it every day, start worrying, eh? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the world.
What you drinking over there, Florida?
Freaking plain old water.
Water? What's some of that?
That's all we got.
How's like that? 5:14 there.
Looking lean over here. Oh, we got that old water.
I's not a nigger. I's too pale and insipid for it to be a nigger. And yeah, there was a bird on my shoulder. It's called a buzzard.
I banned him quite a while ago.
Oh.
Man, I wish I could see the chat.
I could see it.
Because I could tell them about it fast if you wanted me to.
Oh yeah, the rape your sisters and daughters comment. Yeah. All right, I can see that.
Somebody just wanting attention.
Yeah, pretty much. The bigger the insult, the smaller their erectile they get erectile dysfunction with.
Well, you don't know. They might have a whole bunch stored in their mouth.
that unless they've got a trick back, and that's generally somebody else's.
They might have a few tucked away in their cheeks.
That's the worry.
It's nice to see Bika in the chat today.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, if we can pull off this fucking little world tour and all that sort of thing, and get over to Europe, and that, I didn't realise they had 150 franchises in Turkey. Fuck yeah, I'll hire Vika to play guide. No Tracy with us, so yeah, keep us out of strife. Go out there and see some Turkish blacksmiths, nice bladesmiths, knife makers and bladesmiths.
There's a lot of really great craftsmen over there.
Yeah, all the way throughout the fucking Near East and Middle East.
Yeah.
Blokes
Like I
have been
said,
working the same way for a couple of thousand years, and this is what the stuff that I want to learn. How they got their reputation for making steel 1,000 years ago, before we got Toledo steel and all that sort of stuff.
now, I agree with Bika. He said a lot of the musical instruments that are over there are really kind of junky. They're roughly made. But if you really search, you can find some amazing musical instruments with inlay, and it'll have like mother of pearl, and just really fine craftsmanship. And they make wooden boats.
back off if you're buying any of those string instruments, back the string tension off and that, because they blow like a buggery, and that just spoils the thing over the years. Because a lot of them would be what I would call a wall hanger if I'm making a knife. A lot of people don't want to cut an edge and all that sort of thing. They just want something to hang on their wall. It looks good. Like coat of arms and all that sort of thing. The last pair of foils I made actually went with a fake breastplate and all that sort of thing. Then we got the CNC bit of brass done with the family crest and put that in the middle of the breastplate and had the two foils coming up.
Yeah.
But, mate, to be honest with you, that
Oh yeah.
that was stainless steel. They were never going to be pulled away from that. So.
Oh, there you go. He's showing his Mersham pipe.
Cool.
I had a guy make one for me in the airport right while I watched. He
Where
made
was
me
this
a
from?
Mersham pipe.
Where was
Tom
that?
got them a couple years ago.
Which airport was he making the pipes at?
Istanbul.
Istanbul?
Yeah.
At the airport?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. He had a little stand set up there where he was making pipes for tourists, Mersham pipes. And he made me a black Mersham pipe. Carved it right there on the spot.
Now, if I had some good tobacco, I'd be using them.
You're not supposed to touch the Mersham, though. You're only
Really?
supposed to hold it by the stem.
No shit. See, I didn't know that.
Well, when you fire it up, all the fingerprints and everything are going to turn your pipe brown.
Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, I found the thing, an article on that. The new airport, the pipe makers weren't allowed to return.
Damn. That sucks.
In pipesmagazine.com, and that in 2017 they were shutting down the pipe makers there. That's
Bummer.
it. You're going to call it a night in 10 minutes, so I better pump a couple in for them.
Well, 2017, that was right around when they had that attempted coup, wasn't it?
2018.
2018.
This one's good. I like it.
Yeah, and they've been, for a long time, Turkey has been trying to hold back the communists because there's a lot of people that infiltrating and wanting to turn it full-blown commie.
Yeah,
And
they
now-
want to do just what they did with the Ukraine.
Whereby if you're a communist, you're much preferred than a Christian.
It's going to be Ukraine 2.0.
Just with a few more Allah Akbars.
Yeah.
So
Anybody
Erdogan
need a sham wow?
himself is not
Muslim Brotherhood.
Erdogan is not communist.
No, he's Muslim Brotherhood, who were trained by the communists and the socialists. Al Banner, who founded the Muslim Brotherhood, was trained by the communists.
Bad combination.
You know what I mean? So they've got a cellular network, and they've learned all that from there, and it's been passed on to every Islamic terrorist group, and that since Al Banner. Even the blokes who killed the Egyptian president back where Sadat and all that sort of thing, Muslim Brotherhood. In fact, Erdogan was actually jailed at the time as being a co-conspirator to the Sadat assassination.
I remember hearing that, yeah.
So that lets you know. Excuse me, I'm just going to turn the oven on for a second.
Yeah, I still have family over in the Ukraine. Luckily, they're on the extreme western part of the country, so they weren't affected by the war.
Well, around
They're
here.
very,
Time.
they're very close to the Polish and Slovakian border.
All right, cool.
So you're Slavic?
Yeah, my paternal side's mostly Ukrainian.
Oh.
Yeah, I
You
got
at that time, I
Ukrainian,
remember
Polish, Slovakian. I got a little bit of German, a little bit of French.
Peckerwood.
Peckerwood.
A little bit of goat.
Got a little bit of Peckerwood.
I got a little bit of goat.
Hey, Canoes. About I think it was around 2016 during that time that when they were having the conflict. I remember seeing this video on Live Leak, and it was like the semi trailer, back of a semi trailer, but it was like a big military trailer. And what it was a rolling crematorium for their army, the Russian army that they used.
Well, yeah, because they didn't want to leave evidence of Russian troops. They
Right.
couldn't leave any DNA to trace.
Right. And
They were
that thing would incinerate everything.
They had so many undercover black op types guys, Spetsnaz, little green men, all over Ukraine. It was ridiculous.
I mean, this thing was a rolling freaking incinerator, man. And it would load itself up and everything. You know what I mean? There wasn't nobody working it. It was doing it itself.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty eye-opening for me to think that,
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys on Live Leak that were filming like the battle around Sebastopol, and some of the footage that they got was fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like all the Donbass area, and that I was watching all that through there.
The freaking demolished airport, man.
Yeah, there was that one video, those guys that were on the roof of the control tower of the airport, and they're fighting off like armored personnel carriers and shit.
The whole thing is, there's not one piece.
The Russians have their version of the MLRS like 10 miles away, and they're shooting rockets at them and shit. It was nuts.
Oh my gosh.
Bless you.
Sorry about that. I didn't turn my.
And all who's selling you.
That was the meanest coming out of me.
He doesn't make a good boat, huh? Wow.
Oh, sorry,
That was the meanest. If I keep it up, I'm not be a nice guy.
Yeah, ship, not sneezing. Right, that's the next one. Sorry, I looked at the wrong one.
Jeez. Something must have flew up my nose.
No,
Too much weed being smoked.
What?
Nope. Sorry. There's no such thing as too much weed.
No.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yeah. Oh man, it only gets better, Jack. You got a lot to look forward to. Nice.
Actually, I'm cutting back. I figured out a nice balance and all that sort of thing. What I'm doing here during the day is a bit hectic, but yeah, once I get it all onto the cookies, a couple of cookies a day.
Yeah. Now those are that's a whole. Those put me down. When you eat it, that's an all day thing, man. You're committed.
So like a day will change instead of
and sometimes when you cut back, you'll get more stoned.
Yeah,
honestly,
more stoned.
Because
you cut
you
back,
lessen
you
your
get more
tolerance.
stoned, and it doesn't seem logical, but it is weird. So don't apologize for smoking less. That's not a bad thing.
Well, I'm trying.
I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Yeah, me three, and I've got dinner in the oven.
I've got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So, and it's 26 right now.
That's not
So,
Like something running down the hallway.
anyway, I actually stayed on because I felt bad for Canoes sitting up there, but just him in Florida. So I figured I
was planning on shutting it down in 5 minutes anyway. So
yeah.
Oh,
it was
okay.
a good time.
So it's all good.
Yep.
So everybody, if there's anybody lurking in the chat,
Thank you very much.
thank you all for coming. And you know where to find us the
Good
next
seeing
time.
y'all. Yeah, good seeing y'all, man.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
All right, man.
Bill,
You guys take it
Florida, Jack, you take care now.
Take care, folks.
Sure will.